9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 1159 to Chapter 1189. Yang Dingtian had thought about his reunion with Shima Ningning countless times. Some were good, some were bad, and there were all kinds of reunions. However, when the real reunion came, it was completely different from what he imagined. Yang Dingtian carefully placed his Naga baby girl in Violet's arms, and then directly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the Empire of Darkness. In the process of shuttling through the dark matter, Yang Dingtian fantasized over and over again. What should Shima Ningning look like at this time? Naga were all unparalleled beauties, especially Medusa's Naga. Therefore, the previous Shima Ningning must have disguised herself. Then, how beautiful would Shima Ningning look, but he didn't know why. In Yang Dingtian's heart, Shima Ningning's original appearance was the most beautiful. Although the Shima Ningning he saw before could only be considered to be above average in terms of beauty and couldn't be said to be extremely beautiful. However, what Yang Dingtian loved the most was her gentle and delicate face. Whoosh, Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed out of the Empire of Darkness and came to the ground. Not far in front of him, he suddenly saw a beautiful back that was familiar yet unfamiliar. It was really familiar yet unfamiliar. How many years had it been? It had been a full 10 years. So, it seemed unfamiliar. However, this figure had appeared countless times in his mind and dreams, so he was familiar with it. Sister Ningning, Yang Dingtian shouted. The beautiful figure turned around. It was exactly the same as before, the same face as 10 years ago. It was still the quiet beast speaker in Cloud Sky City, aloof from worldly affairs. Little Tian. Shima Ningning's voice trembled, and a gentle and apologetic smile appeared on her face. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and gently hugged her soft and delicate body into his arms. Then, the two of them quietly smelled each other's scent. After a long time, Yang Dingtian held Shima Ningning's face and asked, Sister Ningning, can you show me your real face now? Shima Ningning said, This is my real face. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Shouldn't Medusa Naga be at the tip of the beautiful pyramid? Ningning said angrily, Are you saying I'm ugly? Yang Dingtian hurriedly shook his head and said, No, I just find it strange. However, you are the most beautiful in my heart. Instead, I'm afraid that you will be like your mother, so beautiful that people can't open their eyes. Ningning said, Is it because you already have a Naga wife who is so beautiful that she can't open her eyes? Yang Dingtian was stunned for a moment before he whispered, I'm sorry, Sister Ningning. Why are you apologizing? Ningning said, Because you have married Naga Shuang and feel sorry for me. You feel that you have betrayed our feelings, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. Of course not. Shima Ningning said softly, First of all, I know that you married Naga Shuang because you had no choice. Secondly, I like you, and you like me. That's enough. We, the spiritual Naga, don't care about this kind of thing. We prefer spiritual love. Platonic love? Yang Dingtian said. Is this a term from Earth? Ningning said, It sounds very nice. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, Sister Ningning, when did you know that I came from Earth? Ningning said, What you want to ask is, did I know that you came from Earth when I first saw you? Yang Dingtian nodded. I didn't know. Ningning said, I told you that since I was born until I grew up, I was very repulsed by men's auras. I felt uncomfortable from a few feet away, so I lived in seclusion in the valley of Cloud Sky City. But when you appeared, your aura made me very, very moved. You know, the love of the Naga is decided in an instant. And we don't look at the face, identity, or cultivation at all. We just rely on the smell. When I feel that smell, I completely fall in love. Yang Dingtian said, At that time, I thought it was strange. Why were you so good to me when you first saw me? Because I was moved before I even saw you, Ningning said softly. Ningning said softly, But I know that a man who can move my heart is definitely not ordinary. It is very likely that he is the messenger of fate. Are you the messenger of fate? Yang Dingtian asked. No, the messenger of fate of the god of chaos, Shima Ningning said. Yang Dingtian understood Ningning's words and then asked, On the day of the battle with Qin Xiaobai, in order to save me, did you show your true form? Naga Shuang nodded and said, You also know that although I am a spiritual type Naga, but because Mother is still alive, most of my energy is with her. Apart from my spiritual power, I am not strong. When I was in human form, my cultivation was very low. So, I had to show my true form. But when I showed my true form, my whole body was covered by a thick green fog. They didn't see that I was a Naga. Yang Dingtian said, then, you disappeared. Was it because Empress Medusa put you under house arrest? Shimin Ningning nodded and said, I broke the rules again, and showing my true form was a big taboo. Mother couldn't bear it and called me back to house arrest. Yang Dingtian said, then the deep sea Xian poison you gave me was not taken from a faraway place, but from your own body, right? Shimin Ningning nodded and said, but, I had to go to a faraway place to find a way to force the deep sea Xian poison out of my body. Yang Dingtian said, and, at that time, your legs couldn't move at all, not because of the deep sea Xian poison, but because of the sequelae of forcing out the deep sea Xian poison, right? Shimin Ningning nodded again. Fool. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but hug Shimin Ningning again. Spiritual Naga was really crazy about love. The deep sea Xian poison was the last life-saving thing of Naga. In order to help Yang Dingtian kill the Millennium Owl, she forced out her own deep sea Xian poison and gave it to Yang Dingtian. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a burst of bitterness and sadness in his heart. This was not his own feeling, but Naga Shuang's feeling. Because he and Shuang'er shared everything. Shuang'er didn't care much about the feelings of Yang Dingtian and his wives, but she cared a lot about Shimin Ningning because Shimin Ningning was also a Naga. Tell Shuang'er that you and I only love each other spiritually, I won't take you away, Shimin Ningning suddenly said. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, you can also read my mind? Of course, I can do it a long time ago, Shimin Ningning said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was in a mess. Now Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's hearts were connected, and Shimin Ningning could read Yang Dingtian's mind. In this way, the spiritual relationship of the three people was in a mess. The two people hugged each other quietly for a while. Finally, Yang Dingtian broke the silence, because he still had to ask. Ningning, why did your mother ask you to come? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Ningning said, it's just a message. Because of our special relationship, she felt that it might be useful for you to let me come and pass a message. Yang Dingtian asked, what message? Shimin Ningning said, the vast majority of humans must die, and the cycle of destruction that occurs once every 200 years must be carried out. As soon as these words came out, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, and then he said bitterly, Ningning, is that what you think too? Shimin Ningning said softly, no, I don't. I only care about you, Yan Yan, and your family. I don't care about anything else. Also, no matter what you do, I will support you. I will agree to whatever you want me to do. Yang Dingtian was very moved. Shimin Ningning said, but Xiao Tian, I can't change my mother's mind. I know. Yang Dingtian said, this is between me and her. Then, Yang Dingtian asked, this time, will she use someone else's hand? Shimin Ningning shook her head and said, no, she will do it herself this time. Also, she is very angry. She feels that you have ruined her rhythm and plan. Queen Medusa was going to do it herself. This should be the worst news possible. At least, Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine how he could stop Queen Medusa. Yang Dingtian asked, then what does Queen Medusa want me to do? Shimin Ningning said, she said that you have to make up for what you have done wrong. So, you can either go to New Naga and release the future Naga army to wipe out most of the humans. Or, she will do it herself and wipe out most of the humans. You can still control the former method. Once she does it, it will be completely out of control. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and shook his head. Impossible, I will never do that. I know, Shimin Ningning said softly. Yang Dingtian asked, then, when will Queen Medusa do it? Shimin Ningning said, she has already done it. You will see it when you give a definite response. Yang Dingtian asked, then she should have seen my response, right? Shimin Ningning nodded and said, she knows everything that happened here and everything that we said. Yang Dingtian's heart was twisted in pain. Medusa's choice was very clear. Either Yang Dingtian did it himself, or Medusa did it herself. In short, most of the humans had to die. If Yang Dingtian chose to do it himself, fewer people would die. If Medusa did it, more people would die. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and said, Why? Why? The humans didn't provoke her. Why must they die? Shima Ningning said guiltily, I'm sorry, Xiaotian, I didn't know, I'm sorry. Yang Dingtian hugged her gently and said, It has nothing to do with you. Although she is your mother, it has nothing to do with you. Then, Yang Dingtian asked, Ningning, do you know where your mother is? Shima Ningning shook her head and said, I don't know. In fact, I have never seen her. Yang Dingtian was greatly surprised. Shima Ningning was Medusa's daughter, but she had never seen her mother. Shima Ningning said, In fact, I woke up less than 100 years ago. Before that, I had always been in a chaotic state of consciousness. When I woke up, I was like this. I knew a lot of things and had strong spiritual power. As long as my mission was to lurk around Shimen Wuya as the highest emissary and watcher of the soul-leaving palace in the human countries. When I woke up, I was floating on the sea, on the poison extending strait of the northwest continent. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. He originally thought that Shimen Ningning must be very old. He even imagined that the reason why Queen Medusa let go of the Mermaid Empire at the last moment and escaped from the Naga Empire and did not follow the other Naga to sacrifice herself to create the new Naga confinement space was because she already had a child in her belly. In that case, Shimen Ningning was at least 10,000 years old. But now, Shimen Ningning said that she had only woken up a few decades ago. Reading the doubts in Yang Dingtian's heart, Shimen Ningning said, Xiaotian, you are right. I am indeed likely to be more than 10,000 years old, but our Naga is not measured by time, but by energy. Although my mother is pregnant with me, she can decide to give birth to me at any time. And, you also know that the demigod Naga couple never give birth to offspring. It was not until they decided to sacrifice themselves that they found a way to give birth to the next generation of Naga in the new Naga, and also limited their energy. That was indeed the case. The Nagas measured their growth by energy, not by age. Shimen Ningning was silent for a while and said, Husband, you rejected my mother. This is your final answer, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. He didn't need to hesitate at all. In any case, he would not kill the humans he protected with his own hands. If Medusa did it herself, more people would die, but that was also fate. In short, Yang Dingtian would do his best to save as many people as possible. When he completely gave up, compromised, surrendered, and then killed a large number of humans with his own hands. He couldn't do it. Yes, I rejected Queen Medusa's proposal, no matter what the consequences are, no matter what she will do, Yang Dingtian said. Shimen Ningning nodded and said, I know, I can't help you in other aspects. The only thing I can do is to live and die with you. If you die, I will drink the poison and turn myself into a fossil. Yang Dingtian's eyes were sore, and he didn't say anything to stop her. This was because Xianxia was protecting him. She was telling Queen Medusa that she couldn't kill Yang Dingtian, or she would die with him. Sister Ningning, can you stay? Stay with me, Yang Dingtian said. Shimen Ningning shook her head and said, Little Tian, if you were the first choice, I would stay with you. If you can't bear to do it, I will do it for you. However, you rejected my mother's proposal, so it's no good for me to stay. Because in that case, no matter what you do, how you respond, my mother will know. She can see my vision. Yang Dingtian said, Now, without your vision, can she see us? Shimen Ningning shook her head and said, She can't. At present, in this world, there are only a few fixed energy points that can contact the soul-leaving palace. Of course, through the soul-leaving palace puppet, she can see everything. So, no matter what you want to do, don't let Wendian and Duguxiao participate, because my mother will know. Medusa could hear every word Shimen Ningning said. However, she still said it, which was equivalent to betraying Medusa's secret to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, Then, can Queen Medusa control Wendian or Duguxiao's will? Shimen Ningning shook her head and said, She can't. She can only write a mental program in the soul-leaving palace puppet's brain and then complete it mechanically. At present, the mental program in Wendian and Duguxiao's mind should have been finished long ago. Only then did Yang Dingtian relax. Shima Ningning gently left Yang Dingtian's embrace and said, "Little Tian, there's not much time left. I have to go." Yang Dingtian said, "Then what will your mother do? How will she kill most of the humans?" Shima Ningning shook her head and said, "I don't know. I feel that she will make a move soon. There's really not enough time. I'm leaving." With that, Shima Ningning rode a spiritual beast and was about to fly away. "Ningning, where should I find you? Are you returning to the soul-leaving palace?" Yang Dingtian asked loudly. "No, I don't know where the soul-leaving palace is." Shima Ningning said, "I'm just looking for a place where no one knows, or halfway, she will imprison me and then put me under house arrest at an energy point of the soul-leaving palace in the human countries. In short, I'll be as far away from you as possible. Because, when I'm close, I can read your heart, so you can't keep it a secret from her." With that, Shima Ningning flew away anxiously. Yang Dingtian said loudly, "Ningning, one day, I will come to pick you up. I will let you live with us." Shima Ningning smiled gently at him and said, "Little Tian, if two people love each other for a long time, they won't be together day and night." Then, Shima Ningning rode her spiritual beast and quickly disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight. Yang Dingtian watched her disappear and then waited for Medusa to make a move. All the chess pieces were used up, and Queen Medusa finally went into action herself. Note, a chapter of nearly 5,000 words. I'm sorry. However, the result was exactly as Yang Dingtian had expected. None of his attacks were effective against the Medusa statue. That's right, they were completely useless. He used all his means of attack, including slashing with his sword, striking with lightning, using the Naga royalty sword soul, and using the Chaos attribute sword soul. In the end, Yang Dingtian even used the earth-shattering 3 mysterious flame lightning. Not only was it useless against the eyes of the Medusa killing array, but it was also useless against the body of the Medusa statue. The Medusa killing array did not attack Yang Dingtian at all. However, all of Yang Dingtian's attacks were like scratching an itch through a boot. It still rotated once every minute, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people every minute. Yang Dingtian used all his means and exhausted all the energy in the demigod soul sword soul, but it was to no avail. Then, the Naga Shuang said, "Husband, give up. This Medusa killing array shoots out a kind of light that contains energy and spiritual energy. You can't break it." Yang Dingtian did not give up. Instead, he sat on the side and recovered his celestial chi. "I can't do anything to your statue or your eyes, but I can do something to your roots." After recovering his celestial chi, Yang Dingtian flew to the roots of the Medusa statue and began to dig at the Sunset Mountains. Yang Dingtian kept digging, hoping to find the roots of the Medusa statue. After all, this huge killing array did not appear out of thin air. It must be connected by some kind of energy vein, like the roots, just like the 1,000 miles mystic vein essence of the yin-yang mirror. After tens of thousands of meters, Yang Dingtian did find the roots of the Medusa statue. However, there was no energy vein at all, and he could not destroy it at all. Then, Yang Dingtian used the most violent method to try to topple the Medusa statue. However, all of his efforts were in vain. This statue was almost weightless, and it wasn't fixed by digging deep into the ground. Even if Yang Dingtian used millions or tens of millions of gene of strength, he would not be able to do anything. He had really used up all his tricks, but they were all useless. She even sprinkled the petrifying fluid that killed Naga on the eyes of Medusa's statue, but it still didn't work. 6 days and nights later. Finally, Yang Dingtian gave up all his efforts. This was because the Medusa killing formation had stopped rotating, and its 2 eyes had dimmed. She had already stopped killing. This was because he had already completed the 360-degree turn. In this area, there were no traces of human life. With the center of the Sunset Mountain Range as the center, all humans within a radius of 7,000 miles were wiped out. From the Northlands, to the Fringe, to the Northwest continent, and even parts of the Southwest continent. Currently, not a single human was left. Of course, because of the Doomsday Battle, the people in the north of the Sunset Mountain Range had all evacuated to the south. However, the current population of the entire West continent had exceeded 300 million. And only 20 million people had retreated into the Empire of Darkness. The remaining 280 million people were living on the West continent. And in this 6 days and 6 nights of killing, more than half of them had died. Iron Furnace City, Great Cloud City, Shijing City, Qin City, White Cloud City, and other densely populated places, more than 100 million people had turned into fossils. Of course, tens of millions of people had still escaped. This was because after Yang Dingtian discovered the killing radius and pattern of the Medusa killing formation, he immediately flew to various places and announced that everyone should escape to the Middle Continent, the Southwest Continent, and so on as soon as possible. In short, they should leave this killing radius. Therefore, before the light of Medusa shone on them, countless people, troops, and armed forces fled in all kinds of boats. Although most of them didn't escape, there were still some who did. Yang Dingtian flew to Iron Furnace City as fast as he could. On the streets and in the houses, it was still bustling with activity. Panicked crowds were everywhere. However, all of them were fossils. They were still in the state they were in before they died. They were completely lifelike. There was not a single survivor in the entire city. This was because after being shown by Medusa's gaze, there was still terrifying energy remaining in the air. At this time, any human who entered would also turn into a fossil. The entire city was still shrouded in a terrifying killing formation. Of course, the entire city was not completely lifeless. Ownerless horses, birds, dogs, and cats were still running and jumping everywhere. Even most of the winged cavalry were flying around in panic. Medusa's killing formation was basically only targeted at humans. Of course, there were also energy-flying beasts such as the Dark Dragon. This was because the flying beasts that desperately retreated to the Empire of Darkness had also turned into fossils. Yang Dingtian vaguely remembered that turning into fossils didn't mean death. It should be considered as being sealed. For example, the ancient sea snake empress had once had her soul and cultivation resurrected by vulture. Although Yang Dingtian couldn't resurrect countless humans on a large scale, it was still a comfort. However, at this moment, rumble, all of a sudden, the entire northwest continent shook violently. In an instant, countless houses collapsed and the ground was torn apart. Countless humans who had turned into fossils on the ground were shattered and smashed into pieces. Yang Dingtian's heart surged with incomparable anger. She actually wanted to exterminate all of them. Exterminate all of them. Not only did she want to turn all of them into fossils, but she also wanted to shatter their fossils and scatter their souls. How vicious was this Medusa? Yang Dingtian forced himself to calm down. At present, retreating to the Empire of Darkness was no longer possible. This was because the entrances to the Empire of Darkness were all within the range of the killing formation. It was true that Yang Dingtian wanted to protect humans, but he also wanted to protect the humans who were already in the Empire of Darkness. They were the seeds of civilization. Next, where would Medusa slaughter? Her first choice was the West Continent. It was very simple because it was close to the entrance to the Empire of Darkness. Moreover, it was Yang Dingtian's headquarters. Then, where would his tower stand next? If she guessed correctly, it should be the Middle Continent. As long as Medusa's killing formation stood in the middle of the Middle Continent, the killing range would cover the North Middle Continent, the Great Middle Continent, and the South Middle Continent. Even the Earth Fisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilions Continent would be affected. Therefore, the Southern Barbarian Continent and the extreme South would not be affected for the time being. However, the Southern Barbarian Continent was not the next target. It would be the target after that. Currently, there were only about 3 safe regions in the entire human country. The extreme north of the world of ice and snow, the extreme south, and the Ghost Hell region. As for the Dongli grassland, there was one of Medusa's energy strongholds there. It was definitely not safe. Even in the world of ice and snow and the extreme south, as long as the number of fleeing humans exceeded a certain number, the Medusa's killing formation might appear. Prompt decision, Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to control the soul swords and flew towards the North Middle Continent at the fastest speed. As for himself, he flew towards the Southwest Continent. The Southwest Continent was a new region built by the Council of Light. It was Yang Dingtian's most basic territory. In the future, no matter what the human countries did, they would need the support of the people of the Southwest Continent. Therefore, Yang Dingtian would also be biased. Among the people retreating into the Empire of Darkness, the citizens of the Great Cloud Sky City and the citizens of the Southwest Continent made up a large portion. However, after 10 years of development, the population of the Southwest Continent had greatly increased. Although a large portion of them had retreated into the Empire of Darkness, there were still tens of millions of people left behind. In the massacre of the Medusa's killing formation, the northern part of the Southwest Continent had been completely wiped out. However, there were still tens of millions of people in the central and southern parts that were still alive. Yang Dingtian wanted to save them. He flew towards the Southwest Continent at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, the place was in complete chaos. All the cities and villages looked as if the end of the world had arrived. Yang Dingtian flew directly to the Southwest Fleet's headquarters. Although the end of the world had arrived, there were still soldiers and officers in the castle of the Southwest Fleet's headquarters. Of course, most of the officers and soldiers had already retreated into the Empire of Darkness. However, there were still some troops left behind. After seeing Yang Dingtian, the officers and soldiers of the Southwest Fleet almost collapsed. They knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Yang Dingtian did not have time to comfort them. He directly ordered, "How many ships can be operated in the entire Southwest Continent?" "All of them? Including all civilian ships?" The officer said, "A total of 19,000 ships." Yang Dingtian asked, "Is the material on the ship enough?" The officer said, "I can't say that it's enough, but it's as full as possible. Because we've been preparing for a long time." Yang Dingtian asked, "How many batches have the Southwest Continent retreated?" "The 7th batch has already entered the Empire of Darkness." The officer said, "The 8th batch has all gathered in this city, but the retreat suddenly stopped." "How many people are in the 8th batch?" Yang Dingtian asked. "More than 3 million, the officer said. Yang Dingtian said, "I order that the 8th batch's retreat officially begins." Destination, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. The officer was stunned. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was full of undead and Shura. Wouldn't it be suicide to go there? However, this was an order from the highest leader. He was only stunned for a moment before he immediately shouted, "Yes." Yang Dingtian asked, "How many officers and soldiers are left behind at the moment?" 90,000, the officer said, "Most of them are maintaining order in the retreat." Yang Dingtian said, "All of you, get on the ship too." "Yes." The officer immediately issued the order and gathered the 90,000 soldiers at the fastest speed. The 8th batch of retreating members was brought to the various ports. Yang Dingtian flew to the Underworld Empire to negotiate with the Ghost Emperor Wendian there. Of course, if the negotiation failed, Yang Dingtian could only start a massacre. Yang Dingtian's soul sword flew very fast. In less than half an hour, it had already flown to the northern Xianxia. In the northern Xianxia, there was also a garrison headquarters of the Council of Light to maintain order there and organize the retreat. The retreat in each place was done in batches. After the first batch retreated, the second batch began. The third batch gathered at the headquarters of the Council of Light from various places and waited for the next batch of retreating. Therefore, at the headquarters of the northern Xianxia Defense District, other than the troops left behind, there were only the people who were supposed to retreat to the Empire of Darkness. At this time, the northern Xianxia Defense District only knew that things were not good, but they did not know what had happened. In fact, only the officers in the defensive zone knew that the Great Retreat, which had never been interrupted, had completely stopped. Moreover, the Dark Dragon and the Dark Dragon had also stopped taking water. Therefore, the entire defense district felt fear and unease. However, they did not tell this to the next batch of people who were waiting for the retreat. They only waited for orders from their superiors. In the end, the order they received was not from a person, but from a soul sword. After Yang Dingtian's soul sword arrived at the headquarters of the northern Xianxia Defense District, it immediately controlled the soul sword to write on the ground, "I order all the troops left behind in the northern Xianxia Defense District to bring all the resources, all the winged cavalry, all the ships, all the mounts, and the new batch of retreating people to head north. Head north to the world of ice and snow, head north." The signature was, Doomsday Committee, Council of Light, Tiando League, Yinyang School Head, Yang Dingtian. Yes. The few high-ranking officers immediately shouted in unison, even though Yang Dingtian could not hear them. Then, the hundreds of thousands of troops left behind immediately mobilized. They began to use the fastest speed to distribute the mounts and ships and started to retreat north. Then, Yang Dingtian's soul sword immediately turned south. Its destination was not the southern Xianxia defense district, but the southern barbarian district. Even though the southern Xianxia defense district had the largest population. However, it was too late to save this district. Moreover, there was no retreat headquarters. In the entire northern Xianxia defense district, other than the troops that maintained basic order, all the ships, resources, and winged cavalry had been transferred to the southern barbarian district and the northern Xianxia defense district. In less than half an hour, Yang Dingtian's soul sword flew to the southern barbarian district defense district headquarters. Similarly, it had the largest retreat force. All the people south of Zhongjing chose to retreat to the southern barbarian district. There were hundreds of thousands of black vultures, tens of thousands of other mounts, ships, and countless resources. The people below Zhongjing who needed to retreat would gather in the southern barbarian district, then ride the winged cavalry and enter the Empire of Darkness. Just a few hours ago, they had just sent off tens of thousands of people to the Empire of Darkness. However, it was obvious that these tens of thousands of people had met with misfortune. After Yang Dingtian's soul sword arrived at the southern barbarian district defense district headquarters, it quickly wrote the retreat order. Order all the troops left behind in the southern barbarian district defense district, as well as the latest batch of retreating people, to bring all the resources, use all the winged cavalry, and ship south to the extreme south. Signed, Doomsday Committee, Council of Light, Tiando League, Yinyang School Leader Yang Dingtian. Yes. The dozen generals in the southern barbarian district defense district immediately received the order. The army of over 200,000 immediately gathered and began to organize a retreat. The extreme south was originally a lonely place in the sea. Moreover, most of the land was desert and not suitable for living. However, after many years of construction, there were many new cities and towns here. Some parts of the desert had even been planted with vegetation. It should be able to accommodate a few million people. Previously, when going to the extremely difficult place, they would pass through the Devil's territorial waters, and no ships could pass through. This was because there were many ancient sea beasts living here, and it was also the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire. However, these sea beasts had all been killed by the Naga Shuang. In addition to the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire, it had entered a stable stage. Therefore, the Devil's territorial waters had become peaceful. In these few years, the Council of Light had already developed a safe sea route. After the Soul Sword gave the order in the Southern Barbarian District Defense District headquarters, it immediately flew to the Eastern Continent Defense District headquarters. Similarly, it ordered the troops left behind in the Eastern Continent and the new batch of people to use all the winged cavalry and ships to retreat to the extreme south. At this moment, it was just as Yang Dingtian had expected. The second Medusa's killing array appeared in the Middle Continent, and it was in the Tiando League's main hall. The entire main hall was completely torn apart, and the 50,000-meter-tall Medusa statue extended out in half an hour. Then, a new round of slaughter began. In these 6 days, Yang Dingtian would not attack the Medusa statue in vain. He would do his best to save as many people as possible. In the central continent, Medusa's massacre was still ongoing. As for Yang Dingtian, he used his fastest speed to fly to the Ghost Hell region, which was tens of thousands of miles away, and directly rushed into the barrier of the Underworld Empire. Almost immediately, countless undead in the surrounding area fiercely pounced on him. Afterward, he started to attack Yang Dingtian without any fear at all. Yang Dingtian completely ignored them, and directly turned into a stream of light, flying toward the center of the Ghost Hell region, toward the Ghost Hell city. His speed was simply too fast, and even the undead couldn't catch up to him. Ghost Emperor Wendian also immediately discovered Yang Dingtian. He originally wanted to immediately dispatch the Saint-level Shura and the undead to kill Yang Dingtian. After wearing out iron shoes and a fruitless search, he found him without any effort. The entire evil ways couldn't wait to catch Yang Dingtian, and let the Demon King possess him. They didn't expect that Yang Dingtian would actually deliver himself to their doorstep. But then, they saw Yang Dingtian's terrifying speed, flying over 20 to 30,000 miles per hour. Then, they felt his incomparably powerful energy, and most importantly, the divine light on his body made them feel incomparably fearful. Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. What exactly happened? Previously, wasn't Yang Dingtian's cultivation only at the saint level? How could he be so deep now? What exactly happened outside? At this time, several years had already passed since the last time Yang Dingtian and Ghost Emperor Wentian met. And Ghost Emperor Wentian's contact with the outside world had also been cut off for several years. The last time Ghost Emperor Wentian came into contact with evil ways was when Li Ming and the Devil Queen were captured by Yang Dingtian. At that time, the Ghost Emperor Wentian had paid a great price to help Dongli break through to the half-step sage realm. However, he had been killed by Li Ming and had been robbed of his void-splitting fire. Then, Li Ming used the essence of the Void Fisher Flame to enter the Little Western Paradise and contact Eternal Farewell to invade the human countries. However, on the other side of the Little Western Paradise, there was no Eternal Asking Heaven, but Yang Dingtian's trap. At that time, the entire evil ways, except for the Demon King Wentian, were all captured. Li Ming and Daozi were also executed. However, Ghost Emperor Wentian was completely unaware of this. From his point of view, the evil ways' victory was already in his grasp. At that time, as long as they opened the path between the human countries and the Little Western Paradise, they would be able to take back the gate to the human countries. The experts of the Little Western Paradise led by Xianxia could easily defeat Yang Dingtian's Council of Light and capture Yang Dingtian for the Demon King to possess. From Ghost Emperor Wentian's point of view, Yang Dingtian had already been dealt with and possessed by the Demon King. The reason why the evil ways didn't enter the Underworld Empire was because there was no need to. As for the Demon King Wentian, it would take at least 200 years before he would enter the Ghost Hell region. This was because after he possessed Yang Dingtian, he would have to find the Naga Shuang and copulate with her to obtain the half-step sage realm body. After breaking through to the half-step sage realm, he would have to fuse with the heavens of the next few planes. Especially after 200 years, when the Ghost Hell flames would bloom once again, the Demon King Wentian would fuse with Ghost Emperor Wentian. Thus, Ghost Emperor Wentian's mission had already been completed. Following this, no news was good news. It was even better that the evil ways didn't enter the Ghost Hell region. This was because every time things weren't going well, the Devil Queen would enter the Ghost Hell city to ask him for help. Moreover, every time he would have to bleed a lot. Ghost Emperor Wentian wasn't worried about the battle outside at all. As for whether Yang Dingtian would win, he didn't even think about it. After several years of silence, Yang Dingtian suddenly barged in with an unfathomable cultivation. How could he not be shocked? When Yang Dingtian arrived outside the Ghost Hell city, he directly opened a space gate and entered the Ghost Hell city. Then, he turned into a ray of light and charged into Tong Tian Tower. Ghost Emperor Wentian turned into a flame and suddenly soared into the sky. He coldly laughed and said, "Yang Dingtian, you actually dare to barge into my territory by yourself. Aren't you seeking your own death?" Yang Dingtian said, "Ghost Emperor Wentian, listen to what I'm about to say. First, the battle between me and the evil ways has already ended. Dongli, Li Ming, Devil Queen, and Demon King are all dead." When these words came out, Ghost Emperor Wentian screamed in shock, "Impossible." Yang Dingtian didn't say anything else. He directly took out a large pile of recording jades and injected his mystic chi into them. The recording of Li Ming's execution, the recording of Xianxia Wentian's execution, the recording of the Demon King Wentian's capture, and so on were all shown to Ghost Emperor Wentian. After Ghost Emperor Wentian saw this, the flames on his body violently trembled. He didn't dare to believe the scene in front of him. You killed Piaoling?" After a long time, Ghost Emperor Wentian screamed. "Yang Dingtian, no, I didn't kill Queen Devil Queen. It was Demon King Shiman Wuya who killed Queen Devil Queen." Yang Dingtian used the fastest and most detailed method to explain everything tirelessly. Immediately, Ghost Emperor Wentian became even more dumbfounded. He never would have thought that the final Demon King would be Shiman Wuya. Moreover, the Demon King, who was close to becoming a demigod and had the Primal Chaos Emperor armor, actually died at the hands of Yang Dingtian. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "You've completely destroyed the evil ways. Now that you've come to the ghost hell region, are you here to establish your might or to exterminate them? You're powerful outside, but don't forget, this is my territory. Yang Dingtian ignored him and continued, second, I've already fused with Naga Dugu Shui and shared a demigod body. Ghost Emperor Wentian trembled and said, so you're here to establish your might. You've only shared a demigod body, but you haven't broken through to become a demigod. What can you do to me? Yang Dingtian, third, the soul-leaving temple chose Queen Hai Xian as a puppet and sent the greater space technique to New Nagas Wentian, which is your soul's main body. Then, tens of thousands of future Naga Dugu Shuis invaded the human countries. They're all close to becoming a demigod. Just now, it was the worst news. Now, there was suddenly good news. Ghost Emperor Wentian was a bit numb. He then smiled and said, in other words, the human countries are finished. Wherever the Naga Dugu Shuis passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Against tens of thousands of Naga Dugu Shuis who are close to becoming a demigod, you have no power to resist. Then, are you here to plead for mercy? Do you want me to help you save the human countries? Yang Dingtian, fourth, these tens of thousands of future Naga Dugu Shuis have been completely wiped out by us. Ghost Emperor Wentian was really going crazy. He roared, impossible? Impossible? That's the biggest mistake in the world. Yang Dingtian, do you take me for a fool? Yang Dingtian, fifth, Wentian's original name on earth is Li Lian. He has a daughter called Li Bijuan, who is my wife. Therefore, he is my father-in-law. You are a part of his soul. Therefore, I don't know how to address you. At this moment, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't make any sound. In these few short minutes, the things that Yang Dingtian said had completely impacted his nerves and soul. It was too crazy. Even if all the things that happened in his life were added together, they wouldn't be so crazy. Yang Dingtian continued, sixth, my father-in-law, Wentian, has already chosen to stand on my side. Half of the future Naga Dugu Shuis were killed by him in the Empire of Darkness. The only thing he wants now is for me to defeat the soul-leaving palace and the god of chaos before sending him back to Earth. Ghost Emperor Wentian was no longer able to express any emotions. He could only mumble, return to Earth? That's impossible. Even if he can return, his family would have already become a grave. Yang Dingtian, no, the time scale on Earth is completely different from here. 10 years here is equivalent to 1 year on Earth. Therefore, even if Wentian returns 100 years later, he can still make it in time. Ghost Emperor Wentian's gaze trembled violently as he sank into a state of confusion. Yang Dingtian took out the recording jade and showed Ghost Emperor Wentian the scenes related to him and Wentian. Finally, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't take it anymore and said, alright, Yang Dingtian, what do you want to do? Say it, don't say it anymore. Yang Dingtian, all of the soul-leaving palace's methods and all of their chess pieces have been defeated by me. Therefore, Queen Medusa personally took action. She erected a statue that was tens of thousands of meters tall in the Sunset Mountain range. The eyes of the statue shot out terrifying rays of light, turning all humans within a 7,000-mile radius into fossils. Ghost Emperor Wentian was still stunned. He didn't think that Queen Medusa would personally take action. Yang Dingtian, number 7, I need to transfer a portion of humans, roughly a few million or more, to the Ghost Hell region. Please set aside an area for these humans to live in and prohibit any undead or Shura from entering. After saying this, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't take it anymore and sneered, why should I, Yang Dingtian? Even if Wentian is standing together with you, and he is your father-in-law while I am Wentian's soul avatar, it doesn't mean that we don't belong together. But now, it doesn't mean that he and I are one. You want to help him return to the human world, so you have common interests. But between you and I, there are no common interests at all. After saying this, Ghost Emperor Wentian felt that his attitude was still too soft and mocked. Yang Dingtian, what made you think that I would help you? What made you think that after Wentian and you got along well, I would become your comrade? Yang Dingtian, I never thought that. I haven't finished speaking, so don't interrupt me. Ghost Emperor Wentian, I'm all ears. I want to see how you will convince me. Yang Dingtian, number 8, a few years ago, you helped the Queen Devil Queen and the others start the Second World-Ending War, allowing countless undead to enter the human countries and committing crimes against humanity. Therefore, after that, the Council of Light created countless lightning devices. Originally, they planned to use this army of lightning to enter the Underworld Empire after the war ended and exterminate all the undead Shura. However, if you are willing to help me this time, I can let the Underworld Empire off. Ghost Emperor Wentian was instantly enraged and said sternly, Yang Tian, when I need help, you are actually threatening me? Don't forget, you can't even protect yourself right now. Moreover, your army of lightning cannot enter. You want me to help you? Dream on, dream on. If you dare to let your humans take a single step into the Underworld Empire, I will immediately let my undead army devour them. Yang Tian said, the ninth condition. I didn't break through to the demigod realm, but my soul sword has. If the demigod realm is considered to be at the 50th rank, then my soul sword is already at the 51st rank. Furthermore, it can create the 3 mystic flame lightning, and its power is around the 59th rank. You can calculate how many attacks it would take to exterminate all the undead and Shura under your command. Everyone knows that the undead and Shura have no resistance against lightning. You dare. Ghost Emperor Wentian's voice trembled. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the horizon. Then, a ray of light flew over from afar and floated above the heaven-reaching tower. It was Yang Tian's soul sword. Its flying speed was too shocking. After going to the northern central region, the southern barbarian region, and the eastern region, it flew several tens of thousands of li before returning to Yang Tian's side. Number 10, I am not negotiating with you, I am ordering you. Yang Tian said resolutely. Then, Yang Tian used the soul sword to draw a map of the ghost hell region in the air. He drew a line on the eastern third of the ghost hell region, directly cutting off a third of the area. You have 2 choices. First, temporarily cede this area to me and expel all the undead Shura there. Second, if you refuse, I will kill all the undead Shura in this area. Then, I will place several thousand giant lightning devices on the line I drew. This way, all the undead Shura will not be able to cross. Number 11, you have 3 minutes to consider. Yang Tian said. At first, Ghost Emperor Wentian was extremely angry. Yang Tian was not negotiating with him, but a naked order and threat. But soon after, he realized that he had no other choice. How would I know that your soul sword has broken through to the demigod rank? Ghost Emperor Wentian sneered. Yang Tian did not say anything and directly ordered the soul sword to shoot out a demigod rank primal chaos attack. Bang! An extremely powerful energy hit Ghost Emperor Wentian's ghost fire. Immediately, ghost fire shuddered violently, feeling a fatal threat from the beginning to the end. Did the ghost fire break through to the demigod rank? No, its energy level had not reached the demigod rank. However, the amount of energy it contained was astronomical. Yang Tian's soul sword would need to launch countless attacks to completely destroy it. After all, the netherworld ghost fire had been accumulating energy for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The countdown of 3 minutes has begun. Yang Tian said coldly. Then, he immediately used his consciousness to control the soul sword and directly flew to the eastern third of the netherworld ghost emperor. It floated in the air and then prepared to kill. Time began to pass, second by second. However, Ghost Emperor Wentian did not make a last-minute decision. Not even a minute had passed, and he had already made a decision. Agree to Yang Tian's request, he had no choice at all. That's right, the ghost fire that his soul occupied was incomparably dense. It was even many times more dense than the demigod Nagas. However, the attack level of this energy would never reach the demigod rank. Therefore, neither he nor Yang Tian could do anything to each other. To be more precise, if Yang Tian was determined to kill him, he could do it. The most important thing was that Ghost Emperor Wentian could never leave the ghost fire, and could not leave the Tower of Babel. He could only control countless undead and Shura to achieve his will. Otherwise, he was nothing. If Yang Tian killed all the undead and Shura, then he would be a lone commander. Therefore, although he was extremely angry, he could only obediently compromise. Thank you. Yang Tian said. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, you should know that this is the ghost hell land. The sun can't shine in. Humans living here will constantly lose their vitality and be constantly devoured. Yang Dingtian said, I know. But at least they can live for a while, and they can take turns to walk out of the barrier and bask in the sun. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, why don't you let them go to the Umbral Realm? To the Umbral Realm? Your void-rending fire can directly send them to the Umbral Realm. Yang Dingtian said, most of these people are civilians. If they go to the Umbral Realm, they will immediately die. As for the Umbral Realm, they can't even withstand the extreme cold of the northern lands of ice and snow. They can't even reach the border of the abyss. Therefore, although your ghost hell land is the worst place, it is the only choice. Following this, Yang Dingtian didn't say anything else and directly left the ghost hell land. Ghost Emperor Wentian also immediately ordered all the undead and Shura in the area to retreat. 6 days later. Most of the northern Zhongzhou, the entire Great Zhongzhou, and the southern Zhongzhou. There was not a single living human left. All the humans had turned into fossils. This was the place with the highest concentration of humans. Last time, Medusa killed more than 100 million people. And this time, the number was several times higher than the previous one. In other words, more than 60 to 70% of the world's population had been destroyed. Even though Yang Dingtian had made many preparations, whether it was to escape to the world of ice and snow, to the southern lands, or to the ghost hell land, the total number was only in the tens of millions. In 6 days, the entire Zhongzhou had become a land of death. Following this, a new statue of Medusa slowly rose in the East Continent. Fortunately, the East Continent had a total of 6 days to escape. Unfortunately, there weren't enough ships and winged cavalry. Only a portion of the humans managed to escape. After another 6 days, the entire East Continent had been turned over by Medusa. Currently, only the Southwest Continent, the Southern Barbarian Continent, the Southern Lands, the Ghost Hell Land, part of the Yingzhou Continent, and the Empire of Darkness had survived. The number of survivors was around 200 to 300 million. Yang Dingtian anxiously waited for the fourth Medusa killing array to rise in the Southwest Continent, the Southern Barbarian Continent, or the Southern Lands. However, in the end, the fourth Medusa statue didn't rise. She seemed to have given up. As for Yang Dingtian, he didn't stop at all. He headed straight for the Dongli grassland, under the pyramid, the soul-leaving palace's energy stronghold. He wanted to negotiate with Medusa. This time, he easily entered the radius of the soul-leaving palace and saw the statue of Queen Medusa again. Medusa, in the previous Armageddon war that happened every 200 years, only 1 to 200 million people died. This time, you've killed far more people than that. You should stop now, Yang Dingtian said. Medusa shook her head and said, no, it's still too early. Most of the people I killed were civilians. The warriors are hiding in the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian, I gave you a choice. If you killed them yourself, you could control them and save more people. If you let me kill them, this is the result. It's good enough that a few million people can survive. I won't stop. Yang Dingtian said, then, where's your next Medusa killing array? Medusa shook her head and said, no, it won't be the Medusa killing array next time. It consumes too much energy. Especially the people in the Empire of Darkness, the energy killing array can't reach them. So, I have to use another method. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. Medusa, don't tell me you want to use such a poisonous method? Queen Medusa nodded and said, yes, it's the method you think it is. Yang Dingtian's face twitched and he said, nothing can be changed? Medusa nodded and said, nothing can be changed. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Yang Dingtian said, I know. Then next, I will use all means to break through to the demigod realm and kill you. Medusa said disdainfully, you can't do it. Yang Dingtian didn't argue with her. He directly woke up and left. He knew that Queen Medusa had temporarily exhausted her energy. Next, there would be a period of peace. He didn't know how long this period of peace would last, but during this period, he and Naga Shuang would use all means to break through to the demigod realm. Then, they would kill Medusa. Even if she was the mother of his lover, Xianxia Ningning. Note, a 5,000-word chapter, thank you. After that, Medusa ceased all activities. The new Medusa's killing formation was never erected again. Obviously, this method of slaughter consumed too much energy. Moreover, there were no more areas with dense human populations, so Medusa would use another method. But he believed that it would take some time. Because Medusa needed to recover her energy and spirit. In fact, Yang Dingtian had never understood how Medusa turned an astronomical number of humans into fossils. This did not conform to Yang Dingtian's understanding of energy at all. Even a demigod Naga would not be able to kill so many humans if she used up all her energy to slaughter. Moreover, to Medusa, there was no difference in the amount of spirit energy used to turn a saint-level powerhouse and a civilian into a fossil. In other words, in front of Queen Medusa, a saint-level powerhouse was no different from a farmer. Therefore, this must be another method of slaughter. It was definitely not the current mainstream method of using energy to destroy another energy life form. It should be some kind of energy reaction. Moreover, Yang Dingtian believed that Medusa did not rely on her spirit and energy to complete this slaughter. Naga Shuang said that even if she broke through to become a demigod, she could still kill point to point from thousands of miles away. But Medusa's slaughter radius was actually 7,000 miles, and it was a complete slaughter without any blind spots. Not even half a human would survive in the entire fan plane. This was unbelievable. Moreover, after the slaughter, the entire space was still shrouded in energy, and any human who entered would still be turned into a fossil. The entire area was completely covered in death energy, which was even more terrifying than nuclear radiation. Yang Dingtian could not feel this energy, but he did feel it. Because the southern barbarian continent had been continuously experimenting. The eyes of the Medusa statue in central continent had been closed for more than 10 days, and the slaughter had stopped. Every 3 hours, the southern barbarian continent would send a death row prisoner to the area covered by Medusa's killing formation. Although the slaughter was over, and the eyes of Medusa's killing formation were closed, the death row prisoner still turned into a fossil. However, the time it took for these prisoners to turn into fossils was getting longer and longer. The most recent data that Yang Dingtian obtained was 17 minutes. It would take 17 minutes for this death row prisoner to be completely turned into a fossil in the area covered by the Medusa's killing array. In other words, the energy of Medusa's killing array had been depleting. Moreover, this had nothing to do with the distance of Medusa's killing array. Regardless of whether one was close to the statue or far away, the special energy enveloping them was the same. This experiment was very inhumane. It was approved by Yang Dingtian personally. Most of the time, he was the one who completed it. He wanted to know what kind of effect Queen Medusa's massacre would have on the entire human kingdom. Would it affect the survival of mankind in the future? From the looks of it, there was an impact, and it was a very, very big one. Even though the terrifying energy that shrouded the human nations had been weakening, it would take a very long time for it to completely disappear. Shuang, according to your speculations, is it possible for Queen Medusa to use her own energy to complete this massacre? Yang Dingtian asked. Impossible? Naga Shuang said, killing all the humans within 150 million square miles within 6 days. Moreover, the killing range is 7,000 miles. This is simply impossible. The amount of energy required is astronomical. Husband, if I want to kill someone from 1,000 miles away, the amount of energy required is more than 1,000 times that of killing someone from 1,000 miles away. This is because I don't have a soul sword. I can't let the soul sword fly for 1,000 miles before killing the target. I have to directly release an energy arrow to kill it. As the distance increases, the energy will continue to weaken. Yang Dingtian understood that this was like high-voltage electricity. As the distance increased, the energy loss would also increase. Naga Shuang said, I have roughly calculated that Medusa has completed a killing array. If it is purely from the perspective of energy, it would require more than 100 pinnacle demigods. Yang Dingtian immediately understood what Naga Shuang meant. If a demigod Naga flew out and massacred a large area by herself, the amount of energy required would be much smaller. However, Medusa's killing array, which covered 150 million square miles in one go, would require more than 100,000 people. Naga demigods would need more than 100 pinnacle demigods. Queen Medusa only had one demigod C. After completely releasing it, she would need to condense it again. Naga Shuang said, therefore, we can be sure that Queen Medusa used a special spiritual power to control a very, very powerful energy to complete this massacre. This energy definitely did not come from the human nations. Yang Dingtian nodded. At present, the human nations could not possibly have such a huge source of energy. Naga Shuang said, next, she probably won't raise another Medusa's killing array. Instead, she will use another method to kill the remaining humans. If I'm not wrong, Shima Ningning must have thought of a possibility at that time, so she desperately ran away, trying to escape to a place where Medusa could not find her at all. Yang Dingtian nodded in understanding. He could indeed guess what Medusa's next move would be. No matter the reason, it seemed that Queen Medusa was unwilling to show up, or perhaps she could not show up. However, she and her daughter, Shima Ningning, were completely connected. In other words, she could transfer part of her energy to Shima Ningning, then control Shima Ningning to complete the next precise massacre. Ningning thought of this terrible scene, so she desperately ran away. Shuang 3 Medusa's killing arrays should have exhausted all of Queen Medusa's spiritual power. Yang Dingtian said, then, how long do you think it will take for her to recover? Naga Shuang said, husband, she doesn't need to fully recover. As long as she recovers 20 to 30%, she can start the next precise massacre. Yes, that was indeed the case. Naga Shuang said, based on my race's memory, Medusa's complete spiritual recovery seems to range from 800 to 1300 days. Yang Dingtian said, you can't measure Medusa like that. She should be especially powerful. Moreover, she only needs to recover 20 to 30%, so the time will be very short. Therefore, I feel that the time she gave us is at most half a year. Naga Shuang said, I agree. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang in the soul-leaving temple's energy stronghold, I can see Medusa in an illusion. If I'm not wrong, that energy stronghold is like a signal tower that can gather and receive energy signals from Medusa tens of thousands of kilometers away. Yes, husband. Naga Shuang said, it's like the TV signal tower when you were young, and like the radio in the early days. Naga Shuang and Yang Dingtian were completely telepathic at this time. Unlike Yang Dingtian, she would read Yang Dingtian's memories almost whenever she was free, not letting go of any privacy. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, rarely took the initiative to read her memories. Therefore, she knew almost everything about Yang Dingtian on Earth. Yang Dingtian said, then is it possible to capture the energy signals from Medusa, reverse engineer them, and locate Medusa's location? Yes. Naga Shuang said, I said before that as long as we break through to demigod, we will definitely be able to meet Medusa. The method you mentioned is the most direct. Capture her energy trajectory directly and reverse engineer it. We will find her in about a few seconds. Yang Dingtian asked, do we have to break through to demigod? Naga Shuang said, husband, Medusa sends energy signals from tens of thousands of kilometers away, or even across plains to the soul-leaving temple's stronghold in the human countries. The energy stronghold then captures and amplifies them. That's why you can meet Medusa in an illusion. This energy signal is very weak, and it needs to be condensed and amplified by the energy stronghold. Therefore, when you chase the energy trajectory in reverse, the energy you release will continue to weaken, and it will have to travel tens of thousands of kilometers, or even across several planes. If we don't become demigods, with our current cultivation, it will completely weaken in less than a few thousand kilometers. Understood, he had to break through to demigod to find Medusa's location. Only by finding her could he get rid of her. Naga Shuang said, this is because we have already intercourse, which is why we have a huge advantage. Because we mean 2 demigods. In the words of Earth, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Half a year. Queen Medusa would only give him half a year at most. At that time, she might control Shima Ningning and enter the human countries, or even the Empire of Darkness, to carry out a precise massacre. Yang Dingtian couldn't let this happen. In this short month, Yang Dingtian could only completely ignore the countless humans who had turned into fossils and been killed. As long as he thought of the countless human fossils in his mind, his heart would even stop for an instant, and then shrink into a ball, as if this could alleviate the pain in his heart. Despite the fact that many of them had once opposed Yang Dingtian, scolded him, rebelled, and attacked the Radiant Parliament, the Radiant Parliament was still in the limelight. But in this great calamity, all humans should be the target of his protection and rescue. He had already saved a large number of them, but he had still lost so many. In the future, if the humans he had already protected encountered another calamity, Yang Dingtian suspected that he would collapse. Because that would prove that everything he had done was worthless. His struggles over the past 10 years, the sacrifices and struggles of countless elites of the Council of Light, would become meaningless. Xianxia, break through to demigod in half a year. You can use any means, light or dark, Yang Dingtian said. Is there any way? Any way? No. Naga Shuang was resolute. Then, Naga Shuang said, Husband, it's not just the human countries, but the entire chaotic world. The only place where you can break through to demigod is the dark throne of the Dark Kingdom. Even the remaining ruins of the old Naga Empire can't do it. The energy pressure is not enough. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang don't forget that I still have 2 energy gems. These are the 2 eyes on the Medusa trap guarding the ruins of the Naga Empire. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, they have devoured an unimaginable amount of energy. Not long ago, they devoured 4,900 future generations of Naga who were close to demigod. Naga Shuang said, I know, husband. Our minds are connected. Of course I know of their existence. Yang Dingtian said, even these 2 energy gems can't help us break through to demigod? Naga Shuang said, of course it's enough. It's enough for 10 or even 100 of us to break through to demigod, let alone the 2 of us. This Medusa trap was guarding the borders of the Naga Empire and had existed for millions of years. When the Naga Empire was still around, one of the gems had to be removed every 1,000 years to release its energy in the Naga Empire. After the fall of the Naga Empire, it hasn't been removed or released for at least 10,000 years. Therefore, the amount of energy contained in these gems is astronomical. Yang Dingtian took out an energy gem from his space ring. He really couldn't feel the existence of any energy at all. He couldn't imagine how such a small energy gem could contain such a huge amount of energy. Naga Shuang said, Husband, size no longer matters to these 2 energy bodies. Because its interior is also a huge independent space. It's like a sea of energy. Its interior can be a space of tens of thousands of miles. Yang Dingtian was very clear about this point. Naga Shuang said, and in fact, these 2 gems aren't products of the Naga Empire. They were left behind by you in the ancient era. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was completely astonished. She had originally thought that these 2 gems were created by the Naga Empire. She didn't expect them to be from the ancient era. Yang Dingtian asked, then, is there no way to devour the energy in them? Naga Shuang said, previously, in the Naga Empire. Dozens of powerful Naga demigods were needed to open this energy gem each time. It was opened bit by bit and released bit by bit. How could the 2 of us open it? Yes, such a huge amount of energy was condensed in this crystal. Yang Dingtian could imagine that it was completely impossible for her to open it. And even if she could open it, the only result would be that the human kingdoms within tens of thousands of miles would be completely destroyed, and the great cataclysm would come ahead of time. Because the energy inside was just too shocking. Just the 4,900 Naga demigods were more than what the human kingdoms could withstand. But now, the path was very clear. In the entire chaotic world, only the dark throne of the Empire of Darkness could break through to the demigod realm normally, but it would take more than a few hundred years. If she wanted to break through to the demigod realm in a short time, she could only devour these 2 ancient energy bodies. Medusa's trap eye gem, but it was impossible to open it, and even more impossible to devour its energy, but now, at this time. Anything that was impossible had to be tried. Conventional thinking was impossible, but if she changed her way of thinking, there might be a breakthrough and a surprise. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang I've decided. In the following time, our only mission is to study how to open these 2 ancient energy bodies and how to devour them. Naga Shuang said, yes, you're a male. You have the final say. Then, Naga Shuang said, Husband, you already have a direction, right? Yang Dingtian said, I vaguely have a direction. You said that it's not a product of the Naga Empire, but of the ancient era. Perhaps it's a product of tens of millions of years, or even longer. In that case, if we want to open it and devour it, we first have to know what it is. Naga Shuang said, "Husband, according to your boldest guess, what is it?" Yang Dingtian said, "I'll find the answer right away." Shuang wait for me. I believe that we'll know what it is soon. Then, Yang Dingtian turned into a stream of light and flew toward the west. Naga Shuang immediately knew where Yang Dingtian was going. That place could indeed find the answer, and even the method of opening and devouring. Where was Yang Dingtian going? The Forbidden Continent illusion. This was because almost all of the epics could be encountered in the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. Therefore, regarding these two ancient energy bodies, he believed that he could find the answer in the Forbidden Continent illusion. Yang Dingtian flew to the Forbidden Continent sea area as fast as he could. At this moment, there was no one guarding the crucial door of the human kingdom. Yang Dingtian immediately rushed in and immediately appeared in the Forbidden Continent's illusion realm. As if there was a memory archive, when Yang Dingtian first entered, it was still the progress of a few years ago. The entire chaotic world was in the sixth era. What Yang Dingtian had just entered was the boundless sea. In the depths of the sea, there were an astonishing number of giant beasts. Not only at the bottom of the sea, there were also giant beasts flying in the air. At that time, Yang Dingtian would have been killed instantly by these giant beasts. But now, Yang Dingtian was completely at ease. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to attack these giant beasts. Because these prehistoric giant beasts were all incomparably huge, but they only had infinite strength. They couldn't spit fire or electricity at all. If Yang Dingtian wanted to kill these giant beasts now, it would be a piece of cake. But what he needed now was to observe. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was still cultivating here, so it was still useless. He directly turned invisible and flew all the way to observe the sixth era of the prehistoric giant beasts. Because the space-time speed here was already very, very slow, many years here was only equivalent to a day in the human kingdom. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had a lot of time to observe this world. However, he didn't find anything different about this world. It was even similar to the legendary ancient Earth. In the sixth era, species were already very, very rich. Whether it was animals or plants, they already had the embryonic form of the entire world species. Even though the prehistoric giant beasts were the overlords of the entire world. But the impact on other animal species wasn't great. The entire world was a very complete biological chain. The order of nature would solve everything. The prehistoric giant beasts killed each other, and the war was endless. But they were all fighting with strength and teeth. Although there were countless casualties, it wouldn't lead to a mass extinction. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian had already discovered that there was more than one type of monkey. During the Jurassic period on Earth, dinosaurs ruled the forests, the sky, and the sea. And in the chaos world of the sixth era, the prehistoric behemoths also ruled the skies, the lands, and the seas. On Earth, legend had it that the impact of a meteorite had caused the extinction of the dinosaurs. But in the chaotic world, no one knew what caused the extinction of the prehistoric giant beasts. That was because they were probably the first generation overlords of the primal chaos world. They were definitely extinct. Yang Dingtian had been flying in the sixth era for 1 or 2 years, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He also didn't find anything related to the two ancient energy bodies in his hand. Thus, Yang Dingtian left the sixth era. Once again, they arrived at the dark void. The floating tower shuttled through the void. It represented the passage of time. In the endless void, Yang Dingtian could faintly see the figure of the fallen divine dragon again. It was still very blurry, faintly discernible. Soon, Yang Dingtian shuttled through millions of miles of the dark void. Actually, it was a kind of time travel. It might be tens of millions of years, or even longer. Soon, Yang Dingtian entered the seventh era. When he just entered, it was still the endless ocean. In the distance, it was still the endless forest. Soon, Yang Dingtian was discovered by a flying prehistoric giant beast. It rushed over. Yang Dingtian didn't care. Instead, he quickly flashed away to avoid it. Boom. At this moment, the flying prehistoric giant beast suddenly spewed out flames that soared into the sky. Separated by a few hundred miles, the soaring flames arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The temperature was more than tens of thousands of degrees. Yang Dingtian was stunned. In the last era, these prehistoric giant beasts only relied on their teeth and claws. They fought with brute force. How did they learn to breathe fire at this time? Moreover, Yang Dingtian quickly calculated the energy level of this flying giant beast in the air. Separated by a few hundred miles, the flames spewed out could still exceed tens of thousands of degrees. Moreover, it was just the temperature at the edge. Through simple calculations, Yang Dingtian came to the conclusion that the energy level of this flying giant beast was about the 27th order. Getting this answer, Yang Dingtian was stunned. A 27th order monster had completely surpassed the most powerful magic fire demonic phoenix. What exactly caused these monsters to have these changes? Just as Yang Dingtian was surprised, a terrifying shadow beast suddenly shuttled over from the side. It abruptly spat out a shocking bolt of lightning, which was several hundred kilometers in length, and viciously struck the body of the monster from before. Then, a fire-breathing beast and a lightning-breathing beast fought fiercely. Moreover, Yang Dingtian also found that this lightning-breathing beast was very similar to the night owl. It could be learned that it was the ancestor of the night owl. Yang Dingtian hid on the side and watched the two monsters fight. About half an hour later, the result came out. The fire-breathing beast was defeated and killed by the lightning-breathing beast. Then, the whole corpse was eaten alive by the lightning-breathing beast. Yang Dingtian hid and continued to fly forward. They discovered that the originally peaceful 6th era had already changed beyond recognition. Countless giant beasts were fighting crazily. The war between the giant beasts was everywhere. The attacks of wind, lightning, water, and fire destroyed countless forests and killed countless species. The entire world of the 7th era was in shambles. Moreover, in addition to eating leaves and meat to fill their stomachs, these monsters loved all kinds of stones more. Yes, they were just stones, not crystals. At most, they were some special ores. Yang Dingtian picked up all kinds of stones and found that they did contain all kinds of energy. However, it was very chaotic and the content was not high. These giant beasts were eating almost all the time. And Yang Dingtian found that the war between the giant beasts was completely for these special energy stones. Whether it was the bottom of the sea, mountains, forests, or snow, as long as there was an energy stone mine, it would all become the battlefield of the giant beasts. Moreover, Yang Dingtian also found a very interesting thing. That was, after these giant beasts ate these energy stones, they only took what they needed. The energy they did not need would be excreted as feces. And in these feces, there were countless transparent powders. Yang Dingtian washed these powders and found that they were actually the original form of crystals. These discoveries made Yang Dingtian a little excited. However, he still did not get what he wanted. What he wanted to find were the two ancient energy crystals. Medusa's trap gem, although, in the 7th era, the existence of energy had been discovered. But, regarding the two ancient energy bodies, he still did not find anything. Then, Yang Dingtian entered the 8th era. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He was stunned by the world of the 8th era. He was shocked to find that all the giant beasts had disappeared. As the overlords of the chaotic world for 2 generations, they were completely extinct. And Yang Dingtian had no idea how they became extinct. There were still many species on the ground. And the overlords of the 8th era had also appeared. They were actually humans. That's right, humans had actually become the overlords at this time. Of course, humans at this time looked very strange. Their limbs were thin and long, and their heads were huge. They were either hairy all over or naked all over. But without exception, everyone's eyes were very big, like a particularly bright crystal. In short, the humans of the 8th era were very ugly. Of course, these were not the reason why he was shocked. What made him completely shocked was the incomparably prosperous and brilliant civilization of the 8th era. The civilization of the 8th era was not only more prosperous than the human countries, it even surpassed the modern Earth. There were human cities everywhere, not only on land but also in the sea. There were countless super metropolises. There were even huge cities floating in the sky and huge pyramids everywhere. What shocked Yang Dingtian's heart was not only this. What shocked him the most was that the world of the Eighth Era was completely a world of energy civilization. There were huge spaceships in the sky and huge propellers on the ground. Every one of them was driven by energy arrays. Every spaceship, every huge building, and every huge pyramid was an individual energy array. Then, Yang Dingtian also witnessed the war of this world. It was completely filled with fantasy and science fiction. There were no human soldiers at all. All of them were huge spaceships shooting energy lights at each other in the sky. There were war chariots on the ground and energy warships in the sea. Here, Yang Dingtian also saw something. That was dark matter that could devour everything. It was dark matter that completely enveloped the Empire of Darkness and devoured the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. It was completely indestructible and could ignore any attack. It turned out that this kind of energy matter was created by the humans of the Eighth Era. It was not only an extremely powerful weapon, but also a powerful defense. Yang Dingtian was shocked to see that in the Eighth Era, the superpowers of the sea and the land were engaged in an earth-shattering war. As for the land, they activated a huge dark matter energy barrier to defend against any attack from the sea. At this moment, Yang Dingtian completely understood. The Empire of Darkness that Wentian discovered back then, the Empire of Darkness that was protecting tens of millions of humans, was created by the humans of the Eighth Era. In Yang Dingtian's opinion, the Empire of Darkness was incomparably huge and majestic. But in the Eighth Era, the scale of the entire Empire of Darkness was not worth mentioning at all. In the Eighth Era, the human empire spanned across the sea, the land, the sky. Every space spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. The entire Empire of Darkness was at most a big city in the Eighth Era. Or rather, it was a military camp. It could also be a refugee camp. In short, it wasn't a real city. The shock in Yang Dingtian's heart was indescribable. He didn't expect that the humans were actually the second-generation overlords of the primal chaos world before the Naga era. The humans here didn't have any martial strength. They were even much weaker than the current human countries. However, their energy civilization was tyrannical to the extreme. Their utilization of matter had reached the extreme. In fact, the power they grasped was enough to destroy the entire world many times over. Yang Dingtian knew that the Eighth Era had also perished. Almost none of the ancient humans were left. Then, how did it perish? Yang Dingtian didn't have the time to think about this for now. What he wanted to find was the two energy bodies in his hands. He flew through many cities invisibly, but he still couldn't find any traces of these two energy bodies. He was unwilling to give up and kept flying, searching. However, he soon flew to the edge of the human civilization. He actually flew to a barren land. This area wasn't big, spanning tens of thousands of miles. However, this area was already on the verge of death. It was roughly the same as the first and second dark domains. Yang Dingtian knew that this was the result of the first great nirvana annihilation. The expansion and war of the first-generation overlords, the energy beasts, had led to the first great nirvana annihilation. It formed this dark domain that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Not only the dark domain, Yang Dingtian also saw the embryonic form of the abyss border. This should be the first abyss border of the chaos world. The abyss border was born to devour the vitality continent. However, Yang Dingtian soon discovered that the abyss border here was actually motionless and did not devour the vitality continent. He couldn't help but be surprised. Therefore, he released the void-splitting fire and entered the abyss border to investigate. After entering, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned, because the abyss border here was completely different from what Yang Dingtian had experienced. After being refined by the void-splitting fire, it was still a transparent crystal. However, in the absolute transparency, there was a huge dragon, roaming and flying in the abyss border. This dragon was very, very huge, spanning hundreds of miles. Its appearance was almost completely the appearance of a fallen divine dragon. This was not what shocked Yang Dingtian. What shocked him was the dragon's two eyes. Each eye was incomparably huge, with a diameter of more than hundreds of thousands of meters. And if Yang Dingtian was not mistaken, the eyes of this huge dragon roaming in the abyss border were the eyes in Yang Dingtian's space ring. These two ancient energy bodies were the two-eye gems in Medusa's trap. In terms of shape, they were exactly the same. The light they released was like two suns, exactly the same as when Medusa set the trap. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Naga Shuang also let out a long sigh of relief. The answer was found. These two ancient energy crystals were actually the eyes of the fallen divine dragon in the abyss border. This discovery was indeed shocking. No wonder it was so powerful that it was suffocating. Even in the illusory realm of the taboo continent, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were telepathically connected. Shuang the two energy bodies in my hands are actually the eyes of the fallen divine dragon, Yang Dingtian said. However, Naga Shuang fell into a short silence. What's wrong? Shuang Yang Dingtian said. Naga Shuang said, husband, this doesn't make sense. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang you know that the fallen divine dragon has always been seducing different species. From the prehistoric beasts to the humans of the 8th era, to the Naga, the Fox Demon clan, and the Silent clan. The fallen divine dragon has never stopped seducing the races of the chaotic world, and many of the races it seduced have become the absolute overlords of the entire world. So, how did the fallen divine dragon seduce the races of this world? Perhaps these two eyes are the answer. Naga Shuang said, husband, think about it. Any race that is seduced by the fallen divine dragon will become powerful. But they are all powerful in terms of martial strength. Whether it is the prehistoric beasts, the Naga clan, or the Fox Demon clan, there is no exception. However, you see that the humans of the 8th era are very weak in terms of martial strength. They became the overlords of the chaotic world entirely because of their intelligence. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yes, Naga Shuang was right. The humans of the 8th era were the absolute overlords. Although Yang Dingtian did not know how they developed, there was no doubt that there was no race in the entire chaotic world that could fight against them. Shuang once the demigod Naga clan and the 8th era's humans start a war, who will win and who will lose? Yang Dingtian asked. Naga Shuang was silent for a moment and said, husband, I don't know. Because I don't know how far the 8th era's human civilization has developed in the illusory realm. Is it the middle stage or the peak stage? But if it is only at this stage, the Naga Empire can still win. However, if human civilization continues to develop, the Naga Empire may lose. Yang Dingtian, Shuang if your guess is correct. The humans of the 8th era did not rely on the fallen divine dragons to become the overlords of the world. They relied entirely on their own wisdom. Then, what does this have to do with whether or not these two energy bodies are the eyes of the fallen divine dragon? Naga Shuang said, husband, the two energy forms in your hands are very powerful. However, it doesn't seem to be qualified to be the eyes of a fallen divine dragon. Although Naga Shuang had no evidence to back up her claims, Yang Dingtian could vaguely sense this. Although these two energy bodies contained an astronomical amount of energy, as the eyes of a fallen divine dragon, they still seemed to be lacking. Moreover, it was unlikely that the fallen divine dragon's eyes had been gouged out. In fact, the fallen divine dragon might not even have a body, so there were no so-called eyes. Yang Dingtian, Shuang what do you think these two energy bodies are? Naga Shuang said, husband, have you noticed? The abyss border you see has stopped and is quiet. It has not been devouring the living continents. Yang Dingtian could not help but recall carefully, and it was indeed so. Every abyss border that Yang Dingtian had seen, even if it was a temporary one, was constantly devouring. At this moment, the abyss border was absolutely still, as if it was not functioning at all. At first glance, this did not seem to be anything, but upon further thought, it was very terrifying. The abyss border was the most powerful place in the entire chaotic world, devouring everything. Now, it had actually violated its own laws and stopped devouring. Naga Shuang said, the humans of the 8th era were very, very powerful. They also discovered this abyss border and devoured the living continents day after day. It was the greatest crisis of the chaotic world. Therefore, they wanted to stop this and stop the abyss border from devouring. I don't know how they did it, but it's obvious that they did it. Yang Dingtian nodded. Naga Shuang continued, therefore, according to my conjecture, the dragon you saw at the abyss border was fake, a pseudo-divine dragon. It was an energy body created by the humans of the 8th era and placed at the abyss border to prevent the abyss border from spreading and protect the living continents. Yang Dingtian was astonished. Was this giant dragon a fake? It was created by the humans of the 8th era? These two energy bodies were the eyes of the pseudo-divine dragon? Were they also created by the ancient human civilization? Naga Shuang said, in order to prove this point, husband, why don't you stay here and observe for a while? Yang Dingtian nodded. Following this, Yang Dingtian stayed at the abyss border all the time. Sometimes, he was in the dark realm, sometimes on the living continents, and sometimes on the abyss border. In any case, many years here were only a few days in the outside world. Just like that, he waited here every day. Time passed day by day, month by month, year by year. Of course, this kind of absolute waiting time was not unbearable. Because it was very likely that he would get the most useful answer and also the unveiling of a huge mystery. At least during this period, he learned a trick. That was, completely purify the abyss border at the beginning and then jump in. After entering the abyss border, immediately shrink the void cracking fire to only about 1 cubic meter of essence. In this way, not only was it absolutely safe, but he could also observe the inside of the abyss border and move freely in the abyss border. This was something that he couldn't do before no matter what he did. The most important thing was that he saved a lot of mystical chi. Finally, one day, Yang Dingtian arrived. On this day, Yang Dingtian was in a small purification space, wandering the entire abyss border. Suddenly, two incomparably huge energy formation castles flew over from afar. They were really, really huge, more than tens of thousands of meters in diameter, as tall as mountains. It was more similar to the Dark Castle in the Empire of Darkness, but much more advanced. Inside the Dark Castle, it was dark, but this huge flying castle was completely brightly lit. Then, these two huge flying castles floated at the edge of the abyss border. Then, a huge light energy formation was activated, producing a strong suction force. Then, Yang Dingtian saw the giant dragon roaming at the abyss border slowly fly up. It left the abyss border and was slowly sucked into the energy formation under the huge castle. And as soon as this giant dragon left, the abyss border immediately recovered its original function, constantly devouring the vitality of the continent, constantly spreading, and constantly nibbling away. Naga Shuang's inference was correct. It was indeed a pseudo-divine dragon, created by humans at that time. Its body was made of a special kind of energy. It could be seen but not touched. Only its two eyes were energy bodies, but they actually existed. It was between an energy body and a material body. Two huge energy bodies took out the pseudo-divine dragon's two eyes. Each eye was a huge energy ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Then, one of the flying castles stretched out a huge snow-white energy probe over thousands of meters long. Yang Dingtian felt that this probe was very similar to the one in the Celestial Palace. Then, from the other flying castle, a huge energy probe also stretched out. It was the same size, but it was black. The pseudo-divine dragon's huge eyes floated between the two probes. Suddenly, boom 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 boom, the two probes violently struck, emitting an incomparably powerful energy. A ray of black energy and a ray of white energy suddenly pierced through the two eye energy bodies and met in the middle. Boom 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 boom, they kept colliding. Yang Dingtian didn't even know how much energy was inside. That was because the energy released by each attack was from the flying castle's attack. Boom, the last earth-shattering collision. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian discovered that the energy bodies of the two eyes were merely connected together. And in the middle of them, there was a faintly discernible dark energy door. Then, a few humans floated out, drilled into this dark energy door, and disappeared from sight. At this time, Yang Dingtian was floating on the surface of the abyss border. The top of his head had been purified like a transparent crystal. Thus, he was able to see everything clearly. Dozens of humans entered the energy body space. This lasted for several hours. Only then did these people leave. Then, the two probes retracted. The dark energy door closed. Two huge energy tentacles put the two huge energy bodies back into the pseudo-divine dragon's eye sockets. Then, this giant dragon flew back into the abyss border and continued to roam. Then, the swallowing and spreading of the abyss border immediately stopped. After everything was done, the two huge flying castles left. Xianxia, you guessed right. These two energy bodies in my hands are indeed products created by humans in the 8th era. Yang Dingtian said, they are the pseudo-divine dragon's eyes. Naga Shuang said, husband, did you see it just now? The two castles stretched out black and white probes and opened an energy door. Then these humans entered the energy bodies for maintenance. Yang Dingtian said, I saw it. Naga Shuang'er said, if I'm not wrong, the amount of energy in these two pseudo-mystical dragon eyes is an astronomical figure. The terrifying swallowing force released by the abyss border was all absorbed by it. But every once in a while, it has to be cleaned inside to prevent it from overloading and losing its function. Yang Dingtian nodded. The humans in the 8th era were really awesome. They could even resist the abyss border. Naga Shuang said, moreover, the energy contained in these two energy bodies is astronomical, so they can't be opened. Once opened, the energy burst out and is completely destructive. So, they opened an energy door between the two energy bodies and entered. This is because the two energy bodies are of the yin and yang dual attributes. When the energy door is in the middle of the two energy bodies, it will reach a balance, and the energy inside will not overflow. So, there won't be an earth-shattering explosion. Yang Dingtian said, yes, so we have to find a way to open an energy door between these two energy bodies and then enter to devour. Devour the endless energy inside. Yes. Naga Shuang said, okay, husband, you can come out. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He wanted to go to the next era. He wanted to know how the human civilization in the 8th era was destroyed. How did the demigod Naga rise? But there was one thing that proved that although the human civilization in the 8th era was destroyed, the genes of the demigods were very important. However, the fallen divine dragon valued the genes in their bodies very much. Therefore, every time he created a demigod race in the future, he would borrow human genes. Although the humans in the later generations were not so smart. But it was clear that the ancient human genes still existed in their bodies. Naga Shuang said, husband, if the next era is the rise of the Naga Empire, you will be in danger. Then you will be in great danger. No matter how fast you fly or how invisible you are, you will not be able to escape the Naga's pursuit. Although you won't really die in an illusion, the damage to your brain and spirit will be huge. Also, we've got the answer we want. I think you can come out. Yang Dingtian felt that Naga Shuang was right. He said, okay, I'll come out. Then, Yang Dingtian flew to the starting point of the 8th era. He shuttled back and forth in the void between the 8th and 7th era. Soon, Yang Dingtian left the illusion of the taboo continent and returned to the Skull Hall. At this time, he couldn't leave through the door of the human kingdom. Yang Dingtian had to go back through the Little Western Paradise. Opening the door of the Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian flew into the Little Western Paradise. After entering the Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian almost immediately saw the incomparably beautiful and huge statue of Medusa in the distance. His heart suddenly trembled, and he felt a chill. He thought that Medusa only killed humans, but he didn't expect that the Demon Fox clan would be killed as well. The killing formation of Medusa, which was tens of thousands of meters tall, stood quietly in the center of the Little Western Paradise, as if it was sneering at him. Yang Dingtian quickly flew into the city of the Little Western Paradise. Sure enough, there were countless fossils. All the demon foxes, whether in human form or demon fox form, had all turned into stones. They were densely packed, countless, and lifelike. Fortunately, hundreds of thousands of demon foxes had already retreated to the Empire of Darkness in advance. Otherwise, the Demon Fox clan would have been completely extinct. But soon, Yang Dingtian made another discovery. Although all the demon foxes in the city had turned into fossils, but many demon foxes in the mountain were still there. As Yang Dingtian flashed around, he discovered plenty of demon foxes that were hiding and shivering. These demon foxes were very low level, and their bloodline was also very low. They were all in fox form, but they still had some intelligence. Yang Dingtian didn't disturb them, but left quietly. He entered the Buzhou mountain domain, opened the space door, and entered the torn space. Then, he passed through the torn space and entered the human kingdom. Finally, Yang Dingtian came to the ruins of the Sky Demon City, melted the dark matter, and entered the Empire of Darkness. He entered the Celestial Palace. At this time, the Naga Shuang also stopped devouring energy. Yang Dingtian took out the two energy bodies. Now that he knew its origin and the amount of energy it contained, it was enough for him to break through dozens of demigods. He also knew that the only way to devour it was to enter it. Then, the only thing left to do was to find a way to open an energy door between the two energy bodies. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, Shuang in the illusion mirror, I saw that it was yin and yang energy. It violently collided and opened an energy door. This is very similar to the way I create the space door. Shuang said, Husband, these two energy bodies are a separate plane space. So it is a space door, but it is not only a space door, it is also similar to the dark energy door created by the void-splitting fire. Because, when the Naga Empire didn't have the greater space technique, dozens of demigods Naga could extract power from these two energy bodies. Yang Dingtian nodded. That was indeed the case. Then, he said, there's no time to lose. Let's start trying to open the space door between these two energy bodies now. The sooner the better. Yang Dingtian immediately used the greater space technique to try to open a spatial door between the two energy bodies. Without a doubt, he failed. Next, Yang Dingtian opened a fiery void gate, but he also failed. Then, Yang Dingtian combined the fiery void gate and the spatial door. Although it was very difficult, Yang Dingtian still managed to do it. First of all, he opened another spatial portal in the fire-split void gate. After failing, he opened a spatial rift in the middle of the spatial rift. All of them had failed. All of his attempts had failed. Naga Shuang said, Husband, this energy body is far more complicated than we imagined. Perhaps we have to do exactly what we saw in the Forbidden Continent's illusion to open a door to enter this energy body. Yang Dingtian recalled the two flying castles in the Forbidden Continent's illusion. They each had two energy probes, and then wildly spat out energy to collide with each other. Moreover, the black and white energy had penetrated the energy body and collided with each other in the middle, creating a door to enter the energy body. Yang Dingtian said. In the illusion, the two huge flying castles were very similar to the dark castle here, but they were not the same. Moreover, there are no energy probes in our dark castle. Naga Shuang said, There are no energy probes in the dark castle, but there are in the Skirich imperial capital. Then, she looked up at the top of the celestial palace. A huge probe probed from top to bottom. It was at least a few hundred miles long. Compared to the probe in the illusion, it was many times larger. Yang Dingtian said, But there is only one probe in the Skirich imperial capital, and it is colorless and transparent. Naga Shuang said, Husband, this Skirich imperial capital is far more complicated than you think. In fact, it is not just what we are showing now. It does have two yin and yang probes. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. Why do you say that? Naga Shuang replied, Because I have second-level control over the throne of darkness, I have a deeper understanding of the Skirich imperial capital than you do. Yang Dingtian asked, Then, do you have a way to get the second energy probe out now? Naga Shuang said, No, in fact, I separated the yin and yang dual elemental celestial palace, including the yin and yang dual elemental energy probe. Yang Dingtian was surprised. Separate? Although the entire celestial hall looks black, that is because of the Empire of Darkness background. In fact, it is colorless. It's a combination of yin and yang, and it can separate yin and yang. Naga Shuang continued, However, it's a pity. Splitting the yin and yang energy of the celestial hall is the highest authority of the throne of darkness. I'm unable to do it. Only Wendian alone can do it. Yang Dingtian was really stunned. He really didn't know anything about this. Yang Dingtian was stunned and immediately fell into hesitation. Yang Dingtian no longer doubted Wendian's position. However, he was once a spiritual puppet of the soul-leaving palace, so Medusa might have left a mark in his mind. Even if Medusa couldn't control Wendian's will, she might be able to probe his vision. In that case, everything that Wendian experienced would be known to Medusa. Wendian was worried about this, so he sealed himself in ice early. He didn't want to give Medusa any chance to take advantage of him. Now, should he awaken Wendian? Should he take the risk? Naga Shuang didn't say anything. She quietly waited for Yang Dingtian's decision. To be honest, she didn't care at all. Although she wanted to break through to the demigod realm, she didn't care about the safety of the remaining humans. However, she had been mentally connected with Yang Dingtian for a long time. Therefore, she could empathize with Yang Dingtian's feelings. Shuang do you think Medusa can see everything through Wendian? Yang Dingtian asked. Naga Shuang said, Husband, this is my opinion. Medusa can see everything through Shiman Ningning. Moreover, she can directly control Shiman Ningning's will. Because they are mother and daughter, they share the same energy. Although their mother-daughter relationship is different from our husband-wife relationship, they are the same in some aspects. It's just that they are different, while we are completely sharing the same energy. Yang Dingtian said, Continue. Yang Dingtian could immediately guess what Naga Shuang was thinking if he used his heart to probe. However, Yang Dingtian rarely did this. He preferred to communicate with others. On the other hand, Naga Shuang liked to directly read Yang Dingtian's mind. Naga Shuang said, Wendian was once a spiritual puppet of Medusa. Therefore, Queen Medusa must have left a spiritual imprint in his brain. This is without a doubt. These spiritual imprints are like a Trojan horse hidden in the brain. They can steal the memories and consciousness of the spiritual puppet. It seemed that Naga Shuang had read almost every inch of Yang Dingtian's memory. She even knew about the computer Trojan horse. Naga Shuang continued, however, this spiritual imprint is the same as the Trojan horse program on Earth. After it steals the information, it can only contact the hacker's master through the network and transmit the stolen information to its master. The so-called network should be the energy base of these spiritual puppets when they enter the soul-departing palace. Not every place can be connected to the soul-departing palace. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, That makes sense. Naga Shuang said, This is only my guess. I can't guarantee it. The decision still needs to be made by my husband. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know. I have already made my decision. Open the energy gate to Wendian's secret room. Yes. Naga Shuang sat on the dark throne and opened an energy gate. Yang Dingtian directly flew out and entered the secret room where Wendian was. After draining the unfreezing water, he released Wendian's spiritual seal, mystic meridian seal, and energy sea seal. Soon, Wendian woke up. When he saw Yang Dingtian, he couldn't help but be startled and said, What's wrong? Yang Dingtian said, I need your help. Wendian said, Are you sure? You should know that the soul-departing palace left an imprint in my brain. Yang Dingtian said, I know, but I have to do this. Wendian immediately stood up and said, Okay, let's go. Then, he directly flew towards the celestial palace. He naturally knew that Yang Dingtian only needed his help with one thing, and that was to use the highest authority of the Throne of Darkness. Because to Yang Dingtian, this was currently Wendian's greatest and only use. After entering the celestial Great Hall, Naga Shuang had already left. Wendian directly flew to the Throne of Darkness and sat down. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and wanted to tell Wendian about this matter. No, don't tell me anything. Wendian said, You just need to tell me what I should do. Yang Dingtian was startled and then nodded. Wendian was very cautious. This was for the sake of confidentiality. This was also a form of trust. Yang Dingtian said, Please use the highest authority of the Throne of Darkness to separate the yin and yang of the celestial palace. Wendian's eyes narrowed and said, The energy consumption might be very, very large. Yang Dingtian said, There's no other way. Wendian nodded and said, Okay. Then, his entire soul and consciousness completely merged into the Throne of Darkness. He used the highest authority of the Throne of Darkness to separate the yin and yang of the celestial palace. Then, Yang Dingtian saw an incomparably magnificent and incomparably strange scene. The entire celestial palace and the huge energy probe were slowly separating the yin and yang. It was just like the separation of the spatial rending fire that Yang Dingtian saw. From the transparent flame, it became black and white. The entire celestial palace seemed to have become a shadow. From being colorless, it became black and white. It was as if the black and white shadows of the celestial palace were originally completely overlapping, but now, they were separating bit by bit. Therefore, there were two celestial palaces, but at this moment, most of them were still overlapping. Bit by bit, they were separating bit by bit. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the entire Skirich imperial capital was spinning faster and faster. The energy consumption of the several continents was also increasing and increasing. In fact, Yang Dingtian could even feel the drastic changes in the yin-yang mirror, the demon domain, and the world of ice and snow. The celestial palaces were separating faster and faster. And Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were like a completely independent third party. They were not in the black celestial palace, nor were they in the white celestial palace. Instead, they were floating in the void. Rumble, the yin and yang shadows of the celestial palace were separating with difficulty. Time passed by minute by minute. A few minutes, a quarter of an hour, half an hour, 2 hours, in the end, a full 5 hours passed. Boom. The separation of the yin and yang dual systems was completely over. Then, Yang Dingtian saw two celestial palaces and two huge probes. The one facing up was the white Yang celestial palace, and the huge energy probe was also white. The one facing up was the black yin celestial palace, and the huge energy probe was black. The yin and yang dual system celestial palace, one black and one white, shared a middle floor. And this floor was still colorless. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were standing on this middle floor. Wendian said, "The yin and yang dual systems of the celestial palace have been separated. What should we do next?" Yang Dingtian, bring the yin and yang probes closer to each other until they are only 19 centimeters away. Wendian did as he was told. The two probes kept getting closer and closer. Finally, they were only 19 centimeters away. These two probes were both hundreds of miles long, and 19 centimeters in the middle meant that they were almost completely next to each other. Throughout the whole process, in order to keep it a secret, Wendian closed his eyes and did not look at anything. Yang Dingtian took out two energy bodies of the pseudo-divine dragon's eyes and placed them between the two probes. The diameter of the two energy bodies added up to 19 centimeters. These two energy bodies were completely next to each other and connected to the two probes. It was exactly the same as what Yang Dingtian saw in the illusion of the taboo continent. Yang Dingtian, the third step is to control the yin and yang probes and release energy. From small to large, the energy will collide. Wendian said, "May I ask if it's the yin and yang energy of the chaos attribute or the direct yin and yang energy?" Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and recalled the scene in the illusion of the taboo continent. The yin and yang energy of the chaos attribute was completely different from the direct yin and yang energy. Of course, the consequences were also different. The direct yin and yang dual energy collision was basically a result of nothingness. The collision of the yin and yang dual energy of the chaos attribute would produce shocking lightning. The energy of the Skirich imperial capital was astonishing. Once the lightning burst out, the power was incomparably shocking. "It's the direct yin and yang dual energy," Naga Shuang said. She could see everything that Yang Dingtian saw, and she saw it much more clearly than Yang Dingtian. In fact, he could even read the memories in Yang Dingtian's mind over and over again. Therefore, she was completely sure that it was the direct yin and yang dual energy. This was strange. The result of the pure yin and yang dual energy collision was basically nothingness. Even the spatial door was not directly created by the yin and yang dual energy collision. The humans of the 8th era used the huge collision of the yin and yang dual energy to activate the energy bodies. Yang Dingtian and even Naga Shuang found it hard to understand. After Naga Shuang answered, Wendian did not immediately execute it. Instead, he was still waiting for Yang Dingtian's order. Yang Dingtian, the direct yin and yang dual energy. "Okay," Wendian said. Naga Shuang didn't really care about this scene. Then, Wendian controlled the entire Skirich imperial capital and began to extract the huge amount of energy from the continents. At first, he used a relatively small amount of energy. Brew, 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 he injected the yin and yang dual energy into the two probes. Then, he suddenly collided. Boom. Two powerful waves of energy suddenly shot out from the probes, penetrating the two energy bodies and colliding in the middle. Then, nothing happened, the yin and yang dual energy cancelled each other out and turned into nothingness. However, the door to the energy bodies did not open at all. Wendian continued to brew the energy and raised it to another level before colliding again. Boom. The result of the collision was still nothingness. There was no reaction. Boom. 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 They collided a total of 9 times. There was no result. Every time, the yin and yang dual energy cancelled each other out and turned into nothingness. Wendian suddenly said, Yang Ding Tian, the energy has already reached a very high level. If you increase the level of energy, it might cause the Empire of Darkness to become unstable. It might even cause the energy supply to stop. Yang Ding Tian understood this point. Once the energy supply stopped, the Empire of Darkness inertial rotation would stop. Even some of the remote dark castles would be directly torn apart. At this time, there were countless people in the dark castles. Once it was torn apart, the consequences would be unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ding Tian said, Continue. Yes. Wendian said. Then, he once again condensed the energy and raised it to another level. Brew, 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 it was brewing to the extreme. Suddenly, the light of the entire firmament palace dimmed. All the dark castles and the surroundings dimmed. Countless energy arrays, countless reaction arrays, all stopped. The Darkness Empire had reached the limit of what they could bear. Now, it was very, very dangerous. If they failed this time, it would be impossible to raise the energy level again. The only result would be the destruction of the dark castles and the death of countless people. This time, if they failed again, they would have to give up. Yang Ding Tian and Naga Shuang looked at each other and then said, Father-in-law, this is the last time. If you fail, give up. Yes. Wendian said. Then, his consciousness suddenly moved. Boom. An incomparably powerful yin and yang dual energy shot out from the yin-yang probe, piercing through the energy body of the pseudo-divine dragon's eye and meeting in the air. Swish. An incomparably strange light. Then, an energy door appeared. In between the two energy bodies, a door appeared, directly leading to the two energy bodies. Yang Ding Tian finally succeeded. They opened the door of these two energy bodies and obtained incomparably powerful energy. Breaking through to the demigod realm was right in front of them. He had succeeded. He had finally succeeded. It was exactly the same as in the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. An absolutely balanced energy door had been opened between the two energy bodies. Using the Skirich imperial capital's yin and yang energies to collide could indeed open the door. The next step was to enter the energy body space and devour the endless energy. Yang Dingtian's figure flashed as he was about to enter the energy door. At this moment, the two energy balls were still less than 10 centimeters in diameter, and the energy door was only about 10 centimeters tall at most. However, the size and volume of the door no longer mattered to Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang. Naga Shuang said, No, husband, I'll go in first. After saying that, Shuang turned into a stream of light and directly entered the energy gate. If this had happened in the past, Naga Shuang's behavior would have been easily misunderstood as greed and wanting to monopolize the energy inside. However, in reality, she was only concerned about Yang Dingtian's safety. The two of them shared a life, so she would go in first to check it out. Even if there was any danger, as long as Yang Dingtian was safe outside, she would not die. When she entered the energy body space, Yang Dingtian immediately read her vision. Therefore, everything that Naga Shuang saw, Yang Dingtian could also see. Whoosh, like a stream of light, she rushed into the energy body space. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were instantly stunned. Naga Shuang had entered a yin-type energy body. The space inside was indeed incomparably huge. It was so huge that Yang Dingtian could not imagine it at all. The entire space was formed by a huge energy vortex. The energy vortex was incomparably complex, layer after layer. It was incomparably complex and exquisite. Layer after layer, and ring after ring. It really looked like the interior of a computer's CPU. It was also as complicated as the dark vortex created by the dark mystic flame when creating an isolated space. Dark vortexes of various sizes were required. In total, hundreds of thousands or even millions of dark vortexes were required. Every loop, every size, and every energy could not be wrong. Therefore, the dark vortex could also be called an incomparably complex energy machine. The interior of the energy body that Yang Dingtian was looking at was even more intricate and mysterious than the dark vortex that created the space door. There were tens of millions of energy lines that could be seen with the naked eye. These tens of millions of strands of energy were interconnected, forming an incomparably mysterious spatial world. The Naga Shuang had completely returned to its Naga form. Its body, which was hundreds of meters long, looked like a speck of dust in this space. Yang Dingtian was truly shocked. Not only that, in the center of this incomparably huge energy vortex, there was a huge energy gathering point, just like the moon. All the vortex patterns would pass through it. This moon-like energy gathering point was the core of the entire energy space. Yang Dingtian understood. After all the energy was devoured, it would pass through this complex and intricate energy vortex channel and gather at the gathering point. Then, it would be released and re-entered into the vortex channel. This was a completely sealed system. Incomparably powerful energy kept flowing in and out, maintaining an absolute balance. Even if the energy was incomparably huge, the entire space would not be destroyed or collapse. The Naga Shuang did not immediately take action to devour the energy. Husband, the energy formation here is extremely intricate. We can't damage it at all. If we damage it, the entire space will be destroyed and collapse. At that time, the entire empire of darkness will be destroyed, the Naga Shuang said. Yang Dingtian nodded in agreement. The Naga Shuang said, these countless vortexes are complex energy channels. Countless amounts of energy flow in and out of them. Once they are blocked, it will cause a complete collapse. Therefore, as long as we devour the energy here, the flow will be interrupted and the entire energy space will collapse. Yang Dingtian could see all of this. Not only that, but he could also see that the energy gate formed by the collision between the two energy bodies was not a spatial gate at all. Instead, when the energy of the collision exceeded a certain limit, the amount of energy per unit of time exceeded the limit of the energy body's individual meridians. In order to protect themselves, the two energy bodies closed their respective energy loops, forming a yin and yang connection. Originally, the yin and yang dual energy bodies were independent and sealed circulation systems. Now that they had been completely opened, it became a circulation system between the two energy bodies. The yin and yang energies intersected in the middle, canceling each other out and turning into nothingness. Therefore, an entrance had appeared. That's right, this so-called energy gate was not a gate at all. It was nothing more than nothingness. This was because the energy had reached its limit, so the yin and yang intersected, and the huge amount of energy turned into nothingness to release the excess energy. Therefore, using the yin-yang probe and the huge energy collision did not open any spatial gate at all. Instead, it created an energy load and activated the self-protection mechanism of the energy bodies. Therefore, these two energy bodies were nothing more than incomparably precise energy machines. In other words, these two energy bodies were now rapidly releasing their energy. Countless yin and yang dual energy were turning into nothingness and being wasted. Yang Dingtian was really amazed. Any extremely complicated and mysterious machine was, to a large extent, based on an absolutely simple theoretical foundation. For example, a computer's CPU, to put it bluntly, was a choice between 0 and 1. As for these two energy bodies, they were yin and yang. But when the two were independent, they allowed the energy to flow quickly and maintain an absolute balance. When the energy was overloaded, the yin and yang would intersect and release the excess energy. It was such a simple theory, yet it had created such a powerful energy machine. Husband, the humans of the 8th era are really great, Naga Shuang said. In fact, they are even more powerful than the Naga race. Because they became the overlords of the chaotic world without relying on the fallen divine dragons. They can even stop the destruction of the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian said, yes, now I finally know why the fallen divine dragons had to use human genes when creating the demigod race. Therefore, the so-called demigod race is simply a combination of the fallen divine dragons and humans. Naga Shuang said, husband, but what do we do now? The structure of the energy vortex inside is extremely complicated. Any obstruction, any damage, any influence can destroy its delicate and mysterious system and cause the entire energy body to collapse. Therefore, there is no way to devour it. Yes, although the entire energy body contained incomparably powerful energy. But no matter what point it was, it could not be devoured. Even if there was an extremely weak damage, it would cause collapse and destruction. And most importantly, all the energy channels here were sealed and circulated. There was no way to enter, let alone open a gap. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to think. It was definitely impossible to enter the vortex channel and devour it directly. That would interrupt the energy flow and cause it to collapse. Then, should he drill directly into the core of the energy body? Of course not. Most likely, he would collapse before he could even enter. Moreover, to enter the core, he must pass through the extremely complicated vortex energy channel. There must be a way, there must be a way. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. Yes, there was a way. Now, the two energy bodies were connected, constantly releasing their own yin and yang energy, causing them to fuse and turn into nothingness. Then, there must be a vortex channel between the two energy bodies of the pseudo-divine dragon's eye. Endless yin and yang energy flowed out and mixed in the middle. Then, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang'er would be able to replace this intersection point. In other words, the vortex energy channels of the two energy bodies each had an interface. The two interfaces were connected together, causing yin and yang to converge. Then, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang would replace these two interfaces. Yang Dingtian would be the yang interface, and Naga Shuang would be the yang interface. In this way, the energy that was constantly being neutralized and melted was poured into Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's bodies. However, the amount of energy that flowed out per unit of time was astronomical. Could Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's bodies and energy reserves withstand it? After all, this was the energy of two different worlds. After devouring for more than 10,000 years, the amount of energy accumulated was extremely shocking. If Yang Dingtian and Shuang'er's bodies couldn't withstand it, the only outcome was that they would immediately turn into ashes. "Husband, we can't withstand it," Naga Shuang said directly. She had been reading Yang Dingtian's mind all this time. "Husband, your method is absolutely feasible," Naga Shuang said, "but the amount of energy released per unit of time by these two energy bodies is too shocking. We can't withstand it." Yang Dingtian asked, "How big is it, specifically?" Naga Shuang said, "It exceeds the capacity of our profound veins by 89.5 times. The only outcome is that we will turn into ashes." Then, Shuang'er said, "When we were in the Naga Empire, these two energy bodies had to be removed every 1,000 years. Then, a dozen or so demigods Naga would be released and devoured at the same time. But now, it has been accumulating energy for more than 10,000 years. The last time, it devoured the energy reserves of 4,900 demigods Naga. Therefore, the amount of energy released by these two energy channels is far, far beyond our limits." Yang Dingtian asked, "Is there no other way?" Naga Shuang said, "Of course there is." She revealed a rare mischievous smile and said, "Your idea is for us to block the release ports of these two energy bodies so that powerful energy can enter my body. But actually, we can connect the two ports together. This way, part of the energy will enter our energy reserves first. Most of the energy that exceeds the capacity will still pass through our bodies, merge with each other, and turn into nothingness." Yang Dingtian was startled and asked, "Is this possible?" Naga Shuang said, "Of course it is, because our bodies are now absolute energy bodies without any impurities. They may not be able to withstand the energy as containers, but they are completely fine as energy conductors." Yang Dingtian asked, "Then, how do we connect our bodies? What kind of method do we use to connect our bodies?" Naga Shuang said, "How did we merge last time? How do we connect this time?" "Ah." Yang Dingtian said in astonishment, "It's not good to do that kind of thing at a time like this. Alright, I'm just trying to cheer you up. It's just the most basic connection. Even a handshake is fine." Naga Shuang said, "Alright, husband. You should enter the positive energy body and find the junction of the two energy bodies." Whoosh. Yang Dingtian turned into a stream of light and drilled into the other energy body. The structure of this energy body was exactly the same as Naga Shuang's. The size was also exactly the same. It was also an incomparably huge energy vortex formation. However, the one Shuang'er was in was of the negative attribute. The entire energy body was bluish-white, like moonlight. The energy convergence point in the middle was also like a moon. In the energy space Yang Dingtian was in, all the energy was fiery red. The energy convergence point in the middle was like a sun. The two of them kept approaching the junction of the two energy bodies. From the outside, the place where the two energy bodies were connected was just a single point. From the inside, the diameter of the two energy bodies was more than 10,000 miles. However, the junction couldn't be too big. Yang Dingtian and Shuang'er kept flying. Before long, they saw the junction of the two energy bodies. The entire energy body was a sealed world. The junction was an energy exit. The two exits were closely connected. Yang Dingtian saw that the diameter of the energy exit was less than 1 meter. The energy tunnel connected to the exit released endless energy. Now, what Yang Dingtian had to do was to rush over and block the exit to let the energy flow into his body. Of course, there was a time difference. Husband, as long as it lasts for 0.01 seconds, this energy can shatter our bodies and turn us into ashes. Naga Shuang'er said, but our bodies can still withstand it for less than this time. So, in this 0.01 seconds, we have to complete the following things. At the same time, we have to block the energy exit. At the same time, we have to hold our hands and let our bodies connect to reopen the yin-yang channel between the two energy bodies. We have to complete it within 0.01 seconds, and we have to complete it at the same time. Otherwise, there will only be one result, and that is instant death. This was completely impossible. If it were anyone else in the world, they would not be able to do it. It was impossible to complete the above actions in 0.01 seconds, let alone two people doing it at the same time. However, for Naga Shuang and Yang Dingtian, it was as easy as blowing off dust. It didn't even take half the time to complete these things. They could teleport instantly. Moreover, all the actions were done at the same time. There was no problem. This was because the two of them were spiritually connected. Whoosh, the two of them turned into streams of light and easily blocked the exits of the two energy bodies. Then, the two of them held hands and connected their bodies. The whole process was completed in less than a third of the allotted time. There was no flaw in it. It was extremely painful to have such a powerful energy flow into one's body. However, everything happened too quickly. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang didn't feel anything. In the shortest amount of time, Yang Dingtian and Shuang'er replaced the two energy exits and completed the fusion of the two energy bodies. Then, an endless amount of energy poured into their qi seas. Of course, less than 2% of the energy entered their sea of qi. The remaining yin and yang energies cancelled each other out and neutralized each other. The whole process was flawless. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the energy from before was like an ocean. At this time, the energy was like a vast universe, crazily pouring in. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's boundless sea of qi began to rise, and their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. At this time, the energy poured into Yang Dingtian was completely according to his tolerance limit. So now, Yang Dingtian wanted to know how the energy pouring into their bodies was compared to when they were in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Naga Shuang said, the energy concentration is several times higher than when we were in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. The energy flow speed is countless times higher than in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Yang Dingtian was stunned. So high, Yang Dingtian knew that the energy pouring in was higher than in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. But in terms of energy concentration, in the energy core of the ruins of the old Naga Empire, the qi hundreds of thousands of times higher was already solid and in the form of energy crystals. It should have reached the highest level. But why was the energy concentration in this ancient energy formation more than 10 times higher than in the solid qi crystals? Because of their telepathic connection, Naga Shuang immediately knew Yang Dingtian's doubts. She smiled and said, "Husband, let me give you an example. In your generation on Earth, when radio communication was first used, how many radio signals could be transmitted or received by a machine? Later, electric cables were used to transmit electronic signals, which improved by more than 100 times. Later, optical cables were used to transmit optical signals, which improved by more than 100 times. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian understood. In the human countries, ordinary cultivation was the breathing of qi, which was equivalent to receiving signals through radio. The signal per unit of time was just listening to the radio. At this time, qi energy was illusory, invisible, and untouchable. In the ruins of the old Naga Empire, directly swallowing qi crystals was equivalent to transmitting electronic signals through cables. So, images could be transmitted. The amount of signal transmitted per second was more than a few megabytes. At this time, qi energy was solidified into crystals. In this ancient energy formation, swallowing energy was equivalent to transmitting optical signals through optical cables. The amount of signal transmitted per second could reach more than a few terabytes. Yang Dingtian noticed the form of the energy at this time. Sure enough, it existed in the form of a special light. The humans of the 8th era were indeed awesome. They had actually surpassed the current energy limit and transformed Xianxia energy into the form of light. No, this was no longer just some profound energy. It was too narrow a description. For the humans of the 8th era, they were already able to freely convert all kinds of energy. Naga Shuang said, therefore, there is no limit to how much energy we can devour per second. It all depends on our energy sea and profound veins. At least for now, most of the energy that entered our bodies has been wasted, more than 95%. Yang Dingtian asked, then, according to this terrifying devouring speed, how long will it take for us to become demigods? Naga Shuang said, about 4 months. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian almost suffocated. This was too heaven-defying. Originally, the human countries had already lost the opportunity to become demigods. Later, on the throne of the Empire of Darkness, they had this opportunity, but it would take more than a few hundred years. Even in the ruins of the old Naga Empire in its heyday, it would take more than a few decades to reach this stage. Now, in this energy formation, it would only take 4 months. Sensing Yang Dingtian's shock, Naga Shuang said, what's so strange about this? In your primitive society on Earth, it was impossible to build a 100-meter tall building. During the reign of Wu Zetian of the Middle Tang dynasty, hundreds of thousands of people were mobilized and it took several years to build a towering pagoda, which was only about 100 meters tall. In your modern society, a 100-meter tall building can be completed in 2 months if it is completely modeled. Moreover, it doesn't need the national resources at all. It can be done by just one company. This is just the construction. The explosion of knowledge is even more amazing. The progress of civilization that previously took thousands of years to accumulate is now completed in less than a year. Yang Dingtian deeply agreed. Naga Shuang sighed and said, but it's really boring to get what we've been searching for so long so easily. Yang Dingtian deeply agreed. In the human countries, the limit of cultivation at that time was infinite great master. For hundreds of years, there was no breakthrough to the saint level. Later, in the Little Western Paradise, there were a lot of saint level. This was a subversion of the energy order of the human countries. Then, in the New Naga, a lot of people who were close to the demigod level was another subversion. Now, using the energy products of the human civilization in the 8th era, the Naga Empire's model was another subversion. Every new civilization that entered a low-level civilization would cause a huge change and completely subvert the original order. All along, in the known world, the ancient Naga Empire was the highest-level civilization, which was why Naga was so high and mighty. Now, in the 8th era, the energy civilization of the human race was even more powerful. Therefore, Naga Shuang also felt a sense of desolation. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian didn't feel bad at all. Because he didn't have much desire for energy. What he wanted was the continuation of civilization and the guarantee of order. Therefore, he was able to stand at the top. In this way, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were receiving an endless influx of energy every minute and every second. Every minute, the cultivation of the two was improving. In the human countries, he still needed to use the mystic breathing technique. But now, he had no problem sleeping with his eyes closed. This was because energy was continuously entering his energy reserve. After breaking through the limit, his energy reserve would automatically change and break through. After sharing the demigod body with Naga Shuang, the feeling of nothingness every time he broke through disappeared completely. It was just a tremor in his energy reserve, and then there was no other feeling. Therefore, the so-called cultivation was really floating in the air, motionless. Just like this, time passed minute by minute, second by second, day by day. A month later, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang had broken through to the 37th level. This speed was much faster than Yang Dingtian had imagined. 2 months later, the cultivation of the two had broken through to the 42nd level, and the energy was still pouring in madly, and the breakthrough of the cultivation did not slow down at all. After 3 months of devouring, the cultivation of the two had broken through to the 46th level. It was 3 days before the 4th month was due. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang suddenly shook violently, and then their entire consciousness and spirit turned into nothingness. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in their brain and energy reserve. After a long while, only then did he gradually regain his senses. They had broken through to the demigod level. They had finally broken through to the demigod level. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang had finally broken through to the so-called demigod level. That's right, at this time, the word so-called must be added. Because this demigod was also a name given to themselves by the Naga. To a large extent, it was a kind of arrogance and ignorance. If the Naga Empire was a demigod nation, then what was the human civilization of the 8th era, even though they were very weak in martial arts? In other words, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang had successfully broken through to the 50th level, and it was the Naga level 50. After breaking through to the 50th level, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang continued to devour. At this time, there was still a month before Yang Dingtian thought it would take half a year. And at this time, more than 79% of the energy surging out of the energy formation had been devoured by the two's energy reserve. When 100% of the energy had entered the two's energy reserve without any wastage, the speed of their cultivation breakthrough would continue to slow down. Sure enough, 19 days after breaking through to the demigod level, 100% of the energy surging out of the energy formation of the two pseudo-divine dragon's eyes had been devoured by Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang. At this time, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's cultivation were at the 52nd level. Following that, their cultivation breakthroughs became slower and slower. The agreed half a year was up. Both of their cultivations were fixed at the 53rd step. The 53rd level, the almost magical 53rd level. First, they had destroyed the ruins of the old Naga Empire, then used the energy bodies of the human civilization of the 8th era. Naga Shuang had only spent a few years to break through to the demigod level. As for the Naga in the ancient Naga Empire, it would take more than a few hundred years at the fastest. And Yang Dingtian's role in this breakthrough was crucial. Because he had found the right direction and went to the illusory realm of the taboo continent. In the mirror image of the ancient civilization, he had found this bizarre breakthrough method. Civilization determined everything. Using wisdom to break through was far more powerful than using force. Shuang, let's stop here, Yang Dingtian said. The promised world has arrived. I should go out. Naga Shuang was a little reluctant. Even if the speed of cultivation had been greatly reduced, it was still many times faster than when they were on the throne of darkness. Compared to the pyramid energy distribution plan in the ruins of the ancient Naga Empire, it was more than 10,000 times faster. In her opinion, even if Medusa's spiritual power recovered and she gave the energy to Ximen Ningning, controlling her will to kill the surviving humans, it was nothing. So what if they all died? That was more important than devouring energy and breaking through. But she didn't say anything in the end. Moreover, this ancient energy formation needed 2 people to devour. She couldn't do it alone. Okay. Naga Shuang said, but husband, with our cultivation levels, we may not be Medusa's match. Yang Dingtian said, I know, but as long as we find Medusa's trace, she will stop killing the remaining humans and immediately make us her primary target. Naga Shuang nodded and agreed with Yang Dingtian's statement. But she still said, if necessary, we can enter this ancient energy formation again to devour. There is still a lot of energy left. This is almost the only way for us to break through. I know, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the two of them suddenly separated from the energy formation, turned into a stream of light, and rushed out of the huge illusory light curtain. Whoosh, the two of them suddenly rushed out of the energy formation of the pseudo-divine dragon's eyes and appeared in the celestial palace. At this time, the two energy formations were still less than 10 centimeters in diameter. The gate of nothingness in the middle was still open. It was very difficult to open this energy gate. Would it be even harder to close it? No, it was very simple. Just directly separate the two energy formations, and the passage would be automatically cut off. Then, the two energy formations would automatically become independent closed-loop energy systems, and self-circulate to reach a balance. After putting the two energy formations back into the interspatial ring, Yang Dingtian said to Wendian, who was sitting on the throne of darkness, "Father-in-law, it's done. You can restore the celestial palace." Wendian didn't reply. Then, he controlled the throne of darkness and made the two energy probes retreat. Then, the celestial palace, which was like the reflection of yin and yang, slowly started to overlap. After a full 4 hours, the two celestial palaces, one yin and one yang, completely overlapped. In an instant, the celestial palace became solid and returned to its original state. After everything was done, Wendian directly came down from the throne and said to Yang Dingtian, "Seal my Xian meridians and energy sea, as well as my consciousness. Then, freeze them." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Sorry." He stepped forward and sealed everything about Wendian. Then, he was sent back into the secret energy chamber, placed in the unfreezing water, and completely frozen. As for Naga Shuang, she used the energy storm to scrape the throne of darkness over and over again. Then, she sat back down on the throne of darkness. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Although Wendian was a man, he was still his father-in-law. Naga Shuang even showed a look of disdain, unwilling to touch the chair that Wendian had sat on. She couldn't wait to use the energy storm to scrape off a layer. "I'll leave this to you," Yang Dingtian said. Naga Shuang nodded. Logically speaking, if Yang Dingtian wanted to head to the soul-leaving Hall's stronghold, he would need a large amount of energy to use the energy signals released by Medusa and reverse the trajectory to find Medusa's target location. Yang Dingtian's energy alone might not be enough, so he needed to add Naga Shuang's energy to it. However, the two of them shared the same energy. Therefore, even if they were thousands of miles apart, Yang Dingtian could directly use Shuanger's energy. At this moment, Naga Shuang was sitting on the throne of darkness, endlessly devouring energy. The energy from the throne of darkness might not be enough to break through the sea of qi, but it was more than enough to use for battle. Yang Dingtian rushed out of the empire of darkness and once again returned to the surface. At this moment, the killing formation of Medusa, which was tens of thousands of meters tall, was still standing. As for the entire human kingdom, it was still deathly silent. Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to fly to the southwest continent. At the southern end, he saw a dense crowd of humans. Fortunately, Medusa didn't launch a new attack here. Following that, Yang Dingtian flew to the southern barbarian continent. There were no traces of an attack here either. Then, Yang Dingtian flew into the Ghost Hell region. At this moment, there were already millions of people living here. However, this was still the territory of the undead. Living here, even if they weren't attacked by the undead, their life force would be lost every day. Yang Dingtian landed in the Ghost Hell region and issued a new order. The surviving humans immediately evacuated from the Ghost Hell region and moved to various islands in the vast sea to live there. This was because Yang Dingtian was about to launch his counterattack. Therefore, the safety of this group of people was guaranteed to a certain extent. Finally, Yang Dingtian flew into the world of ice and snow. He originally thought that life here would be the most difficult. This was because there was nothing here other than ice and snow. In the end, it was still okay because the resources they brought with them when they evacuated were plentiful. Although there were casualties, most of the humans still managed to survive in the world of ice and snow. However, they were about to face a shortage of resources. Yang Dingtian immediately ordered the Naga Shuang to control the giant darkness dragon to transport large amounts of resources to the world of ice and snow through the passage of dark matter. Fortunately, the world of ice and snow was where the dark matter spread. The rest of the world was covered by Medusa's light of death and couldn't pass through. After completing all this, Yang Dingtian flew to the Dongli grasslands and headed to the soul-leaving palace's stronghold under the pyramid. Next, he would use a special method to find Medusa's location and the soul-leaving palace's location. Soon, Yang Dingtian once again came to the pyramid of the Dongli Prairie Snake Man Empire. At the same time, this was an energy stronghold of the soul-leaving palace. After Yang Dingtian entered, he immediately let go of all his consciousness defenses and let his whole person fall into a kind of confusion. At this time, Queen Medusa could easily communicate with Yang Dingtian's mind. Sure enough, just like last time, after being completely confused, Yang Dingtian's mind seemed to pass through a space-time tunnel. He didn't know how far and how long he traveled, but he once again entered the familiar soul-leaving palace. The stone statue like Medusa also appeared directly in front of him. At this time, Yang Dingtian didn't think of anything and didn't track the soul trajectory of the soul-leaving palace at all. These things could be left to Naga Xuanru to do. Yang Dingtian only needed to communicate with Medusa, and the longer, the better. Yang Dingtian, we meet again, Medusa said. Yes. Medusa said, presumably, you also know that my mental power has recovered to a certain extent. Next, I can give a part of my energy to Shima Ningning and then control her will to slaughter the surviving humans. Yang Dingtian, Queen Medusa, you have killed enough people now. Why don't you let the remaining humans go? Queen Medusa said, Yang Dingtian, it's meaningless to repeat it again. It's still the same sentence. Either you do it yourself and kill everyone, leaving only 2 million. This way, you can still control who should survive. If I do it, it's completely uncertain how many people will die and who will survive. Then, Queen Medusa said, not only that, Yang Dingtian, if you don't do it, it means that Shima Ningning will become the new butcher. Do you want to see this scene? In your heart, she should be as kind and pure as an angel. Yang Dingtian said, that's because you controlled her will. It has nothing to do with her. Is that so? Medusa sneered. In theory, that is indeed the case. But do you humans know the difference? For example, Dongfang Bingling. Even though she was demonized, she didn't do too much evil in your eyes. If, as Princess Mudan, she had killed countless members of the Council of Light. Even if you know that it wasn't her own will, do you really not have any grudges? Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Medusa continued, Yang Dingtian, you should have become smarter. You should make the right choice. Although this choice is very cruel, it is the most rational. I think you should have the wisdom to do so. Yang Dingtian said, Your Majesty, you're still going to kill him. Why do you want me to kill him? Medusa said, this will only be good for you, there are no disadvantages. Think about it. Although you have to kill most of the remaining 200 to 300 million humans, there will still be 2 million left. Compared to the number of 200 to 300 million, it seems very, very small. But in fact, this number is already a lot. All your wives, children, your relatives, your friends, and your direct descendants can all survive. Not only that, haven't you always wanted to revive your wife, Dongfang Bingling? Haven't you always wanted to undo the soul-devouring qi in her body? I can promise you. In theory, Medusa was right. Yang Dingtian agreed. There were almost no disadvantages. All his relatives, friends, and direct descendants could survive. Dongfang Bingling could also be saved. If Xiaochen let Medusa make a move, his friends and family might all die. Yang Dingtian said, Your Majesty, you have always wanted me to kill the hundreds of millions of humans who survived with my own hands. If I'm not wrong, you must want me to completely fall and plant a demon in my heart and soul. In this way, it will be logical for me to become the new demon king hundreds of years later. A person like me, after killing hundreds of millions of people, will be full of holes and completely dark. Medusa was silent for a moment, and then said, Yes, Yang Dingtian, this is your destiny. Yang Dingtian said, When someone pulled me here from Earth, they were waiting for this moment. Next, they will find a new savior from Earth to defeat me, right? Medusa said, It may not be from Earth. Your children can also be. You already have 3 children of demigod descendants. Yang Dingtian fell silent again. Medusa also fell silent again. The two of them had finished what they needed to say. Suddenly, Medusa exclaimed, Yang Ding Tian, you have broken through to demigod? That's impossible, that's impossible. This kind of shock had never been seen on Medusa. Medusa's voice almost changed. She said, there is almost no place in the human countries where one can break through to demigod. Even if there is, it will take more than a few hundred years. In just half a year, you have broken through from level 30 to demigod. That's impossible. Medusa looked as if she had seen a ghost. If this was in the past, Yang Ding Tian would have been very happy to hear such words. Using a few years to accomplish something that others could not do in hundreds of years, he would definitely be very happy and proud. But now, Yang Ding Tian no longer felt anything. Because this kind of cultivation breakthrough was completely a gift from another advanced civilization. But Yang Ding Tian could still be proud. Because this kind of breakthrough came from his unconstrained thinking, from the height he saw the entire civilization. It could even be said that before Yang Ding Tian became a demigod or even a saint, although it seemed like it came from his struggle. But in reality, it was more like the manipulation of the god of chaos. And everything after the saint level was Yang Ding Tian's self-will. When the demon king Shimen Wuyao was completely destroyed, it meant that Yang Ding Tian and the god of chaos were torn apart. That's right, it was a tear, not a break. After discovering that Yang Ding Tian had broken through to demigod, Medusa's attitude and expression had changed. She was no longer as high and mighty as before. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of solemnity and a sense of equality. Breaking through to demigod meant that Yang Ding Tian and Medusa were on the same level. At least to Medusa, that was the case. If it was in the past, Yang Ding Tian would have thought so too. But after seeing that the energy civilization of the 8th era easily overturned the energy order of the Naga Empire, Yang Ding Tian no longer had this kind of thinking. Then, Medusa said coldly, Yang Ding Tian, you're not here to negotiate at all. You're here to find traces of me, right? Why did Medusa only realize Yang Ding Tian's intention now? She had only just discovered that Yang Ding Tian had broken through to demigod. It was not because she was slow. If she wanted, she could have discovered it when she contacted Yang Ding Tian just now. But she was too arrogant. In her eyes, Yang Ding Tian was just a chess piece. She did not care to explore Yang Ding Tian's thoughts and secrets. It was just like how humans would not care what a chicken or duck thought. Then, Medusa's expression became even colder. She said, Yang Ding Tian, after finding me, what do you want to do? Kill you, Yang Ding Tian said. Ha 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 ha. Queen Medusa laughed. Even if you've broken through to demigod, you're still looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, like a country bumpkin who suddenly became rich from poverty. You don't understand the world above demigod at all. You don't even know that your cultivation level and mine are like the gap between heaven and earth. You and the Naga Duga Shuang are already at level 53. Do you know that your combined energy is only a fraction of mine? Yang Ding Tian said, although I don't know what level you are, I can imagine the gap between us. Queen Medusa continued, and it's not just cultivation level. It's more about the understanding of energy and the attributes of all kinds of attack energy. The gap between us is even bigger, so if you find me, it'll be the end of you. Even if you're 100 miles away from me, I can easily kill you, and you won't even be able to see me. Yang Ding Tian said, that's understandable. But we'd like to try. Queen Medusa said with a smile, okay, you're welcome. And let me tell you, before that, you still have a choice. You can still be the next demon king, but I'm sorry, you don't have that chance now. You've already broken through to demigod, so you don't even have the right to reincarnate as the demon king. You're dead for sure. Yang Dingtian's eyebrows suddenly trembled. He didn't expect that after breaking through to demigod, Medusa would give up on forcing him to become the new demon king. Then, Medusa said, however, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you've temporarily saved the hundreds of millions of survivors. Because the next target I want to eliminate is you. Before you die, these survivors will be able to live. You're really dead for sure. Yang Dingtian said, why is that? Apart from you, no other demigod is allowed to exist in this world? That's right. Medusa said, breaking through to demigod means death for you. Yang Dingtian said, by the way, Queen Medusa, I seem to have a question that I've always wanted to ask. Since you can easily kill most of the humans, why do you spend so much effort to create an apocalyptic battle every 200 years? Queen Medusa said, because of the price. Moreover, controlling chess pieces to control the fate of the world is what a god should do. A god wouldn't be a god if he were to personally take action. However, you're a failed chess piece that forced me to personally take action and pay a huge price. Yang Dingtian said, then I'm really sorry. Alright, there's no need to say anything more between us. Queen Medusa said. I've communicated with you long enough. I'll give you 3 months to find me. After 3 months, whether you can find me or not, I'll kill you. If you want to meet me face to face, it'll depend on whether you're qualified enough to find me. With that, Medusa directly cut off the connection. Yang Dingtian also directly woke up from the illusion of the soul-leaving temple. Then, he communicated with the Naga Shuang in his mind and said, Shuang-er, have you captured the energy signal trajectory of the soul-leaving temple? The Naga Shuang said, I've captured it and reached the end point directly. Just now, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel his energy rapidly depleting. This was how the Naga Shuang locked onto the energy signal of the soul-leaving temple and pursued it in reverse. This signal was very weak. The Naga Shuang locked onto this weak trajectory and then kept reversing it, which consumed an astronomical amount of energy. It was impossible to do before. Even now, both of them were powerhouses at level 53, but it still consumed about 80% of their celestial chi energy, Yang Dingtian said. Next, how long will it take to trace this trajectory? The Naga Shuang said, this involves too many calculations. It will take at least a few decades, or even longer. However, the two of us should enter the illusion of meditation very quickly. Husband, leave there. Let's enter meditation and begin the calculations. Okay. Yang Dingtian flew away from the pyramid of the Dongli grassland and returned to the human kingdom. Then, he entered the Empire of Darkness as quickly as possible. In the Celestial Palace, Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang entered a deep level of meditation. The energy trajectory captured by the Naga Shuang was a very, very abstract thing. It required a lot of calculations and a three-dimensional map of the entire world to truly depict it. For example, the signal trajectory of the soul-leaving temple was very likely to pass through a huge void space. If one didn't calculate it, they would think it was a normal space. In that case, they wouldn't be able to find it even if they searched for 10,000 years. And these energy signals, in different environments, displayed different frequencies and wavebands. In short, the calculations involved might exceed tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of times. In the deepest level of meditation, Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang began to calculate crazily. As they calculated, they traced the trajectory. At first, it was very simple. It was all in the Dongli grassland. Starting from the Pyramid of Sea Capital, they kept going north, north, north. After going north for 7,000 miles, the energy trajectory entered a complicated space. Furthermore, the trajectory of its movement had also undergone a huge change. It had become like a bowstring being thrown. Next, Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang had to do a lot of experiments in the illusion. They simulated various spatial environments to see which environment caused the waveband and trajectory to be exactly the same as the trajectory of the soul-leaving temple. Then, they could determine the nature of the space. In short, this was extremely complicated work. Before obtaining the demigod's marriage, Yang Dingtian couldn't complete this work at all. Time passed day by day. A few months passed. A few years passed. Dozens of years passed. This calculation was far more complicated than what Yang Dingtian had imagined. The number of calculations required was also several times more than what he had imagined. If it were in the past, this process would definitely be incomparably torturous and painful. But now, Yang Dingtian, who had the body of a demigod, was like a machine during the entire process. He didn't know fatigue or pain. He was just calculating all the time. In fact, there was no concept of time. This was a typical characteristic of Naga. Naga seemed to have no concept of time. For their growth, there was only one scale, and that was energy cultivation. In the meditation world, time passed year after year. However, in the end, Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang completed it. After 85 years in the meditation world, the entire process was completed. Not only did Yang Dingtian complete the entire trajectory, but he also found the location of the soul-leaving temple. Moreover, he also simulated all the spatial environments along the way. Therefore, what appeared in front of him and Naga Xianxia in the end was an extremely detailed three-dimensional spatial map, as well as a clear route. It started from the east parting grassland and continued forward, passing through countless distances and spaces, until it reached its final destination, which was also the starting point of the signal. Yang Dingtian found Medusa's nest, the location of the soul-leaving temple. However, when he saw the location of the soul-leaving temple, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. "Impossible, this is impossible," Yang Dingtian said. The Naga Xianxia didn't say anything. Obviously, she had the same opinion as Yang Dingtian. This was really impossible. Because after an extremely complicated calculation, they found that the soul-leaving temple was actually in the human countries. Moreover, it was in the sea between the central continent and the west continent. Because the captured energy trajectory first went north from the Dongli grassland and entered an inexplicable space. Then, they entered the dark realm. And it wasn't just a dark realm, but also an unfamiliar dark realm. They didn't know how many spaces they passed through, but they were all macroscopic spaces. Finally, they took a big detour and entered the southern sea of the human countries. Then, they kept going north until they reached their final destination. It was the center of the West Continent Sea. Be it Yang Dingtian or Naga Xianxia, neither of them had expected this outcome. How was this possible? How could Medusa's lair, the soul-leaving temple, be in the human countries and so close to the West Continent, in that sea, whether it was the Mermaid Empire or the fleets of the human countries, they had passed through and explored countless times. Yang Dingtian said, "Xianxia, could it be that our deduction is wrong?" Naga Xianxia said, "It's impossible. Our deduction is correct." Yang Dingtian said, "Then could it be that Medusa discovered our intentions and deliberately misled us?" The Naga Xianxia said, "After discovering that we broke through to the demigod realm, she changed her primary target to us, so she couldn't wait for us to enter her domain. You should know that Medusa can put Ximen Ningning in the human countries and use the soul-leaving temple to collect puppets, but she never appears. There must be a reason. So if she wants to kill us, she has to give most of her energy to Ximen Ningning and control her to kill us. However, she definitely won't be willing to lose her energy unless she has no other choice. So, it's best if we find her and send ourselves to her door." Yang Dingtian nodded as Naga Xianxia's words were very reasonable. This meant that Queen Medusa's soul-leaving palace was indeed in the central West Continent Sea region. Moreover, the result of the calculation was very, very accurate, almost to the point. Yang Dingtian could explore the coordinates at any time. Making a prompt decision, Yang Dingtian said, "Xianxia, wait here. I'll go check it out." "Okay," Naga Xianxia said. Yang Dingtian rushed out of the Empire of Darkness and headed south. Heading south from the fringe, they entered the central sea region of the western central continent. Originally, this area of the sea was the busiest in the world. Every day, countless ships sailed between the middle and western continents. Moreover, this sea region was unusually gentle, calm and tranquil. Flying on the surface of the sea, Yang Dingtian saw many ships drifting aimlessly. These ships are fine, but the people on them have been turned into fossils. Soon, Yang Dingtian found the calculated point. From the surface of the sea, there was nothing special. It was just a calm sea. Yang Dingtian dived into the sea. The sea here was not deep, less than 1,000 meters. Yang Dingtian easily reached the bottom. There was nothing special at the bottom of the sea here. It was just an ordinary seabed reef and countless seabed creatures. Regarding this point, Yang Dingtian was still very happy. The humans on this continent had suffered a destructive attack, but most creatures were fine, including the seabed creatures. They were still full of vitality. Yang Dingtian found the target point and locked onto it within a few centimeters. It was just an ordinary reef. There was nothing special about it. This did not look like the location of Medusa's soul-leaving palace at all. Or could it be under the sea? Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword with his consciousness and kept spinning and digging. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the emperor-grade soul sword spun quickly and soon drilled thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, hundreds of thousands of meters, thousands of kilometers, then, it drilled to the end. Next, it was a thick layer of dark matter. It was actually dark matter. Yang Dingtian knew that the Empire of Darkness did not spread here. This patch of dark matter was a separate region. However, this was normal. The entire world here was filled with dark materials. This material could devour anything. However, it seemed that it was not to destroy this world, but to protect this world. Moreover, this dark matter also seemed to be a product of the 8th era's human civilization. This dark matter could be considered an absolute energy protection layer, an isolation layer, and could grow freely. However, since it was a human product created by the 8th era's human civilization, then it had nothing to do with Naga. Then why could the primeval Nagas melt the dark matter? This did not make sense. Unless, this so-called primeval Nagas was not the Nagas at all. It was also a product of the 8th era's human civilization, but it was embedded in the primeval Nagas statue. However, the current situation was to find Medusa's lair. The primeval Nagas was not important. Yang Dingtian took out the primeval Nagas gem and melted the dark matter. He hoped that Queen Medusa's soul-leaving palace was within this dark matter, just like the Empire of Darkness. If that was the case, everything would make sense. The Empire of Darkness was a huge energy array group of the 8th era's human civilization. And here was another energy array. Queen Medusa had used the 8th era's energy array to launch an attack that was close to destroying the world. Melting the dark matter, it went deeper, 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 deeper. It went thousands of miles deep into the dark matter. Suddenly, the front was empty, and then it suddenly opened up. There was indeed an incomparably huge space inside. Moreover, it was completely brightly lit. An incomparably huge Skirich imperial capital. It was even bigger, taller, and deeper than the Empire of Darkness's Skirich imperial capital. However, the entire space was far smaller than the Empire of Darkness because there was no dark castle here. Only the Skirich imperial capital. The Empire of Darkness's space spanned tens of thousands of miles, and this space was only about 2,000 miles. It was occupied by the entire Skirich imperial capital. The Skirich imperial capital was so tall that it was impossible to know how high it was. It was wide in the middle and pointed at both ends. The widest place in the middle was the Celestial Palace. It was more than 800 miles in diameter, far larger than the Empire of Darkness's. Yang Dingtian's heart was beating wildly. Could it be that Medusa's lair, the soul-leaving palace, was actually just an energy array of the 8th era? Yang Dingtian flew directly into the celestial palace of the Skirich imperial capital. The structure was very similar to the Empire of Darkness's, but it was much simpler and more sci-fi. It was obvious that the Skirich imperial capital was built later than the Empire of Darkness, and it was much more advanced. However, the strange thing was that the Skirich imperial capital under the Empire of Darkness had almost destroyed the 3 continents for tens of thousands of miles. The Skirich imperial capital was even bigger, and it was also rotating. However, it didn't affect the sea and land above at all. It was still full of vitality. After Yang Dingtian rushed into the celestial palace, he looked directly at the throne of darkness inside. Yes, there was also a throne here. However, it wasn't black, but blue. It wasn't even a majestic throne, but a dreamy position. It was blue. It didn't look like a throne. Instead, it looked like the captain's seat on a spaceship in a sci-fi movie. However, there wasn't a Medusa as he had imagined. Instead, it was empty. Medusa wasn't here, so where could she be? Moreover, the strange thing was that the Skirich imperial capital kept rotating. It was obvious that the entire energy array was operating. Yang Dingtian was almost certain that this was the energy source of the Medusa killing arrays on the ground. However, why wasn't Queen Medusa here? Instinctively, Yang Dingtian wanted to go to the blue throne and sit on it. Husband, don't sit. Suddenly, the Naga Shuang's voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. Okay. Yang Dingtian asked, do you feel anything? The Naga Shuang said, it's just a very instinctive feeling. Yang Dingtian flew all over the celestial palace and out of the Skirich imperial capital. He searched the entire space, but there was no sign of Queen Medusa at all. This space wasn't big, and Yang Dingtian was able to easily search every corner of it. How strange. Why wasn't Medusa here? Was this Medusa's lair? First of all, it didn't look similar to the soul-leaving palace in the illusion. However, it made perfect sense in principle. At that time, Medusa betrayed the imperial capital and would definitely be hunted down by the Naga Empire. Therefore, there were only some places that the Naga Empire could never find or enter. The ruins of the 8th era civilization were obviously the best place. Medusa's escape to this place was the most logical. However, this wasn't right. The two types of primeval Naga's eye gems could melt the dark matter, so the Naga Empire could enter the dark matter. And the Medusa killing array that had slaughtered countless humans required the energy of this Skirich imperial capital. Yang Dingtian's thoughts were conflicted. One moment, he felt that this must be the soul-leaving palace, and the next moment, he felt that this shouldn't be the soul-leaving palace. In the end, his head was about to explode as he lay on the ground of the celestial palace. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian asked in his mind, "Xianxia, why do you ask? You're colder and calmer than me. You can find the truth directly." The Naga Xianxia said, "Husband, my thoughts are the same as yours. The energy that Medusa used to slaughter humans must have come from this Skirich imperial capital's energy formation. Moreover, this energy formation is more advanced than the one in the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, this can indeed be considered Medusa's nest." Yang Dingtian asked, "What else?" The Naga Xianxia said, "However, Medusa's soul-leaving palace isn't here. To be precise, this can be considered the soul-leaving palace, but only a part of it. Because the Naga Empire could melt the dark matter at that time, if Medusa escaped here, she wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, Medusa is in the Skirich imperial capital, but not in the celestial palace. The celestial palace is a part of the entire Skirich imperial capital." Yang Dingtian said, "But I've searched inside. And outside the Skirich imperial capital. There's nothing at all." The Naga Xianxia said, "Husband, what do you think of when you see this blue throne in front of you?" Yang Dingtian said, "It's very dreamy and sci-fi. It's like the seats in the spaceships in the movies on Earth." The Naga Xianxia said, "Yes, and this Skirich imperial capital is more advanced than the Empire of Darkness. It can be seen that it was built later. Let's make some bold guesses. Why did the humans of the 8th era build the Empire of Darkness?" Yang Dingtian said, "Maybe it's because of the war, but the ground has been destroyed, and it's all within the enemy's attack range. Therefore, they had no choice but to build the city underground and use a thick layer of dark matter to protect it in an attempt to let the civilization continue." The Naga Xianxia said, "Yes, but it's clear that both sides found a way to break through the dark matter in the end. Therefore, the Empire of Darkness built underground can no longer protect them." So, what did they want to do? Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought for a while. Leave the chaotic world and go to other places in the universe. Therefore, they needed a spaceship. The Naga Xianxia said, "Yes, so this Skirich imperial capital might be a spaceship, an energy spaceship that can leave the chaotic world." This explained why this blue position was so sci-fi. Why was there no dark castle in the entire space, only a huge Skirich imperial capital? Yang Dingtian's mind went into a fantasy. In fact, if he looked at the Skirich imperial capital horizontally, it really did look like an incomparably huge spaceship. Yang Dingtian said, "But even if this is an energy spaceship, there's no trace of Medusa." The Naga Xianxia said, "Of course, Medusa won't be in the main hall of the spaceship, because it might not be the command room, and she won't be able to escape the pursuit of the Naga Empire. So, where do you think Medusa is now?" "Husband, use your wild imagination." Yang Dingtian closed his eyes. If this Skirich imperial capital in front of him was a huge spaceship of the 8th era civilization, then, this celestial hall might not be the cockpit. It could be the command center, where the troops in the fleet could gather and train. However, this did not look like the cockpit. Then, Queen Medusa's soul-leaving palace might be in the cockpit of this huge spaceship. "Husband, I think so too," the Naga Xianxia said, "Queen Medusa is in the cockpit of this spaceship." "Then, where do you think the cockpit of this huge spaceship is?" Yang Dingtian said, "At the head of the spaceship." "Yes. The Naga Shuang said, then, where is the head of the spaceship? Yang Dingtian said, the tail of the spaceship must be the one that went deep into the ocean. If there's no accident, its head should no longer be in the chaotic world, but in space. Just like in the third dark realm, I once left the chaotic world and entered the boundless space. Yes, that must be it. At that time, Medusa could only escape the Naga Empire's search by escaping from the chaotic world. No matter where she was, she would definitely die. That must be it. Yang Dingtian suddenly understood. The Naga Shuang said, then husband, do you know where the cockpit of the spaceship is? Do you know where the soul-leaving palace is? Yang Dingtian said, yes, it's easy. The location is clear. The Naga Shuang said, then do you know how to get to the soul-leaving palace? Yang Dingtian said, yes, it's still easy. The Naga Shuang smiled and said, husband, I'm really proud of you. Yang Dingtian said, you thought of it earlier than me. No. The Naga Shuang said, I didn't think of it earlier. I'm just guiding you. You have to think about it yourself. Because when it comes to spaceships and the concept of the universe, you have a much clearer understanding than I do. Yang Dingtian immediately turned into a stream of light and flew out. He was going to the soul-leaving palace. He was almost certain that he could find the soul-leaving palace and Medusa. Hold on, husband. Come back for a moment, the Naga Shuang suddenly said. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled, but he still nodded. In any case, although the celestial hall in the imperial capital was the closest to the soul-departing hall, it should only be a few thousand miles away. However, it was probably completely impossible to pass through. If he wanted to go to the soul-departing hall, he would need to take another route. He flew out of this dark space as fast as he could, rushed out of the thick dark matter, and returned to the bottom of the sea. Then, he rushed out of the sea and returned to the Empire of Darkness thousands of miles away. He arrived at the Great Hall of the Empire of Darkness. What's wrong? Shuang-er? Yang Dingtian asked. The Naga Shuang said, husband, do you plan to go to the soul-departing hall now? Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said, actually, we don't have much choice. The Naga Shuang said, actually, our goal this time was only to find the soul-departing hall and Medusa. And this goal has already been achieved, hasn't it? This was true. This time, Yang Dingtian went to the Middle West Continent Sea region because he couldn't believe that the soul-departing hall would be there. In the end, it was both there and not there. The depths of the Middle West Continent Sea region was the center of the Great Hall of the Imperial Capital, and the soul-departing hall should be in the cockpit at the bow of the ship. It wasn't in the chaotic world, but in outer space. But no matter what, it should be certain that they had found the so-called soul-departing hall. Then, the Naga Shuang said, we found where Medusa is, but we don't have a way to kill her at the moment, nor do we have the strength to kill her. Yang Dingtian nodded to confirm this. The Naga Shuang continued, and it seems that Medusa has no way to leave the so-called soul-departing hall, and no way to come to the human countries to kill us. Therefore, this gives us ample time to grow stronger until we can kill her. Right now, she's doing everything possible to get us to die. I know, Yang Dingtian said, but if we don't go, she won't force me to go. She would give part of her energy to Xianxia Ningning and then control her will, turning her into a slaughterer and kill all the surviving humans. Naga Shuang admitted to this statement. She wanted to say that they shouldn't care about the lives of the surviving humans, but she didn't say it out loud. Yang Dingtian continued, moreover, even if we hide in the Empire of Darkness, we will still be able to escape. If Medusa has no other choice, she might control her Xianxia imperial capital, giant spaceship, and launch a destructive attack on our Empire of Darkness. The Xianxia imperial capital where she lived was even more advanced and powerful. In fact, he didn't even need to absorb the energy of the continent. Can you guarantee that it doesn't have the energy to destroy our Empire of Darkness? Naga Shuang thought for a while and nodded again. It should have, but the price is too high. So, Medusa won't do that unless it's absolutely necessary. Yang Dingtian said, but as long as we hide in the Empire of Darkness and become stronger and stronger, when we can threaten her safety, she will definitely take action. Naga Shuang agreed with Yang Dingtian's statement. Yang Dingtian asked, Shuang-er, is Medusa at her weakest now? Naga Shuang nodded and said, she should only have recovered about 20 to 30% of her spiritual power. Yang Dingtian said, if we hide in the Empire of Darkness and desperately devour energy, how long will it take? How long will it take for us to become strong enough to defeat and kill Medusa? Naga Shuang said, a long, long, long time. She didn't say anything about the world. Yang Dingtian said, but Medusa won't give us such a long time. So, now is the best time to kill Medusa. Naga Shuang was silent. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang we have a saying, martial arts lies outside of poetry. Naga Shuang said, husband, I know what you mean. You want to kill Queen Medusa through other means. If it's not through martial arts, what are your thoughts? Yang Dingtian said, the first idea is to enter the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm again. Then, we won't leave again until we find a way to destroy the most advanced sky-reaching imperial capital, giant spaceship. Naga Shuang thought for a while and said, husband, your idea should work. Because there will definitely be a way to destroy it in the illusory realm. But, if such an advanced spaceship is destroyed, I suspect that we won't be able to protect these continents. Yang Dingtian fell silent. This possibility was very strong. Yang Dingtian said, then, let's wait in the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. Let's wait for Medusa's spaceship to complete the construction of the imperial capital. Obviously, Medusa isn't its supreme commander. She might just be an intruder, the only intelligent life form in the entire spaceship, so she has a certain degree of control. But he will definitely give me a very primeval order that will allow me to obtain the supreme control of the entire spaceship. Then, I will control the energy of the entire spaceship and kill Medusa in an instant. Naga Shuang's eyes lit up and said, husband, this possibility exists, but there are two problems. The first problem is that in the 8th era's illusory realm, a day in the real world is a few years in the illusory realm. But this 8th era of civilization might have been passed down for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. The appearance of this spaceship in the imperial capital means that the humans of the 8th era are preparing to escape from the chaotic world. This means that it is already the end of the entire civilization. Therefore, you will have to stay in the illusory realm for a very, very long time. If converted to real time, it might be more than a few hundred years. Yang Dingtian was stunned. That was right, this possibility existed, and it definitely existed. Then, Yang Dingtian said, then perhaps there is a way to fly directly to the end of the 8th era, and then travel through the endless dark void again. This represents the passage of time. Go directly to the 9th era, and then return to the 8th era. Then, you will be at the end of the 8th era. Naga Shuang said, husband, this theory of yours is also feasible. However, you already know that traveling through the dark void represents the passage of time. If you fly in the reverse direction of the dark void, you will wake up from the illusory realm once your speed exceeds the traveling speed of the dark void itself. Then, you will appear in the Forbidden Continent. Yang Dingtian fell silent again. That's right, Naga Shuang was right once again. After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian said, then I have another idea. Naga Shuang said, husband, please speak. Yang Dingtian said, you know, I once obtained the demon core of a Naga royalty. Its soul was once in my mind for a period of time, and then it was injected into my soul sword. However, from the beginning to the end, because of its extreme arrogance, it barely communicated with me. Only when it was at a critical moment would it take the initiative to control the soul sword to attack. The first time was in the secret realm of the Maze of Despair, and the second time was in the Empire of Darkness. You were about to be trapped by Wendian, but it controlled the soul sword to release the 10,000 ancestral swords and saved you. Naga Shuang said, that's right. Do you think the existence of this demon core of the Naga royalty is not a coincidence? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, in the ancient Naga Empire, other than Medusa, all the other Naga chose to sacrifice themselves to create the new Naga. I think that the Naga Empire must have chased after Medusa, but had no choice but to give up in the end. However, they definitely didn't give up completely. Therefore, the royal family of the Naga Empire left behind a demon core, and then injected its soul and consciousness into this demon core. This way, it didn't betray and live on, but it also didn't completely give up on chasing after Medusa. Naga Shuang's eyes lit up. This possibility was completely possible. Yang Dingtian continued, if my guess is correct, then this soul of the Naga royalty has a way to kill Medusa. Then, Yang Dingtian took out the soul sword and said, if that's the case, we've already helped it find Medusa. How to kill her next will depend on its methods. Naga Shuang said, husband, you and I are connected. However, you and the soul sword are one way at the moment. You can use your consciousness to control the soul sword, but it may not know what you're thinking. Therefore, you still have to tell it that you found Medusa. Yang Dingtian said, this is very simple. Write a very simple scroll, then use your consciousness to control the soul sword and comprehend this scroll. Yes, this was indeed the case. This kind of scroll not only transmitted martial arts, but also the simplest information. This kind of information scroll didn't even need to use energy runes. Then, could Yang Dingtian communicate directly with the soul of the Naga royalty? Of course he could, but at least he had to wake it up first. However, it didn't seem to have any intention of communicating with Yang Dingtian. Therefore, he could only use this method to inform it. There was no time to lose. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang immediately entered the deep meditation world. He used his fastest speed to write a scroll and inform it about finding Medusa. Yang Dingtian even wanted to write Medusa's location in the scroll. Later, he discovered that using the scroll code to write Medusa's specific location would consume an astonishing amount of code, so he could only give up. He informed it of Medusa's approximate location. After writing, Yang Dingtian immediately woke up from the illusion. The scroll had already been written. Then, Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to control the soul sword and immediately comprehend this scroll. The scroll was reduced to ashes inch by inch. It was completely burned after reading it. When the last corner of the scroll was completely burned. Rumble, Yang Dingtian only felt a loud sound in his mind. Then, a boundless oppressive aura swept toward them. Yang Dingtian was fine, but Naga Shuang had already instinctively prostrated herself. Boom, then, an incomparably huge image of Naga appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. It was huge, over tens of thousands of meters, and its entire body was golden yellow. Especially its eyes and two horns, which were even more dazzling. Who was the most powerful in Naga, and whose bloodline was the noblest? The one closest to the fallen divine dragon was the most powerful and the noblest. From its eyes and two horns, one could see the Naga's bloodline. And the Naga that Yang Dingtian saw in his mind at this time was already extremely powerful and noble. It looked no different from a dragon. It was almost impossible to tell that it was a Naga. Of course, no matter what, it was still a Naga, not a divine dragon. Human, you really found the trace of the traitor Medusa? The Naga royalty spoke in a deep and hoarse voice. This voice was not only male and female, it had already surpassed the form of a human. Then, Naga Shuang knelt on the ground and kowtowed, Naga Duga Shuang greets His Majesty. Yang Dingtian was stunned. This Naga royalty was not just a royalty, but the emperor of the Naga Empire. The emperor of Naga seemed to look in the direction of Naga Shuang. He frowned slightly and said, you have broken through. Who gave birth to you? Obviously, the emperor of Naga was not very happy about the existence of Naga Shuang. Because they felt that they were already a product of the past, they were single-mindedly trying to create a new Naga, and a new Naga that was completely spiritual type. Now, there was a demigod Naga of the energy type. Although it had saved her before, it did not like her very much. Naga Shuang lay dormant on the ground and did not speak. The Emperor of Naga looked at Yang Dingtian again and said, Human, tell me clearly, where is Medusa? Yang Dingtian said, in a spaceship built by the human kingdom in the 8th era. This spaceship is wrapped in dark matter, and most of it is in the chaotic world, but the cockpit and the bow of the ship are outside the chaotic world, out in space. The Emperor of Naga said, I see. No wonder Medusa could escape the pursuit of our Naga Empire. She is already out of the chaotic world. Then, the Emperor of Naga said, now, begin to reconstruct Medusa's specific location and route in your mind. Yang Dingtian said, yes, although the route is very accurate, the surrounding environment is very freehand and unreal. Don't worry. The Emperor of Naga said. Yang Dingtian immediately recalled the trajectory of the energy signal of the soul leaving temple in his mind. From the Dongli grassland to the north, through many twists and turns, through who knows how many spaces, finally arriving at the destination, the soul-leaving temple, with Yang Dingtian's permission, the Emperor of Naga directly read Yang Dingtian's memory. Then he sighed and said, amazing, amazing, she actually went here. No wonder the Empire's search and pursuit at that time was fruitless. Her escape direction is the opposite of our pursuit. Yang Dingtian said, Your Majesty, may I ask if you have a way to kill Medusa? Now. The Emperor of Naga said, You should know that I only put my soul in the demon core. Whether it is energy or spirit, they are very weak, less than 1,000th of the body. So, it is completely impossible for you to rely on my energy to kill Medusa. Yang Dingtian said, You can also borrow the power of this soul sword, and the energy of me and Naga Shuang. The Emperor of Naga said, There is no doubt that as the Emperor of Naga, I have a special great judgment technique for the subjects of my empire. It can restrain Naga, including Medusa. But now the energy is too weak, it is still not effective. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt depressed and said, Your Majesty, is there really no way? The Emperor of Naga said, Unless you have the fossil liquid of our Naga Empire. I will store this fossil liquid in the Great Judgment Technique, so as long as a little enters Medusa's body, she will turn back into a fossil. Yang Dingtian was surprised and said, Medusa specializes in turning others into fossils, can she also turn into a fossil? The Emperor of Naga said, Of course, she can turn people into fossils, it is a kind of spiritual energy evolution. And this fossil liquid is the energy counter of all Naga people. Although they are all fossils, it has nothing to do with Medusa's fossil technique. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed and said, Your Majesty, I really do have it. Then, Yang Dingtian took out the box, there was a pulsating green liquid in it, as if it was alive. The Emperor of Naga looked at the green liquid in disbelief and said, Where did you get this? The Naga Empire is destroyed, and there is still this fossil liquid? Yang Dingtian said, I got it from an auction under one of Medusa's puppets, even they don't know what it is. I don't know where it came from. The Emperor of Naga wondered, That's really strange. Yang Dingtian said, Your Majesty, what should I do to integrate this fossil liquid into your great judgment technique? The Emperor of Naga said, This fossil liquid is not a liquid, it is a kind of energy. Later, I will teach you to write a devour scroll, and then let your soul sword devour the energy of the fossil liquid. However, the energy of the fossil liquid is fatal to the energy of the Naga people. Once your soul sword devours it, the demon core in your soul sword will be turned into ashes, and the Naga royalty energy in it will also be turned into ashes. Will it harm your soul? Yang Dingtian asked. That won't happen. The Emperor of Naga said, The fossil technique only imprisons the body and energy into fossils, the soul is still free. That's good. The Emperor of Naga said, The sea of chi in your soul sword is now strong enough to extract my demon core. Then, under the control of the Emperor of Naga, a little bit of energy seeped out from the Chaos Emperor grade soul sword's hilt. In the end, it condensed into a complete demon core of the Naga royalty. Yang Dingtian put it back into the space ring. The Emperor of Naga said, Wait for a few hours, I will write a scroll, and then write this scroll through the mind of the Naga Duga Shuang. Yes, Your Majesty. Yang Dingtian said. In less than 2 hours, the Emperor of Naga had completed the scroll, and then wrote the scroll of devouring the energy of the fossil liquid through the hands of the Naga Duga Shuang. Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to control the soul sword, comprehended the scroll, and completely devoured the energy of the fossil liquid. In fact, the Emperor of Naga could have controlled the soul sword to do this. His actions only proved that he had no intention of taking the highest control of the soul sword. After all this was done, the Naga royalty said, All right, let's go and kill Medusa. Note, a 5,000-word chapter. Thank you. Let me confirm one last time. If I was stared at by Medusa's eyes, would I turn into a fossil? Yang Dingtian asked. No. The Naga Shuang and the Emperor of Naga said in unison. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's good. Then, he flew out with the Chaos Emperor grade soul sword. The Naga Shuang remained in the Empire of Darkness. Because the two of them shared life, as long as the Naga Shuang didn't die, Yang Dingtian wouldn't die completely. After flying out of the Empire of Darkness, Yang Dingtian didn't fly toward the west central continent. Although it was closest to the soul departing hall, he couldn't pass through it. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to use the dumbest method to go to the soul departing hall. That was to completely follow the inferred energy trajectory and return the same way, all the way back to the point of origin of the energy signal, which was the soul leaving palace. Yang Dingtian first flew to the Dongli grassland pyramid, then continued north, north, and north. After a few thousand miles, he reached the end of the Dongli grassland. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly lost all his energy. Because this was the celestial Red Sea region. Anyone who came here would lose all their celestial chi energy. Unexpectedly, Yang Dingtian was still the same after breaking through to the demigod level. Yang Dingtian, who had lost his celestial chi, fell from the sky into the celestial Red Sea. At this time, Yang Dingtian couldn't see the figure of the lonely temple. In the celestial Red Sea, Yang Dingtian had spent a few days with the Dongfang Bingling. Here, he had the most intimate inner contact with the celestial Red Sea. And here, he saw Saint Tantai. But, with regards to Saint Tantai, Yang Dingtian had already turned into a dense fog that he couldn't see through. Especially the border guardian that she was talking about. That's right, the human countries did have many borders. The Southeastern Sea region, the Forbidden Continent Sea region in the west, the Netherworld Sea region in the southwest, the Devil Sea region in the southeast, the world of ice and snow in the north, the celestial Red Sea in the Dongli grassland, and the Yin-Yang mirror, these were all the borders of the existing human countries. These words were true, but it was about the border guardian. To be honest, Yang Dingtian was already a demigod. He knew a thing or two about this world's top secrets. As far as he knew, other than the celestial Red Sea, he didn't see any other border guardians. Therefore, it was hard to say whether the term border guardian was true or not. If it was fake, then Tantai was lying. Why would Tantai lie? Who was she? This was a huge puzzle. Of course, this puzzle was not important to Yang Dingtian right now. Right now, the most important thing for Yang Dingtian was to kill Medusa. At this moment, the Red Sea in the sky was like a tiger blocking the way. Of course, the celestial Red Sea was thousands of miles long. Yang Dingtian could swim to the end even if he wanted to. But at the end, there must be a spatial barrier. Yang Dingtian needed celestial chi to create a spatial door. However, Yang Dingtian had lost all his celestial chi, but he could still control the soul sword to fly. He could even let the Emperor of Naga use the greater space technique to create a spatial door through the soul sword. Therefore, Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to control the soul sword. As a result, the soul sword received the order immediately and immediately carried it out. However, it just flew out of the space ring and fell straight down. In the space ring, there was no problem at all and it wasn't affected. But after leaving the space ring, it also lost all its celestial chi. Therefore, the celestial Red Sea had caused Yang Dingtian to be at his wit's end. Therefore, Yang Dingtian swam in the celestial Red Sea, hoping to find the lonely temple and Tantai here. However, he swam a few laps and didn't see the temple at all. Suddenly, the Naga Shuang's voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's heart, "Husband, leave the celestial Red Sea. I read your memories about Saint Tantai and I feel that she is very dangerous. Leave immediately." Yang Dingtian didn't ask back. The Naga Shuang's intuition had always been very sharp. He immediately turned back. However, it was very difficult to go to the soul-leaving temple without passing through the celestial Red Sea. At this moment, the Naga Shuang said, "Husband, I read the measurement of the spatial tear in your mind." Yang Dingtian said, "I also calculated that the end of the celestial Red Sea is not the spatial tear." The Naga Shuang said, "It wasn't before, but you can go around the spatial tear and go to the spatial tear at the end of the celestial Red Sea. I have drawn a specific route. Husband, you can fly according to this route." Yang Dingtian said, "But the spatial tear is constantly expanding and changing." The Naga Shuang said, "Yes, but I used the human countries as a reference, so the route can't be wrong." Yang Dingtian thought for a while. It was indeed correct. As long as the route was fixed at a few points and designed in the interior of the spatial tear and not at the edge, the route wouldn't be wrong. Therefore, Yang Dingtian didn't wait for Saint Tantai to appear. He swam back to the shore of the celestial Red Sea and climbed down the cliff. After returning to the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian recovered his Xianxia and immediately flew to the Holy Valley in the east. In less than an hour, Yang Dingtian flew to the endless sea of the Holy Valley. Then, he opened a spatial door here and entered the spatial tear. The spatial tear had indeed expanded a lot and became a lot bigger. However, Yang Dingtian completely ignored this information at this time and calculated according to the Naga Shuang's trajectory. First, he flew to the center of the spatial tear, then flew northwest. After flying for more than 10,000 miles, Yang Dingtian reached the end of the spatial tear. It was a void. Yang Dingtian opened up a spatial door at this point and leaped over. In an instant, he entered another space. This place was indeed the first dark realm, because Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang had not completed the overall spatial structure of the Chaos World. They only guessed that the end of the celestial Red Sea might be the first dark realm. Unexpectedly, this result was accurate. After entering the first dark realm, Yang Dingtian returned to his original route. He didn't randomly move forward just because he was familiar with the first dark realm. He even forgot about the existence of the first dark realm. Sure enough, after flying to the center of the first dark realm, the path turned downward. It led underground. Looking carefully, it was actually a vortex. Yang Dingtian had been in the first dark realm for a long time, but he had never found this central vortex. Because it was simply too small. And the first dark realm was tens of thousands of miles wide, so it was very difficult to find. Yang Dingtian controlled the soul swords and dug into the vortex. After digging for less than 10,000 meters, he had dug through. Below, there was an energy vortex that was neither big nor small. Yang Dingtian directly dived into this energy vortex. In an instant, his entire body was sucked into the energy vortex. He kept shuttling. He didn't know how long he shuttled. Perhaps it was a few thousand miles or even further. In this shuttling, Yang Dingtian didn't even know if he was falling or being ejected. He couldn't tell if he was going up or down. In any case, he directly rushed out of the first dark realm and fell into the void. Then, he saw the endless stars behind him again. This should be outer space? He had left the Chaos World's outer space. Yang Dingtian wasn't surprised for long. He continued to fly according to his original route. In this piece of outer space, Yang Dingtian was constantly flying. Below, was the first dark realm. After flying for about 10,000 miles, he immediately hit an energy barrier. Yang Dingtian opened a space door and passed through this energy barrier. After passing through the barrier, he was still in outer space. However, below was the second dark realm. He flew another 10,000 miles to the west, flew through the entire second dark realm, and then hit another energy barrier. Yang Dingtian opened another space door and passed through it. As expected, he flew into outer space above the third dark realm. After flying for less than 10,000 miles, the familiar large vortex was in front of him. This vortex led directly to the confinement space of New Naga. Yang Dingtian had flown here before and didn't continue to advance in outer space. This time, Yang Dingtian's destination wasn't New Naga, so he continued forward. After flying for another 10,000 miles, he hit another energy barrier. If he was not mistaken, behind this energy barrier should be the fourth dark realm. Yang Dingtian had never been to this place, but he was full of curiosity. Opening a space door, Yang Dingtian jumped over this energy barrier. Whoosh! He entered a completely unfamiliar world. Was this the fourth dark realm? What was the fourth dark realm? Yang Dingtian saw countless vortexes. That's right, countless energy vortexes. Moreover, the colors were gorgeous and incomparably complicated. Yang Dingtian had never seen such a strange space before, and he had never seen such a dangerous space. Without a doubt, almost every one of these vortexes was fatal. The space and energy here were completely chaotic, who knew where they led? After entering a vortex, even if one didn't die, they would be completely lost. Yang Dingtian continued to fly west in outer space, observing the fourth dark realm as he flew. After flying for less than 10,000 miles, his trajectory changed again, and he had to rush directly into a huge vortex. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. The third dark realm only had one huge vortex, and it led to New Naga. Now, he had to rush into another vortex. And the vortex in front of him seemed to be even bigger. Who knew where it would teleport him? Gritting his teeth, Yang Dingtian fiercely gritted his teeth and rushed into this vortex. Then, his entire consciousness was completely lost. Once again, he experienced the chaotic spacetime shuttling. The surrounding scenery was constantly changing, full of incomparably magical and mysterious colors. Shuttling, shuttling, shuttling. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Dingtian woke up again. However, when he woke up, he was already floating in the air, motionless. He seemed to have left the fourth dark realm, and was deep in a huge void. Behind him was the fourth dark realm with countless vortexes. It turned out that the vortex only penetrated the entire fourth dark realm. In this void, Yang Dingtian continued to advance according to the route that he had drawn. Forward, forward, forward. Later, Yang Dingtian found that this dark void was very strange. It was a void, and it was not evolved from the expansion of dark matter, but was just a natural void. Yang Dingtian kept flying, and flying. He didn't know whether he flew tens of thousands of miles, or hundreds of thousands of miles. After flying for an unknown amount of time, he directly hit a layer of energy wall. He opened a space door and passed through this energy wall. Then, he saw a thick layer of dark matter. He used the primeval Naga gem to melt the thick layer of dark matter. He continued to move forward, forward, forward. He traveled thousands of miles through the dark matter. Then, he suddenly rushed out of the dark matter. In front of him, he saw a crystal-clear plain. It was only about a few thousand miles, and every inch was crystal clear, emitting a beautiful light. This was not the crystal ground of the Naga Empire, but the energy ground of the 8th era. Then, on this ground, Yang Dingtian saw pyramids standing tall. There were pyramids of all colors. There were about 9 of them in total. And the trajectory calculated by Naga Shuang and Yang Dingtian pointed to one of the pyramids, the one in the middle. Immediately, Yang Dingtian knew that he and Naga Shuang were wrong. This might be a spaceship, but through the cockpit, he was not in space, but inside the chaotic world. Now, Yang Dingtian could finally be sure that the chaotic world was a planet. And the fourth dark realm, which was the original 8th era human civilization, happened to be on the opposite side of this planet from the current human kingdom. Just now, after Yang Dingtian passed through the fourth dark realm, he flew through the endless void and dark matter, and finally arrived here. In fact, he had passed through the entire planet from the middle to the other side. If nothing unexpected happened, after passing through here, he would be in the human kingdom. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. After discovering that the chaotic world was still a round planet, he relaxed a lot. At least, this was within the scope of his understanding. Moreover, when he entered the vortex in the first dark realm, he did not enter under the first dark realm. Instead, he was ejected out of the energy field of the first dark realm by the vortex and into space. Therefore, what he saw along the way was not the first dark realm or the back of the second dark realm, but the front. The reason why the energy signal from the soul-leaving palace had to be transmitted to the energy field of the human kingdom. It was because they had to avoid the abyssal border. The abyssal border could devour all energy, including energy signals. In fact, the principle was very simple. Energy signals were always transmitted in the air, but they had to pass through different energy fields. However, he did not have the energy to think about such a complicated and profound problem. Medusa's soul-leaving palace was right in front of him. It was really surprising. At that time, Medusa did not flee to the human kingdom at all, but fled to the already destroyed Dark Realm, and even went directly to the fourth Dark Realm, and entered the 8th era human spaceship into the imperial capital. The pyramid in the middle was where the soul-leaving palace was. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and flew directly toward the pyramid. He was getting closer and closer. After less than a few thousand miles, the pyramid was right in front of him. Then, Yang Dingtian heard Medusa's familiar voice. Yang Dingtian, it wasn't easy for you to find this place. Then, the color of the golden pyramid suddenly changed and became absolutely transparent. The pyramid was not big, only less than 100 meters. The beautiful Queen Medusa sat on the throne in the center of the pyramid. Yang Dingtian and Queen Medusa finally met face to face, it was really not easy for him. It could be said that he flew across half the planet, and then through the entire diameter of the planet, before he saw Queen Medusa. The pyramid slowly opened, and Yang Dingtian flew directly in. He entered the so-called soul-leaving palace. Inside the pyramid. Finally, Yang Dingtian saw this Medusa face to face. He had thought that he would meet a breathtakingly beautiful woman who would make him lose his soul. But the result, the real Medusa was almost exactly the same as the statue. From the waist down, she was a snake. Moreover, her long hair was made up of tiny poisonous snakes. Although her face was incomparably beautiful, it was not inferior to Naga Xuan'er. But a creature with countless small snakes on her head and the lower half of her body as well, no matter how beautiful she was, there was still a sense of horror. I didn't expect you to really come. Medusa smiled. Do you need me to meet you in my human form? I realize that you're not used to this form of mine. No need. You can do it however you like. Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian realized that although he had already entered the pyramid, there was still a barrier between him and Medusa. Tell me, how did you find this place? Medusa asked. Yang Dingtian, I followed the energy signal you sent and came in the opposite direction. Medusa, that's amazing. I didn't expect you to really find this place. Yang Dingtian, just like how the people of the Naga Empire didn't expect you to escape to the fourth dark realm more than 10,000 years ago, right? Oh, you call this place the fourth dark realm. Medusa smiled. But this place can indeed completely avoid the Naga Empire's search. Because the energy civilization in this area is even more advanced than the Naga Empire. Yang Dingtian, if I'm not wrong, you destroyed the energy body of the Naga Empire and created a huge energy storm that threw you out of the energy field of the Naga Empire and into outer space. That way, you could avoid the abyssal border and come to the fourth dark realm. But at that time, you had the courage to enter the vortex of the fourth dark realm. I'm really impressed. Medusa said, since he's a fugitive, he naturally dares to go anywhere. Yang Dingtian said, it seems to me that you've been trapped here for many, many years. Have you never gone out, or even been unable to go out? Medusa didn't answer Yang Dingtian. To reach this place, one would need to enter the giant vortex of the fourth dark domain, pass through the vast void, and finally pass through the thick dark matter. Perhaps Medusa had a way to pass through the dark matter. However, to pass through the entire fourth dark realm and reach outer space was not so simple. Yang Dingtian somewhat understood the principle of the chaos world. It was a planet. You could fly very high in the sky, but under normal circumstances, you would never be able to escape the energy field of this continent, so you could not fly through the various planes at high altitude. Just like on Earth, there was a huge gravitational force. One needed to use the second cosmic speed to escape from Earth's gravitational force. And in the chaos world, the people who were locked in here were sealed by a kind of energy field. Therefore, an incomparably huge amount of energy was needed to throw people out of the energy field, into outer space, and freely travel between the various planes and continents. And now, although Yang Dingtian had broken through to demigod, with his own ability, he could not break through the energy field of the entire continent in one go. Therefore, a huge amount of external energy was needed. For example, in the ruins of the old Naga Empire, the huge energy storm caused by it threw Queen Xianxia out of the energy field into outer space. Another example was Yang Dingtian in the giant vortex of the first dark domain. He was thrown out of the energy field by a huge amount of energy, so he could avoid the border of the abyss. However, he did not fly high enough at that time, so he would still hit the thin energy barrier. If he flew higher, the energy barrier would not even be there. Of course, in the third dark domain, Yang Dingtian fell out of the energy field into outer space. That was because the entire third dark domain had turned into endless fog, and the giant vortex in the middle had exhausted all of its energy. Therefore, the third dark domain could no longer support its energy field. It was easy to enter the chaos world from the fourth dark domain. He just had to enter the giant vortex in the middle. However, it was impossible for them to get out. Because the giant vortex was one way. One could enter, but not leave. After passing through the fourth dark domain, Yang Dingtian also realized that the giant vortex in the middle had disappeared. In its place, there were countless small vortexes. Who knew where these countless small vortexes would lead to? Or even which vortex would tear people to pieces? Therefore, after Medusa escaped to this place, she would never be able to leave again. Then the question was, if Medusa could not leave, then how did her daughter appear in the human countries? Yang Dingtian was about to ask why Shima Ningning was in the human countries. Don't ask, I won't tell, Medusa said directly. You can read my mind? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. No, reading the mind of one's own kind is a taboo of Medusa. It is also a form of betrayal, Queen Medusa said. You also know that the Naga can only communicate telepathically with their partners. But the question you want to ask is very obvious. And next, you want to ask why I have to kill these countless humans, right? Yang Dingtian nodded in acknowledgement. I can't answer you why. Queen Medusa said. Because this is the truth that a chess piece cannot know. I can only tell you that I have to do this. Chess piece, Yang Dingtian could not help but feel angry. Medusa said, you are really an anomaly. You clearly guessed that I can't leave here, so it would be very difficult to kill you. But you came to me instead. Then I will be merciful. Before you die, I will allow you to ask a few questions. Of course, if you can't answer me, I have no comment. Okay, then I will ask the first question. Yang Dingtian, this place is very far away from the human countries. You can't build those soul-leaving palace energy strongholds. And those energy strongholds were not built by the ancient human civilization. Then, may I ask, where did these energy strongholds that can receive your powerful energy signal come from? Who built them? No comment, Medusa said firmly. Second question. Yang Dingtian, your soul-leaving palace did not only give Zhu Qingzhu the soul-devouring mystic qi technique, nor did you give Wendian a bunch of secrets. You also did not only put the greater space technique into Hai Xian's brain. These can be done with a spiritual illusion. But the soul-leaving palace also let Du Gushao take away a child and made the Naga Poisa pregnant, giving birth to the Naga Du Gushuang. These can't be done with just the spiritual illusion of the energy stronghold. Also, you have no way of bringing them here. So, how did you do it? Medusa's pupil shrank, revealing a trace of surprise. Then, she still said, sorry, no comment. Yang Dingtian, you are going to kill me. Are you still not going to tell me? Medusa, a chess piece does not deserve to know the truth. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but be incomparably angry. He sneered and said, even if you don't tell me, I can still know a thing or two. Either there is not only one soul-leaving palace, but two. Or, this place is not the soul-leaving palace at all. Of course, no matter what, you are an important member of the soul-leaving palace. That is for sure. I can't tell you. Medusa restrained her shock and continued speaking indifferently. Yang Dingtian's stomach was full of anger. He had traveled more than 100,000 miles and finally came here. The other party asked him to ask questions, but the answer to every question was no comment. That kind of arrogance, that kind of superiority. Yang Dingtian, if I'm not wrong, the other so-called soul-leaving palace is in the human countries, right? And you still have to take orders from it, right? Medusa said slowly, Yang Dingtian, you humans on Earth have a saying that is very good. It is rare to be confused. The more you know, the more distressed you will be, and the shorter your life will be. If you are content to be a chess piece, then you can enjoy 100 years of glory. In the human countries, whether you are the savior or the emperor, you can enjoy glory and wealth for more than 100 years. After you die of old age, you will transform into the new demon king and be able to summon the wind and rain for another 100 years. But now, the more you know, the more you will die an unnatural death in your 30s. Yang Dingtian, I have another question. You clearly reject new demigods, so why did the soul-leaving palace let the Naga Shuang be born? If you didn't let her be born, how could I have broken through to demigod? Medusa's beautiful face twitched slightly, but she still said indifferently, no comment. Yang Dingtian, you are also under orders. Tell me, who is the person above you? It is definitely not the god of primal chaos, because the so-called god of primal chaos would not directly control this and that. It is a very pure existence. So, the person above you should be the so-called fake god, right? If I am not wrong, Wendian and I were sent from Earth to this world by it. No comment. Medusa continued indifferently, okay, are you done asking? Yang Ding Tian, you didn't answer any of the questions I asked. Is there any meaning in me asking? Medusa, who told you to ask questions that are taboo? Do you have any other questions? No, it is useless to ask. Yang Ding Tian, okay. Medusa, I know that you have just broken through to demigod, and your heart is filled with confidence and arrogance. Since you came here and think that you can kill me, I will give you a chance. Make the first move, and I will give you a chance to stop me. Swoosh. Then, the energy barrier between Yang Ding Tian and Medusa disappeared. There was no longer any obstacle between the two of them. If you have any tricks, use them. Medusa smiled. Let me see what kind of power a small human like you has. Okay, then I will accept your offer. Yang Ding Tian, swoosh. Instantly, his primal Chaos Emperor grade soul sword shot out from his spatial ring. The technique he used was not Yang Ding Tian's technique, but the Emperor of Naga's Great Judgment technique. Note, there is one more, thank you. Medusa let Yang Ding Tian make the first move, saying that she was giving him a chance to use his mad dog bark. Yang Ding Tian did not hold back. The soul sword shot out like a bolt of lightning. The Emperor of Naga and the soul sword instantly used up all the energy in the soul sword to perform the Naga Emperor's Great Judgment technique. What was the Great Judgment technique? This was a technique unique to the Emperor of Naga Empire. Any subject of the Naga Empire had signed an energy contract from the depths of their soul and body. They were completely unable to resist the Great Judgment technique. This was to ensure that the Emperor of Naga Empire had the power to judge and punish his subjects. Therefore, this was almost the only technique that was fatal to the entire Naga race. Therefore, rather than calling it a technique, it was more like a contract. At present, whether it was Yang Ding Tian, Naga Shuang, or even the soul of the Emperor of Naga and the chi of the soul sword, none of them could do anything to Queen Medusa. In fact, the combined energy of the four sides was not even 1/10 of Queen Medusa's. They could not even break through her defense. The Great Judgment technique was the only effective attack against Medusa now. Although the energy of this attack was not even 1% of Medusa's cultivation. However, at least Medusa could not defend herself and had to bear the full brunt of this energy. Of course, to Medusa, this Great Judgment spell was just like a mosquito bite to a human. It was not painful at all. However, with the addition of the fossilizing fluid, it was completely different. The fossilizing fluid was fatal to any Naga, but Yang Ding Tian could not get it into Medusa's body no matter what. However, the Great Judgment technique could break through her defense. When the two were combined, it was the most lethal attack, and the only effective attack. Swoosh, the Great Judgment technique sounded very impressive, but on the screen, there was only a flash of golden light. Moreover, it was not a very dazzling golden light. Instead, it was as if the clouds in the sky were torn apart, and the sun was slanted, and a golden dust sprinkled down. Then, the golden dust penetrated into Queen Medusa's body. The whole process was very fast. It was completed in less than 0.1 seconds. All the chi energy in the soul sword sea soul crystal was mixed with all the fossilizing fluid and sprinkled down. As expected, no Naga could resist the Great Judgment technique. When the incomparably powerful Queen Medusa was sprinkled by the dust, it was as if she was frozen in time. Then, she lost all her reaction. Her entire expression to her eyes, completely. Then, inch by inch, she turned into a fossil. In less than a minute, she had turned of the stone. It was exactly the same as what Yang Ding Tian saw in the illusion realm. For a long time it was to be expected of Medusa's. Of course. Of her. Yang Ding Tian had a surreal feeling in his heart. Then, he could not help but reach out to touch the sculpture, afraid that it was just an illusion. What he touched was indeed a cold fossilized sculpture. He heaved a long sigh of relief. Queen Medusa was so powerful. In the current chaotic world, she was either the first or the second. Just like that, she was easily destroyed. Shuang Queen Medusa has been destroyed, Yang Ding Tian said. Really? That's too easy. Naga Shuang said, she didn't resist at all? Yang Dingtian said, I used the Great Judgment technique and the fossilizing fluid. She was frozen immediately. She didn't resist at all. Naga Shuang said, that's good. Then, Yang Dingtian continued to explore and observe the pyramid. Even though this was the 8th era spaceship in the capital. However, it was different from the sci-fi movies Yang Dingtian had seen. There were no buttons in the pyramid's cockpit. It was completely controlled by sitting in the seat. At this time, the voice of the Emperor of Naga sounded in Yang Dingtian's heart. What's the result? Yang Dingtian said, Your Majesty, Medusa has been turned into a fossil. Can't you see it? The Emperor of Naga said, I'm in the Soul Sword. Of course, I can't see if the Soul Sword has eyes. I can only sense your state of mind, and it's vague. That was indeed the case. Everything had happened very quickly. Moreover, for fear of being discovered by Medusa, the Emperor of Naga's soul had been hiding in the Soul Sword, and the Soul Sword was in the space ring. The Emperor of Naga had been waiting for Yang Dingtian's orders. As long as he ordered the Soul Sword to attack, the Emperor of Naga would immediately use the Great Judgment technique. Hearing that Medusa had been turned into a fossil, the Emperor of Naga immediately came out of the Chaos Emperor Grade Soul Sword. Boom, in an instant, a golden light filled the entire pyramid. A golden image of Naga that looked very much like a dragon floated in the air. Looking at the fossilized Medusa, the Emperor of Naga's soul had a complicated look in its eyes and sighed softly. It's a pity that I didn't have time to ask her why she betrayed the Naga Empire. Why did she betray us? The Emperor of Naga said. Then, it flew up and tightly wrapped around the statue of Medusa. It was as if it was performing some kind of Naga ritual. At this time, the Naga Shuang's voice suddenly sounded in Yang Dingtian's heart. Husband, go, go, go. Medusa is a trick. The killing array of Medusa in the human countries is still there. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's hair stood on end. In just a short time, the Naga Shuang had used a special method to detect whether the killing array of Medusa was still there. If it was still there and there was residual energy, it proved that the energy of Medusa was still there. In the end, the killing array of Medusa was still there, so, at this time, the Emperor of Naga's soul suddenly let out a shocking roar. Human, run, run! Yang Dingtian immediately turned around, turned into a stream of light, and rushed out crazily. He didn't even look at what had happened and fled as fast as he could. In the pyramid, only the fossilized statue of Medusa was seen, and it was suddenly smashed into pieces. Then, in a place of nothingness in the pyramid, a figure suddenly flashed out. It was the peerless beauty of the Queen of Medusa. She walked slowly towards the soul of the Emperor of Naga and said slowly, Your Majesty, when I knew that Yang Dingtian had a demon core of Naga royalty, I thought that it might be you. I knew that your soul exists because of me. Even if more than 10,000 years have passed, you still want to kill me. It turned out that the Emperor of the Naga Empire was called Jialan. However, he was clearly golden in color, but there was a blue in his name. The Emperor of Naga's soul said in pain, because you betrayed the Naga Empire. Among the 13 royal families, your divine dragon bloodline is the highest, but whether it is power, scheming, or even cultivation, you are not the highest. Medusa said, but because you are the most harmonious among the 13 royal families, we elected you as the Emperor of the Naga Empire. In the past, when we were in the Naga Empire, we were like brothers. But today, I have to kill you. I am very sorry, Brother Jialan. Then, Queen Medusa, bit by bit, used her spiritual power to tear the soul of the Emperor of Naga into pieces. Why? In the incomparably complicated emotions and eyes, the soul of the Emperor of Naga, Jialan, was stripped alive by Medusa. In the end, it turned into ashes. Because now, the soul of the Emperor of Naga only had 1% of the energy when it was strong, or even 1,000th of the energy. How could he defeat Medusa at her peak? Both of them were Naga royalty, but Medusa and the Emperor of Naga were not much different in terms of cultivation from more than 10,000 years ago. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian, who had just escaped, was frozen in place before he could even fly out a few thousand meters. His energy C and Xian meridians were fine, but his spiritual power and consciousness were instantly frozen. For the time being, he had lost any control over his entire body. Medusa opened her lily-white hand and sucked Yang Dingtian in front of her. Then, Yang Dingtian regained his ability to move. Just now, when you turned into a fossil, it was you who created the illusion? Yang Dingtian asked. Medusa said, no, it was a fossil statue. When it talked to you, it was an illusion I created. When it turned into a fossil, it was real. So when you touched it, it was a real fossil. You can think of it as a clone of me. Yang Dingtian's face suddenly twitched, and said, I knew it, Queen Medusa was not so easy to destroy. You guessed that I would let the Emperor of Naga use the Great Judgment Art and the fossil liquid? Medusa said, it was not a guess, but I was worried about this, so I had to take precautions. Yang Dingtian said, it's fine if I didn't find out, but why didn't the Emperor of Naga think of this? Medusa said, human, the Emperor of Naga is not only the most outstanding Naga. After becoming the Emperor of Naga, you will lose a lot of time to cultivate. So, among the 13 royal families, the Emperor of Naga is more mediocre. And most importantly, the Emperor of Kellan once wanted to become my partner, but I refused. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, I understand. The Emperor of Naga only wanted to complete this mission, to fulfill his duty. He was not willing to think about other things. Killing Medusa was a duty that he had to complete. Yang Dingtian said, now that your real body is in front of me, can you answer my previous question? And the Emperor of Naga has been killed by you. Medusa said, sorry, I can't tell you, a pawn does not deserve to know too much. It was still the same high and mighty words. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, okay, I admit defeat. What are you going to do with me? You should know that unless you have the fossil liquid to turn me into a fossil, you won't be able to kill me. Otherwise, you probably won't be able to kill me. Naga Dugu Shuang'er and I share life. Medusa smiled and said, who said I was going to kill you? Yang Dingtian said, you said it just now. Medusa smiled and said, it was just my clone, I won't kill you now. Yang Dingtian was puzzled, Medusa won't kill me? Then what does she want? What do you want? Yang Dingtian asked. Medusa said, you will soon see what I want to do to you, Yang Dingtian little human. Note, second update, thank you. Medusa would not kill Yang Dingtian, moreover, because Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang shared life, she could not kill Yang Dingtian either. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was very curious about how Medusa would deal with him. The result came out very quickly. Queen Medusa directly lifted Yang Dingtian by the neck and flew out of the pyramid. After flying through a void, they melted the thick dark matter and continued to fly forward. After passing through more than a few thousand miles of dark matter, they arrived at an endless void. This should be the core of the chaotic world. It was really strange. Although what exactly was inside the Earth was a huge mystery, most scientists believed that it should be liquid metal. The core of the Earth should be ancient. And the core of this chaotic world planet was actually empty of nothingness. This was too strange. It was completely different from Yang Dingtian's understanding of the planet. However, at this time, the geographical environment of the chaotic world planet was no longer important. Because this place might not even be in the same universe as the Earth. What he should be concerned about now was how Medusa planned to deal with him. Medusa flew very fast, even faster than Yang Dingtian. After a few hours, they flew through tens of thousands of miles of void. In front of them was the fourth dark realm. Countless dark vortexes densely packed together. At this time, Yang Dingtian had a more general calculation. The area of this fourth dark realm seemed to be larger than the first, second, and third dark realms, or even the sum of the three. Yang Dingtian knew how Medusa planned to deal with him. Human chess piece, I can't kill you, so I'll throw you into these countless vortexes. Queen Medusa said, in this way, you will be constantly torn apart and then reborn again. Your energy, the energy of the Naga Dugu Shuang, will be completely consumed by these countless vortexes. Therefore, Naga will definitely regret joining with you. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. This was even scarier than being killed. Medusa wanted to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Let yourself die over and over again. Furthermore, the Naga Shuang would be completely crippled and lose all of its energy. This was because Yongding Tian and Naga Shuang shared life force and energy. Therefore, as long as Naga Shuang was alive, Yongding Tian would never die. However, the energy of the fourth vortex would destroy Yongding Tian's body over and over again, causing him to die over and over again. The shared energy of the Naga Shuang would allow Yongding Tian to come back to life again and again. If this cycle continued, Naga Shuang's energy would be completely depleted. She would not be able to accumulate any more energy. Her cultivation would drop from demigod to that of an ordinary beauty. She would not be much better off than a powerless woman. Medusa lifted Yongding Tian by the neck and came to the vortex of the fourth dark domain. She said in a raspy voice, "After your Naga partner is crippled, I only need to give Ximen Ningning a little bit of energy, and it will be enough to slaughter all humans." With that, Queen Medusa threw him. She threw Yongding Tian directly into the bottomless vortex of the fourth dark domain. Without any luck or accident, Yongding Tian let out an incomparably shrill scream. It was a scream that only the Naga Shuang could hear. The energy of the vortex of the fourth dark domain was extremely shocking. After the destruction of the Naga Empire, it left behind a terrible ruin that was constantly changing and tearing apart. Countless energy storms rose and fell one after another. The fourth dark domain was the product of the destruction of the energy civilization of the 8th era. The civilization of the 8th era was much, much more powerful than the Naga Empire. The entire world had countless energy fields. Almost every energy field was more powerful than n number of nuclear bombs. Once this world was destroyed, all the energy fields would instantly fall into chaos. All life in this world would be strangled. Only countless energy vortexes were left. The energy of each vortex was enormous. After Yongding Tian was sucked into the vortex, it was like an animal being sucked into an airplane engine. He watched as his flesh and blood, his demigod body, was torn apart inch by inch and peeled off. In extreme pain, Yongding Tian lost all of his skin, then all of his flesh. Finally, all of his bones and internal organs were gone. Finally, his xian veins were torn apart. His entire brain and head were completely crushed. In less than half a minute, Yongding Tian was completely smashed into pieces. In this half a minute, Yongding Tian had passed through countless vortexes. After entering a vortex, he didn't know where he would be sucked into. It was like going from one vortex to another. In the end, when the vortex was about to destroy Yongding Tian's soul and energy reserve, the energy of the Naga Duga Shuang poured into Yongding Tian's energy reserve. Then, the energy reserve began to spread and reconstruct Yongding Tian's xian veins and body. However, the vortex continued to destroy everything about Yongding Tian. As a result, the energy of the Naga Duga Shuang was constantly consumed in an attempt to reconstruct Yongding Tian's demigod body. However, before the 3-inch xian veins could be reconstructed, they were completely destroyed. No, 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 no. The Naga Duga Shuang, who was sitting on the dark throne, felt the energy in her body rapidly depleting. She immediately let out an extremely painful scream. Then, she desperately devoured the xian energy from the dark throne. She didn't want to cultivate xian energy, but battle xian energy. However, her energy was still depleting rapidly. She couldn't stop it at all. Before meeting Medusa, the Naga Duga Shuang had actually thought of such an ending. However, between her and Yongding Tian, this couple, she had violated morality because of her. Therefore, she was already the weaker party. Especially because of Yongding Tian, she had broken through to the demigod level. Therefore, the right to speak between them was on Yongding Tian's side. Therefore, even though the Naga Duga Shuang had foreseen this scene, she was completely powerless to stop it from happening. Because she couldn't persuade Yongding Tian. Especially when Yongding Tian used his moral superiority to suppress her, she had even less right to speak. If it had been before, she could have just cut him in two and left. But now, the two of them had become one. They shared life and everything. Naturally, they had to bear the most terrible consequences together. Now, the most terrible consequences had occurred. However, the Naga Duga Shuang didn't regret it. Of course, this wasn't entirely because of love. It was because the Naga were a proud race. Once they made a choice, they wouldn't regret it, no matter how serious the consequences were. Regret was the behavior of the weak. Yes, regret was the behavior of the weak. So, did Yang Dingtian regret it now? He wasn't dead, and he couldn't die. In fact, he couldn't even feel pain now. All he had left was his energy reserve and his soul. Even his heart and mystic meridians were gone. He couldn't feel the physical pain, but the psychological pain was endless. Because he had dragged the Nagaduga down. Time continued to pass. In just a few hours, Yang Dingtian had passed through countless vortexes and been crushed by countless of them. The energy in the Nagaduga Shuang's body had been completely depleted. She desperately devoured the energy of the Empire of Darkness. However, the energy she devoured was just enough to preserve Yang Dingtian's energy reserve and soul. There was nothing left of him. In fact, the Nagaduga Shuang didn't even have enough energy to transform back into her Naga form. She couldn't even leave the throne of darkness for a second. She was trapped to death on top of it. Right now, she had completely become a powerless beauty. Even a martial ancestor realm expert could do whatever they wanted to her. If he had the chance to do it all over again, would Yang Dingtian still make the same choice? Would he still fly across half of the chaotic world planet, pass through the Earth's core, and arrive at Medusa's pyramid? Yang Dingtian thought about it again and again. He would still do it. That's right, he would still do it. Because if he didn't do it, there was no way he could defeat Medusa. The choice he had made earlier was already an opportunity to eliminate Medusa. Shuang, I'm sorry, Yang Dingtian said in his heart. It's okay, husband. The Nagaduga Shuang said, to be honest, in this desperate and painful situation, I can actually understand your choice and feel a little proud. The Nagaduga Shuang wasn't lying. Her greed for energy was eternal. She would always be snobbish. But now that she had lost all her energy and was facing Yang Dingtian in complete despair, she could clearly feel Yang Dingtian's state of mind. Sacrifice was truly a great state of mind. This was a kind of spiritual strength. Yang Dingtian rationally thought about it over and over again, and in the end, he still didn't regret his choice. Even if his choice seemed to be suicide. But this wasn't a stupid thing. It was just that the operation had failed. Time passed day by day. Yang Dingtian's soul was still shuttling through countless vortexes. During this period of time, the two of them couldn't do anything, nor could they do anything. The Nagaduga Shuang instinctively devoured the energy of the throne of darkness at every moment, and then supplied it to Yang Dingtian's energy reserve and soul life. The Nagaduga Shuang entered the depths of Yang Dingtian's mind and found the movies and TV series he had watched. Then, she sorted them out. The two of them watched movies and TV series in his mind. Just like that, they quietly watched the movies. Yang Dingtian had forgotten many of the movies. But they were still engraved in Yang Dingtian's mind. It was just that they were placed in unimportant positions, and Yang Dingtian couldn't remember them at once. Now, the Nagaduga Shuang sorted them out and replayed them. Yang Dingtian was equivalent to revisiting the old and learning new things. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian asked one day, Shuang, I've passed through countless energy vortexes. Now, you're barely maintaining my life with the energy from the throne of darkness. What if I'm suddenly sucked in by a huge energy vortex and destroyed? What will happen then? The Nagaduga Shuang said indifferently, I won't be able to support the energy from the throne of darkness anymore. So, your energy reserve will be destroyed. Then, we'll enter a new equilibrium. I can only protect your soul. Of course, if the energy vortex is bigger, it will exceed my energy supply. Then, your soul will be destroyed and you'll die completely. Yang Dingtian trembled and said, if I die, what about you? The Nagaduga Shuang said, when the energy from me and the throne of darkness is insufficient to support your life, my body will turn into energy to supply you. Then, my Xian veins, my energy reserve, and my soul will. In the end, if none of them can support us, we'll die together. Yang Dingtian didn't ask. Wasn't the body of a demigod immortal and indestructible? The evil spirits of the primordial era weren't immortal and indestructible. In fact, immortality and indestructibility were only relative. When the energy exceeded a certain level, everything would die. Including gods and the universe. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, then let's wait for death. Because there's an incomparably huge vortex ahead. I can feel its existence. Me too. The Naga Shuang said, then let's die together. Note, there's a second update. Thank you, everyone. That's right, there was a huge energy vortex in front of him. Of course, Yang Dingtian couldn't see it, but he could clearly feel it. Because all the energy vortexes were converging in that direction. This was a very, very huge energy vortex, one that was completely destructive. It was far beyond what Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang could bear. Therefore, they were basically doomed. In the face of death, Naga Shuang was even calmer than Yang Dingtian. She was still watching a movie in Yang Dingtian's mind, and it was The Lord of the Rings. She didn't even pause the movie. The war scenes in this movie, or the battle between the strong, are certainly incredible for humans on Earth, but it's not worth mentioning for Naga. Why do you still enjoy it? Yang Dingtian asked. Naga Shuang said, put yourself in the shoes of a human, into your world, and forget that you're a Naga. At this time, the two of them were watching the orc army besieging the human capital, and the Rohirrim cavalry charging at the orc army. At this time, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the huge vortex was getting closer and closer. Sigh, it's a pity that we can't see the end, Yang Dingtian said. It doesn't matter. You can imagine the ending of this kind of movie with a chrysanthemum, Naga Shuang said, the main theme of Hollywood blockbusters is always like this. As soon as she said this, Yang Dingtian felt very strange. However, Naga Shuang did have the right to say this, because she had watched almost all the Hollywood movies in Yang Dingtian's mind. Suddenly, Medusa said, honey, what do you think that huge vortex in front of us is? Could it be the vortex that runs through the fourth dark realm? If that's the case, can you go back the way you came? Not only will you not die, but you can also leave this damn place? Yang Dingtian said, if that's the case, that's great. However, I don't dare to hope for my luck anymore. After all, I'm no longer the child of destiny of the god of chaos. I've already started to disobey him. Naga Shuang said, maybe you're that lucky. Yang Dingtian, alright then, let's wait and see if we're that lucky. Then, the two of them quieted down and waited for the results. The result was soon revealed. That was because the unprecedentedly huge vortex was right in front of him. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's soul and Qi were instantly drawn in. If he was lucky enough, this would be the vortex that pierced through the fourth dark domain, and could even eject Yang Dingtian out of the fourth dark domain. And if he wasn't lucky enough, that was to be completely crushed and turned into ashes. He and Naga Shuang died together. The results were revealed, Yang Dingtian wasn't lucky enough. This was a destructive vortex, not an escape vortex. It easily destroyed the energy protection provided by Naga Shuang and directly tore open Yang Dingtian's Qi. It was as easy as blowing off dust. It was about to completely crush Yang Dingtian's Qi and his soul. In about a second and a half, Yang Dingtian would die. The whole process went something like this. After tearing open the wall of Yang Dingtian's Qi, Yang Dingtian's Qi would completely explode. However, it would definitely be completely crushed before it could explode. Then, it began to destroy Yang Dingtian's soul. Why was the soul last? Because demigods would protect their souls with their bodies and all their energy. The soul was the most fragile part of the body. Of course, when Yang Dingtian's soul was destroyed, Naga Shuang's body would begin to disappear and turn into energy to protect his soul. Then, Naga Shuang would lose her body and Qi. In the end, both of their souls would be turned into ashes. The whole process took a little more than a second. Death was destined to come. Yang Dingtian really wasn't lucky enough. Naga Shuang was still as calm as ever. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, was filled with infinite reluctance. Sigh, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, even if he was unwilling, Yang Dingtian could only sigh and wait for anything to happen. Boom, just as the huge vortex began to destroy Yang Dingtian's Qi. The greediest and most powerful species finally couldn't take it anymore. Roar, the dark green dragon that occupied the abyss of Yang Dingtian's Qi suddenly roared and stretched out its incomparably huge body from Yang Dingtian's Qi. It swallowed all the energy swept by the dark vortex, swallowed, and swallowed. It was very, very excited, but also very, very scared. It was excited because it was swallowing an endless amount of energy. It was countless times the sum of all the energy it had swallowed before. It was scared because there was too much energy. Of course, it wasn't scared. To it, the more energy, the better, even if it wasn't very useful. However, Yang Dingtian's qi was still too small. Once it swallowed too much energy and exceeded its limit, Yang Dingtian's qi would directly explode. In that case, the black dragon that lost its host would dissipate in the air and turn into countless dragon energy particles. And the next chance of reincarnation would be next to nothing. In fact, the black dragon had already woken up. Previously, because Yang Dingtian's qi was too small to accommodate it, it had no choice but to sleep in the abyss of Yang Dingtian's qi universe. However, ever since Yang Dingtian broke through to demigod, his qi had expanded many times and could now accommodate it. Therefore, the original dark colossal dragon no longer needed to sleep in the abyss. However, it deliberately didn't wake up and didn't appear. Because once it appeared, Yang Dingtian, the host, would make such and such requests. Therefore, it remained silent. It watched as Yang Dingtian grew stronger, stronger, and stronger. Anyway, the meat was rotting in the pot. The energy that Yang Dingtian swallowed in his qi would eventually belong to it. Once it had devoured enough special energy, it would be able to tear apart Yang Dingtian's qi vessel like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon on earth. It would then devour Yang Dingtian's qi vessel cleanly and rush out from Yang Dingtian's small qi vessel universe. But now, it could no longer pretend to be asleep. If Yang Dingtian's qi exploded, it would lose its place of residence. Therefore, the black dragon desperately swallowed, and swallowed. It was completely between hell and heaven. The black dragon's greed for energy was countless times greater than that of the Naga. Such a powerful whirlpool of energy was devoured by it without leaving a single drop behind. Therefore, not only was Yang Dingtian's qi not destroyed, but his profound veins also grew inch by inch. Then, the skeleton and body began to grow back inch by inch. In the end, Yang Dingtian was completely restored. Because the black dragon had absorbed all of the energy attacks from the whirlpool. Therefore, the energy that the Naga Shuang devoured was able to continuously restore Yang Dingtian's body. Was this a case of putting oneself in a hopeless situation? At this time, Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang let out a long sigh of relief. This incomparably greedy black dragon had finally appeared and stopped pretending to be dead. In fact, before entering the whirlpool of darkness, Yang Dingtian had thought that the black dragon would definitely appear. Now, it was a matter of life and death. But who would have thought that the black dragon would turn a deaf ear to Yang Dingtian's body and profound veins, as if nothing had happened? It only appeared when the qi was about to explode and it was about to lose its place of residence. The black dragon was still swallowing. Its body grew bigger and bigger. It had already exceeded several hundred kilometers, and then several thousand kilometers. Because Yang Dingtian's qi was another independent space, an extremely large independent space. Soon, it had surpassed the space in Yang Dingtian's qi. If it continued to devour, Yang Dingtian's qi was very likely to explode. The amount of energy that it had devoured this time was tens or hundreds of times more than the energy that it had devoured before. However, the black dragon didn't really need this energy. Right now, it didn't lack this kind of ordinary energy. What it needed was the energy of the black hole, the energy that was unique to Naga. Actually, it was the bloodline energy of the fallen divine dragon. Only these two types of energy could shape its body and allow it to grow. There was a very, very powerful darkness mystic flame in Yang Dingtian's body. The black dragon was completely drooling, but it held back because Yang Dingtian needed this darkness mystic flame. Everything in Yang Dingtian's qi belonged to the dark colossal dragon. The meat was already in the pot, and there was no hurry. Can't devour anymore, it's going to explode. The black dragon roared. However, once it stopped devouring, the huge whirlpool would completely destroy Yang Dingtian's qi within 2 seconds. Therefore, the black dragon was almost scared out of its wits. If it didn't devour, it would be waiting for death. If it devoured, it would be courting death. Yang Dingtian's qi had really reached its limit. The entire qi was completely occupied by the black dragon. This black dragon was so big that it was boundless. Its terrifying body was completely squeezed together. There were 3 more seconds. Devour for 3 more seconds. Yang Dingtian's GC was about to completely explode. 3, 2. Whoosh. Maybe the black dragon was lucky enough. Or maybe Yang Dingtian was lucky enough. Just as the GC was about to explode and the black dragon was about to turn into ashes, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly rushed out of the huge whirlpool. 1 person, 1 naga, 1 dragon. The 3 lives were saved. Yang Dingtian, remember, this is the 3rd time I've saved you. The black dragon roared. No, you're not saving me, you're saving yourself. Yang Dingtian sneered. Roar. The black dragon roared furiously and made up its mind. Once it devoured enough special energy and fully grew, it would definitely devour Yang Dingtian and Naga as its final nutrients. Black dragon, how about we make a deal? Yang Dingtian suddenly said with a smile. Note, 2nd update. Thank you, everyone. Brothers with monthly votes can vote a few. Deal? No, 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 we won't make any deals, the dark dragon said firmly. Yang Dingtian, don't tell me you don't even want the dark energy anymore? The dark dragon sneered in its heart. Dark energy, the dark mystic flame in your energy reserve is a huge source of dark energy, but I didn't swallow it. Unless there are so many mountains and so many seas of dark energy, otherwise, it can only be a joke, the dark dragon said. You can't even protect yourself now. You can't even go out, let alone talk about the black hole energy. Yang Dingtian, that's why you have to help me get out. It's best if you help me kill Medusa. Then, I'll give you an astronomical amount of black hole energy. The dark dragon continued to sneer. Human, if we encounter a slightly larger energy vortex now, we're all dead. Your sea of chi has already reached its limit, so give up. I won't make any deal with a mere human like you. Then, the dark dragon sank directly into the universe abyss of Yang Dingtian's energy reserve and continued to sleep. I'll continue to sleep. You don't have to wake me up. Even if you're going to be killed, don't wake me up because I can't save you. The dark dragon said one last time and then went completely silent. No matter how Yang Dingtian shouted, there was no response. Yang Dingtian was helpless. This dark dragon was even colder and more ruthless than Medusa. If it wasn't living in Yang Dingtian's energy reserve, it wouldn't care about his life or death at all. It was a fool's dream to ask it for help. Huff, huff, huff. After Yang Dingtian was thrown out of that enormous energy whirlpool, his surroundings were actually completely empty. There was nothing around him at all. Husband, the place you're in now should be a temporary vacuum of calm. Naga Xuan explained, because the energy vortex just now was so big that it swallowed all the other vortexes in the surrounding area. That's why this calm vacuum was formed behind it. Although the analogy is not appropriate, it is somewhat similar to your Earth ship. After it is silent in the depths of the sea, one or several air pockets will appear in the ship. There is no water in the air pockets. I understand, Yang Dingtian said. Then, how long can this calm vacuum exist? Naga Xuan said, that depends on whether the balance is broken or not. If it is not broken, then it will always exist. Once it's broken, it can disappear at any time. Yang Dingtian was also very clear about this theory during the shipwreck incident. Within the golden 48 hours, the hull of the ship would not be cut. He was worried that it would destroy the chi acupoints inside and cause the survivors to die. Because these chi acupoints were extremely fragile, they would be destroyed with the slightest impact. Yang Dingtian floated quietly in this calm vacuum. There was no energy or harm around him. It was very peaceful. He did not even dare to fly too fast because the energy environment here was very fragile. If Yang Dingtian flew too fast, he might destroy this extremely fragile balance of the vacuum. Of course, some people might say that they should take advantage of this rare calm to get out quickly. That would be pure wishful thinking. The entire Fourth Dark Realm was a space that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. There were countless energy vortexes inside. Once Yang Dingtian entered an energy vortex, he would not be able to control himself and would be crushed to pieces. It would be impossible for him to get out. In fact, Yang Dingtian did not even know where he was now. Husband, this calm vacuum is not small. It should have existed for many, many years, Naga Shuang said. Go and check it out. Perhaps there are still things left behind by the ancient civilization. Okay. Yang Dingtian then carefully floated and flew, observing everything around him. Because there was absolute darkness here, his vision was completely zero. Moreover, Yang Dingtian could not release his celestial qi or the race of the million-spirit demon fire to search. He could only use the stupidest method, which was to take out a glowing cold crystal and search bit by bit. In terms of illumination, the hot crystal was actually much brighter, but Yang Dingtian did not dare to take it out. That was because the amount of energy it released while illuminating the area was too great. The cold crystal's glowing principle was almost similar to that of a firefly, and the energy it released was almost negligible. Holding the cold crystal, Yang Dingtian slowly floated and searched bit by bit. This calm vacuum wasn't small. Yang Dingtian had been flying carefully and had already searched every inch of space within 100 miles, but there wasn't anything inside. Yang Dingtian was not willing to give up and continued to search. A few hours passed. A day passed. 2 days passed. The area that Yang Dingtian searched had already exceeded a few hundred miles. However, he still did not find anything. However, this calm vacuum was really big. Yang Dingtian had been flying for a few days, but he still did not reach the border. However, no matter how big it was not worth mentioning in the Fourth Dark Realm. The Fourth Dark Realm originally covered more than 100,000 miles. After the great expansion after the destruction, it was completely boundless. Was Yang Dingtian lucky to be swept into this calm vacuum? It should not be lucky, but inevitable. Because if one entered the Fourth Dark Realm from that whirlpool, one would definitely be sucked into the whirlpool. Once sucked in, one would definitely die. And Yang Dingtian was lucky to survive because of the dark dragon in his sea of qi. And as long as one survived the whirlpool, they would enter the calm vacuum. In the Fourth Dark Realm, although there weren't many of them, they weren't few either. There were at least a few hundred of them. Yang Dingtian continued to search inch by inch. He was very anxious now, but also very calm. Because Medusa thought that after killing him and Naga Shuang, she probably would not immediately control Ximen Ningning to slaughter the rest of the humans. Just like that, Yang Dingtian continued to search slowly, without the slightest bit of impatience, for fear of destroying the calm vacuum. Then one day, suddenly, in front of him, a huge object blocked his way. Yang Dingtian's heart jumped, and then a burst of ecstasy surged. The illumination range of the cold light crystal was too small. Yang Dingtian only discovered this big thing when it was only a few dozen meters away. It was a pyramid, or a pyramid-shaped thing. It was about a few hundred meters high. It looked almost exactly the same as the pyramid Medusa was in. Yang Dingtian knew that this was the cockpit of the 8th era human civilization. Its incomparably huge body had been completely destroyed, becoming part of countless energy whirlpools. And this pyramid cockpit was very lucky to be floating in the calm vacuum and was preserved. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Dingtian carefully searched along the pyramid cockpit, trying to find the entrance. From the looks of it, it was a complete triangle. There were no gaps, and it was pitch black. Yang Dingtian searched around the huge triangular pyramid that was a few hundred meters in size, but he still couldn't find any entrance. He couldn't cut it with the mystic fire, nor could he use the soul sword. "Husband, use the primeval Naga's eye gem," Shuang'er suddenly said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. But the primeval Naga's eye gem can melt dark matter. It's not dark matter, is it? Naga Shuang said, "You've been to the 8th Dark Realm, so you should know that dark matter has many forms. Moreover, any energy shield will use dark matter. In the middle and later stages, that energy civilization can't leave dark matter at all." Shuang'er was right, but Yang Dingtian was dogmatic. So, Yang Dingtian took out the primeval Naga's eye gem from his spatial ring and approached the pyramid cockpit. Whoosh, sure enough, the pyramid cockpit, which had no gaps, melted into a hole silently. Then, Yang Dingtian easily got in. Then, the hole quietly recovered and was once again intact. "Husband, you can use the flame to illuminate now," Naga Shuang said. "This pyramid can block any energy overflow." Yang Dingtian used his mystic qi to light up a pure flame. The flame was very bright, instantly illuminating the entire space inside the pyramid. Yang Dingtian saw clearly that there was nothing in the entire space except for a chair floating in the middle. This chair was exactly the same as Medusa's pyramid chair. At this moment, the chair's back was facing Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian flew around and came to the front of the chair. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Because there was another person sitting on the chair. A human of the 8th era, bald, with big eyes, a big head, and slender limbs. Almost every part of him looked the same as a human. However, his skin, eyes, and proportions were different from the later humans. Therefore, at first glance, he looked like a monster. Yang Dingtian really didn't expect that he would actually meet a real 8th era human. It was too terrifying. He approached carefully. If this 8th era human was still alive, then Yang Dingtian would be in danger. Because he could control the pyramid to attack Yang Dingtian. Flying in front of the chair, Yang Dingtian carefully looked at the 8th era human. Although his eyes were open, he did not move. Yang Dingtian carefully touched his body. Whoosh! Immediately, the place where Yang Dingtian touched directly turned to ashes. Then, like dominoes, the body of the 8th era human completely collapsed and turned into powder. He had been dead for a very, very long time. Perhaps hundreds of thousands of years, perhaps millions of years, or even longer. However, there was an absolute vacuum here, so the body would not rot. But because it had been too long, the composition of this human body had completely exceeded the decay period and directly turned to powder. At the same time, the entire pyramid suddenly lit up, it became transparent and as bright as day. Then, a special voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. This ship has lost its commander and pilot. It has become a masterless ship. Of course, it was not speaking Chinese, nor was it speaking the common language of the Chaos Realm. In fact, it was not even any language. Because it directly transmitted energy fluctuations and consciousness, there was no need to speak at all. Therefore, there was no need for language or words. At this moment, Naga Shuang suddenly said, "Husband, try sitting on it." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Naga Shuang said, after Wendian discovered the ruins of the Empire of Darkness, why was he able to have the highest control of the Throne of Darkness? It was because he had human genes in his body. Therefore, the masterless Skirich imperial capital automatically recognized him as the highest commander. Once he encounters something more similar to the 8th era human, Wendian's highest command will automatically lose it. Yang Dingtian was stunned. This made sense. Therefore, he took a deep breath and directly sat on the command seat of this pyramid. Note, there's an even better one, thank you. Yang Dingtian had just sat on the command module seat. Suddenly, the light in the entire pyramid changed. From the transparent white light, it became yellow light, then blue light, and then red light. In short, many colors were constantly changing. Finally, a special voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind again. The intruder is from an incomplete human race. Yang Dingtian was speechless. How was he an incomplete human race? However, he knew the meaning of this pyramid cockpit. It meant that Yang Dingtian wasn't complete and wasn't exactly the same as the 8th era's humans. Human race compatibility, 89. 95%. Yang Dingtian was surprised. It turned out that his similarity with the 8th era's humans was 89. 95%. Of course, he didn't know whether this number was high or low. Because on Earth, the genetic similarity between humans and mice was more than 90%. And the genetic similarity between humans and chimpanzees was more than 99%. Of course, this pyramid might not only test genes, but also spirit, thinking style, and so on. Suspect that he is a descendant of the human race, or a similar foreign race? The voice in the pyramid continued to sound. It could even judge by itself. According to the orders of the ship's supreme commander, when the ship loses its last human manager, the race similarity will be the highest basis for granting control. The intruder, whose compatibility is more than 50%, can have the highest command of the ship. Intruder, may I know your name? The pyramid asked, still in Yang Dingtian's mind, directly transmitted through consciousness. Yang Dingtian, he said. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, congratulations on becoming the ship's new commander. The pyramid said, next, I will implant a unique energy rune for you. This energy rune will be the only password for you to enter all of our ships. It will be completely bound to your soul and body. Do you accept? Accept. Yang Ding Tian. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, an incomparably complex energy light was injected into Yang Dingtian's brain, Xian meridians, sea of qi, and body. Countless multicolored and incomparably complex energy runes were instantly injected. Naga Xuan did a quick calculation and found that if it was converted into a password, it would be more than a few 100,000 digits, and it would change every second. Therefore, there was no way to crack this energy password. The binding of the energy rune has been completed. From now on, you will have full control over all spaceships of the same series, the pagoda said. Yang Dingtian asked, what if there's another commander on the other spaceship? The pyramid said, then we will use the race compatibility as the only basis. The one with the highest compatibility will have the highest authority on the ship. Yang Dingtian was delighted and said, after passing through the Earth's core, there will be another ship about 100,000 miles away. Can I control you to defeat that spaceship and kill the controller Medusa? The pyramid said, I'm sorry, I can't do it. That's because I've lost the entire hull and the highest command hall. All that's left is the pyramid cockpit. It's almost lost its ability to attack. It's impossible to defeat a complete spaceship. Yang Dingtian asked, then, if I reach the outside of the pyramid cockpit, can I directly take back the highest authority on the spaceship? The pyramid said, no, you must enter the cockpit and sit on the command seat. Or enter the highest command hall and sit on the commander's seat. Yang Dingtian asked, where is the commander's seat? Suddenly, the image of a complete spaceship appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. It was incomparably huge, with a length of more than 1,000 miles. Then, the image continued to go deeper and deeper until it finally showed the commander's seat in the highest command hall. Yes, it was the spaceship that Yang Dingtian had seen before, on the throne of the celestial palace in the imperial capital. It was the spaceship that was thousands of miles underground in the center of the western middle continent. In other words, as long as Yang Dingtian could leave the fourth dark realm, he could go deep into the western middle continent sea and enter the spaceship that Medusa controlled in the celestial palace in the imperial capital, directly taking away the highest authority of the spaceship in the imperial capital. In this way, he would have a way to kill her. Yang Dingtian was extremely excited. Although this trip was a narrow escape, Yang Dingtian still obtained the most important thing. With the energy rune password that the pyramid had just injected into his body, Yang Dingtian had obtained the method to kill Medusa. What a great gain. What a pleasant surprise. This adventure could really be said to be a life and death situation, however, although he had obtained the method to kill Medusa. At the very least, he had to leave this terrifying fourth dark realm first. Yang Dingtian wanted to leave immediately, but he also wanted to take the opportunity to understand the top secret of the chaotic world. Therefore, he asked again, may I ask, how many spaceships are there that are exactly the same as yours? 99. The pyramid said, at that time, there were a total of 99 spaceships built in the world. Each of them was thousands of miles long, and could fit millions of humans in them. 99 spaceships meant that they could fit hundreds of millions, or even billions of eighth-era humans, or even more. Such huge spaceships, so many spaceships, and so many humans, there could only be one reason, and that was that the end of the world had arrived. The eighth-era humans wanted to escape the chaotic world and enter the vast universe. Did the eighth-era human civilization encounter the end of the world and want to escape the chaotic world? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. The pyramid said. In the end, did they succeed? Yang Dingtian asked. No, they failed. The pyramid said. Why did they fail? Why was there an end to the world? Yang Dingtian asked. The pyramid said, Commander Yang Dingtian, your authority is insufficient, so I cannot answer your question. Yang Dingtian asked again, in the human kingdom of the chaotic world, there is an underground empire of darkness. I have a detailed image of it in my mind. Is it a product of the eighth era? The pyramid said, do you grant me permission to read your mind? Of course. Yang Dingtian replied. The pyramid read Yang Dingtian's memories of the Empire of Darkness. It quickly replied, Sir Commander, it is indeed a product of the 8th era human civilization that you mentioned. It was one of the underground shelters of the Murine Empire during World War II. World War II? Yang Dingtian asked, how many world wars were there in the 8th era, and how long did they last? From the beginning of the civilization to its destruction, a total of 380,000 years. There were a total of 5 world wars. The pyramid replied. 380,000 years, that's a long time. Yang Dingtian was shocked. In fact, from the beginning of the energy civilization to the end of the world, it was less than 2,000 years. The pyramid said. Sure enough. What was the direct cause of the destruction of the 8th era's energy civilization? Yang Dingtian asked again. The pyramid said, I'm sorry, Commander, your authority is insufficient. Naga Shuang said, Husband, I think you should leave as soon as possible. Because the recovery of this pyramid's cockpit will definitely affect the calm vacuum. Yang Dingtian asked, Pyramid, how should I address you? Universe number 95, the pyramid said. It must be the number 95 universe number. Yang Dingtian said, Universe number 95. Now, the entire 8th era kingdom has become the 4th dark domain. There are countless energy whirlpools everywhere, enough to destroy everything. Do you have a way to get me out of the 4th dark domain and into outer space? The pyramid said, I don't know. Although I can avoid the large energy vortexes and use the vortex's suction force to find the shortest way out of your so-called 4th dark domain. However, my energy shield is limited. It's very likely that I'll be destroyed before I can even get out. Yang Dingtian said, then, please give it a try. Yes. The pyramid said, you want to go to outer space, and not the core of the void, right? Yes, outer space. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, sir. The pyramid said. So, in an instant, the entire pyramid's cockpit turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the calm vacuum. It rushed out of a few thousand miles in an instant and directly drilled into an energy vortex. So, the terrifying energy of the energy vortex desperately crushed and destroyed the pyramid's cockpit. Layer after layer of energy shields were torn apart and turned into nothingness. And in the pyramid cockpit, new layers of energy shields were born. Its flying speed was incomparably fast. However, to rush out of the 4th dark domain, the straight line distance was more than tens of thousands of miles. Moreover, to avoid the huge vortex, it was impossible to go in a straight line. It had to turn thousands of times. Therefore, the flying distance was more than hundreds of thousands of miles. Every minute, the energy shield of the pyramid cockpit was being destroyed. Sir Commander, currently flying 30,000 miles, the energy shield is 70% left. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat, and said, then, can we rush out? The current success rate is 39%. The pyramid said. The probability was really not high. So, the pyramid's cockpit continued to fly at an extremely fast speed. The energy shield continued to be destroyed crazily. Sir Commander, already flying 49,000 miles, the energy shield is 50% left. This was probably the most exciting flight in Yang Dingtian's history. In fact, nothing could be seen in the pyramid. That was because its flying speed was too fast. Its speed was more than 1,000 miles per second. Therefore, across the pyramid, one could only see rapid light and shadow shuttling. It was incomparably sci-fi, incomparably dreamy. Sir Commander, already flying 83,000 miles, the energy shield is 13% left. Sir Commander, already flying 99,000 miles, the energy shield is 2% left. At this time, Yang Dingtian's heart had already turned cold. Sir Commander, my energy shield is about to be destroyed. Boom, suddenly, a shocking light flashed. Sir Commander, I have lost all my energy shields, I am about to be completely destroyed. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the entire pyramid's cockpit was completely smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. The pyramid's voice finally sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. Sorry, Commander, mission failed. Then, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly entered the energy vortex. His entire body was instantly torn apart layer by layer. Once again, He was completely smashed into pieces. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian's surviving sea of qi and soul was suddenly thrown out by a huge energy. Then, the surrounding energy vortex all disappeared. He was thrown out of the fourth dark domain and into outer space. Yang Dingtian had successfully escaped. Fortunately, note, second update, thank you. He floated above the fourth dark realm. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he had escaped. This time, he had truly been pushed to the brink of death. He was less than 0.1 centimeters away from death. Even with the body of a demigod, he had almost died this time. Yang Dingtian floated limply in outer space. Yang Dingtian was not in a hurry to leave. Due to inertia, Yang Dingtian floated further and further away. In the end, he floated more than a few thousand miles away. The fourth dark realm was completely chaotic, so the energy field had completely disappeared. He looked down at the fourth dark realm from a few thousand miles above. It was still incomparably huge, but most of the energy vortexes could not be seen. They had become small black dots. Only the largest vortex in the middle still had a hole in it. Yang Dingtian had once dreamed of entering the fourth dark realm to cultivate. Now that he thought about it, it was really a dream. Even the third dark realm was an absolute land of death. In the fourth dark realm, even the demigod Naga would almost certainly die if he entered. This was an absolute forbidden zone for life. Although it was not completely dead, it was more terrifying than being dead. He did not know how long the fourth dark realm would exist before it was completely devoured by the abyss border. Yang Dingtian turned around again and looked at the countless stars in the sky. Xianxia, search my geographical and astronomical knowledge. Do you think this starry sky is familiar? Yang Dingtian asked. The Naga Shuang shook her head and said, Husband, your astronomical knowledge is too limited. You don't have a clear memory of the stars at all. However, I can be sure that this starry sky is definitely not your Milky Way, or even your universe. Yang Dingtian's gaze fell on the moon in the sky. What a round and big moon. Then, Yang Dingtian felt extremely strange. Because there was only one moon. In the chaotic realm, were there not 2 suns and 2 moons? Husband, the reason you saw 2 moons and 2 suns before was because of the energy field above the ground. The Naga Shuang said, the light of the sun and moon penetrates the energy field and enters your vision. Therefore, there was a change. Therefore, you saw the image of 2 suns and a moon. In fact, there was only 1 sun and 1 moon. Yang Dingtian heaved a sigh of relief. This was in line with what he knew. Otherwise, a world would have 2 suns. It didn't matter if the temperature was high. The key was that the gravitational force was unstable. That was too scary. In the Earth dimension, there was a very awesome science fiction novel called The Three-Body Problem. It was about a civilized world with 3 suns. Thus, that world suffered an incomparably terrifying calamity. Yang Dingtian floated in space for several hours. At this moment, the profound energy in his body had mostly recovered. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly turned around and spat out obsidian flames as he flew towards the east. Whoosh, his speed was extremely fast, exceeding tens of thousands of miles per hour. Soon, they passed through the fourth dark realm and entered the third. As expected, there was not even an energy barrier here. He flew straight through. Soon, Yang Dingtian flew through the third, second, and first dark realms. Yang Dingtian still did not land. At the end of the first dark realm was the border of the first abyss, and then the icy north. Looking down from here, the entire area was covered in fog. The entire world was frozen. Yang Dingtian flew extremely fast as he rushed out of this dense fog and entered the world of ice and snow. In a few hours, he had flown over hundreds of thousands of miles, which was close to half of the chaotic world planet. After rushing out of the energy barrier, he did not even need to pass through the border of the abyss. He flew straight over. Next, Yang Dingtian was about to land. He kept descending, descending, and descending, when he was about 3,000 miles from the ground. He was stopped by an invisible energy barrier. This should be the energy barrier of the human countries. Probably no one had noticed this before. Because no one had been able to fly so high before. Moreover, even if he flew so high, he would end up in an infinitely repeating void. He would not hit the top. Yang Dingtian opened a space door and rushed into the human country's barrier. Immediately, he felt the presence of celestial qi. Then he looked up at the suns in the sky. There were indeed two of them. After looking for a while, Yang Dingtian did not stop. Instead, he first went to the human gathering place in the icy land. Here, food and resources were continuously transported from the Empire of Darkness's underground passage. Moreover, many people here had also entered the Empire of Darkness through the secret underground passage. After confirming that this place was not under attack, Yang Dingtian was relieved. This meant that Medusa had not sent Shima Ningning out. Next, Yang Dingtian flew to the southern barbarian continent. This place was also safe. Moreover, the resources here were much more abundant. As long as Medusa did not attack, this place would be fine. Then, Yang Dingtian flew to the southernmost land, which was tens of thousands of miles away. This was the first time Yang Dingtian came here after the Medusa massacre. At this time, there were already more than tens of millions of humans living here. Not only did every oasis have a town, but even some deserts had built towns. Moreover, after a few years of hard work, many deserts here had been planted with green trees. One of the strategies of the Council of Light was to completely transform the land of extreme difficulty and turn the desert here into an oasis that humans could live in. The manpower, material, and financial resources needed to do this were astronomical. Some people raised doubts, saying that the current territory of the human countries was enough to live in. It was not worth building an oasis in the desert of tens of thousands of miles. But Yang Dingtian still signed this plan. Because the current northwest continent, the land of chaos, and the land of ice and snow were all in danger. The territory of the human countries was not too much, but too little. After confirming that this area had not been attacked by Medusa, Yang Dingtian turned and flew to the Yingzhou continent, the southwest continent, and the various islands in the Southwest Sea. Every piece of land that remained was filled with people. There were temporary tents and wooden houses. However, the whole world still seemed to have been cut apart. Other than the southwest continent, where one could take a huge detour to the southern barbarian continent and the southernmost land. The connection between the surviving areas had been cut off. Because most of the sea was covered by Medusa's killing formation. Anyone who passed by would still be turned into a fossil. Yang Dingtian was very proud and gratified. Because whether it was the southern barbarian continent, the Yingzhou continent, the southwest continent, or the southernmost land. After the massacre ended, they all sent out ships in the shortest time possible and drew out safe areas and directions. They tried to establish contact with the surviving continents in the shortest time possible. Yang Dingtian would not let the remaining humans die in the hands of Medusa no matter what. After searching all the surviving continents, Yang Dingtian flew toward the center of the Middle West continent. He did not stop and did not enter the Empire of Darkness. Instead, he went directly to kill Medusa. "Husband, are you sure you want to go now?" Naga Shuang suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian understood what Naga Shuang meant. If Yang Dingtian's plan failed, then this time, there would be no possibility of escape. In that case, he could still say goodbye to his family and children for the last time when he went to the Empire of Darkness. He could still see them for the last time. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "There's no need for that. If I fail this time, I'll be the first one to break the seal. If I fail, then it will be difficult for our family and children to survive. So, it doesn't matter." After saying that, Yang Dingtian suddenly dived into the sea. Soon, he reached the bottom of the sea. The cave that Yang Dingtian dug last time was still there. Yang Dingtian kept drilling down. He did not know how thick the seabed rock layer was, but he finally reached the thick area of dark matter. He used the primeval Naga's eye gem to melt the dark matter. After passing through thousands of miles of dark matter, Yang Dingtian once again entered the vacuum area of dark matter. Seeing the huge Skirich imperial capital again, Yang Dingtian sighed with emotion. The feeling was completely different. He did not know how many spaceships this was from the universe. Such a huge spaceship, thousands of miles long, completely exceeded the scope of Yang Dingtian's imagination. If these 99 huge spaceships had successfully flown out of the chaotic world from the imperial capital, the incomparably powerful and intelligent 8th era human civilization would have been saved and survived. Unfortunately, they failed. As for the reason for failure, Yang Dingtian did not know. Not long after, Yang Dingtian flew directly into the Celestial Palace. The incomparably spacious Celestial Palace was larger than any square in the world. It was completely like a city. There was only a lonely seat in the middle. This was the seat of the commander of the spaceship. Its level was higher than the cockpit. That was because the seat of the cockpit was at most the captain's seat. They were responsible for flying. The commander's seat was in charge of all the armed forces and all the humans on the spaceship. Yang Dingtian walked to the commander's seat. If the plan did not go wrong, if Yang Dingtian's compatibility with the 8th era's humans was higher than that of Medusa's, then Yang Dingtian would be able to obtain the highest control of the spaceship in the imperial capital in a very short period of time. Then, he could directly order to kill Medusa. Moreover, the previous universe pyramid had injected a unique energy rune code into his body. Now, Yang Dingtian could only pray that his plan was effective. His guess was not wrong. If he was wrong, he would definitely die. The human nation would be completely destroyed. Most of his family members had no chance of surviving either. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian directly sat on it. Boom! The entire spaceship in the imperial capital seemed to shake violently. The entire celestial palace suddenly lit up. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Inside the celestial palace, there were countless rooms, countless paths, and countless trees of light and shadow. There were also all kinds of things that grew out of thin air. The incomparably spacious celestial palace directly turned into an incomparably complicated inner city. Then, a familiar voice appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind again. Scanning the intruder. The intruder has a high-level energy rune code and is allowed to enter. The intruder is His Excellency Yang Dingtian. His Excellency Yang Dingtian, what orders do you have? Yang Dingtian, I want to obtain the command rights of this spaceship in the imperial capital. The voice of the universe said, this spaceship already has a commander. According to the rules, the two commanders can first discuss and decide on the commander. However, if you refuse, this spaceship will decide on the compatibility of the two commanders. Yang Dingtian, please decide. Yes, the universe spaceship said. At this moment, another voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's ears. It was cold and shocked. Yang Dingtian, you're not dead yet? Then, Medusa directly ordered, spaceship to the imperial capital. Kill this intruder immediately. The universe spaceship said, I'm sorry, Commander Medusa. I'm in the process of choosing a new commander and will obey the new commander's orders. Medusa's expression changed. She hissed, Yang Dingtian, how can you not be dead? How can you be in my spaceship? Yang Dingtian said coldly, no comment. This could be considered as giving him a taste of his own medicine. Previously, no matter what Yang Dingtian asked, Medusa only replied coldly that she had no comment. Medusa did not insist. She made a prompt decision and said, send me to the Celestial Palace. Obviously, it wanted to kill Yang Dingtian with its own hands. There was an energy formation between the cockpit and the Celestial Palace. Sorry, before the new commander is chosen, I refuse to obey any orders, the universe spaceship said. Not only that. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of energy shields suddenly appeared around Yang Dingtian. It was the same for Medusa's side. Before the new commander was chosen, Yang Dingtian and Medusa could not leave. They were trapped by the spaceship in the imperial capital. Medusa was shocked. She immediately turned into a stream of light and wanted to rush out of the pyramid in the cockpit. Boom 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 boom, she was incomparably powerful, completely shattering layer after layer of energy shields. However, the speed at which she shattered them was faster than the speed at which the imperial capital reconstructed the energy shields. Medusa had been trapped inside since the beginning. After all, this was the energy product of the 8th era. This was a civilization more powerful than the Naga Empire, even though the master of that civilization was almost powerless. The results were out quickly. Mr. Yang Dingtian, the matching degree is 89.5%. Your Excellency Medusa, compatibility rate, 57.3%. Yang Dingtian's compatibility was much higher. This was of course. Yang Dingtian was a human. Although Medusa also had human genes, she was still a Naga. Her compatibility with the humans of the 8th era was definitely not as good as Yang Dingtian's. Sir Yang Dingtian, welcome as the Supreme Commander of this spaceship. The universe said. Yang Dingtian directly ordered, I order you to kill Medusa immediately. Note, brothers, I was busy until 10:30 a.m. today. I can only write now. Sorry. Yang Dingtian ordered bluntly, I order you to kill Medusa immediately. The Cosmos spaceship was silent for a moment, then said, yes. Immediately after, a clear image immediately appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. In the pyramid cockpit of the spaceship, Queen Medusa was desperately trying to destroy the energy shield. However, this endless energy shield was stacked on top of one another. It was simply endless. Medusa tried her best, but she was unable to break free. Then, above the pyramid, a terrifying energy light suddenly condensed. Yang Dingtian did not know what the energy source of the spaceship was, but it was much more advanced than the Xianxia imperial capital of the Empire of Darkness. The Xianxia imperial capital of the Empire of Darkness needed to constantly rotate and devour the energy of several continents. The cosmic spaceship in the imperial capital was completely self-sufficient in terms of energy. How powerful was its energy? It could be seen from the 3 Medusa-killing formations in the human countries that had turned countless humans into fossils and still maintained a terrifying killing intent. Therefore, the energy condensed above the pyramid at this time was an astronomical figure. It was incomparably shocking and completely destructive. Yang Dingtian, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. Suddenly, Medusa let out a sharp scream. Boom! The shocking energy condensed above the pyramid suddenly bombarded down. In an instant, Medusa's body turned into ashes. Almost instantly, it disappeared. This power was indeed incomparably shocking. Medusa could be considered a high-level demigod, but in an instant, she was directly smashed into pieces. But she was not dead yet. Her soul and energy reserve were still there. After the shocking light of the bombardment dissipated, her body recovered bit by bit. Within half a minute, her body was completely restored. Yang Dingtian felt that this scene was very familiar. Because at that time, he was in this situation. Medusa was indeed not alone. Her partner was indeed in this world and was not dead. Naga and her partner completely shared energy and life. As long as her partner did not die, Medusa would not die. Of course, it was not impossible to kill her. It was an endless stream of attacks that depleted her multicolored energy, and then completely destroyed his partner's body, sea of vital energy, and soul. Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly, continue to kill her until she dies. Yes. The Cosmos spaceship replied. Then, it continued to condense energy. After condensing to the extreme. Boom. It turned into a shocking light and directly blasted down. Medusa was once again turned into ashes. Boom. 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 Dozens of times, hundreds of times, Medusa was killed hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. But hundreds of times. Yang Dingtian was truly in disbelief. Why wasn't her partner's energy depleted? Sir Commander, if this goes on, we will never be able to kill Medusa. The Cosmos spaceship suddenly said, because the other party's replenishment energy is no less than my attack energy. There was such a thing, while Yang Dingtian was constantly being annihilated, the replenishment energy that Naga Shuang received from the Dark Throne of Xianxia Imperial Capital was already very shocking. But it still could not stop Yang Dingtian from dying. If it were not for the abandoned pyramid cockpit, Yang Dingtian would have died long ago. And the replenishment energy of Medusa's partner was so powerful. Yang Dingtian, I told you, you can't kill me. Medusa sneered. Yang Dingtian ignored her and asked, Cosmos, how many times do you have enough energy to kill her? The Cosmos spaceship said, countless times. I have a total of 99 energy reactors, and not even one has been exhausted. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. The energy civilization had really been developed to the extreme by the humans of the 8th era. The humans of the Earth dimension had not even mastered nuclear fusion. And the human civilization of the 8th era of the chaotic world must have reached the level of antimatter. At least, the speed of their spaceships could reach more than a few thousand miles per second. Then, please continue to kill. Don't give Medusa any chance to catch her breath. Yang Dingtian said, can you speed up the energy condensation? Now it takes about 5 seconds to kill her. It's too slow. The Cosmos spaceship said, yes, but you need to activate multiple energy reactors at the same time. Yang Dingtian said, then let's activate them. The Cosmos spaceship said, according to your authority, you can activate a maximum of 10 reactors at a time. Yang Dingtian said, in that case, I'll activate 10. Rumble, suddenly, the entire Cosmos spaceship trembled slightly. Then, light flashed in the celestial palace. Then, Medusa really suffered. The energy condensation speed at the top of the pyramid suddenly increased by 10 times, and she was killed in half a second. Boom, 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 the shocking light continued to bombard. At this time, Medusa had no time to recover her body. Just as she began to recover a little, the next terrifying bombardment came again, and her body was turned into ashes again. However, she still couldn't die. Because her partner had also increased the energy supply by 10 times, and he was continuously providing energy to Medusa. If this continued, they would never be able to kill her. Xianxia, you see the situation here. I still can't kill Medusa. Yang Dingtian said, is it necessary to throw her into the 4th dark vortex? No. Naga Shuang said, husband, Medusa is much stronger than you. Therefore, once she enters the 4th dark domain, she will definitely be involved in the largest vortex and enter a peaceful vacuum. And there must be more than one universe spaceship ruins. Once she encountered one of them, she would immediately escape with her life. By then, the entire human countries, us, and your family will all die without a burial place. Yes, that was indeed the case. Now, they had finally trapped Medusa. If she escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. Naga Shuang said, unfortunately, there is no second fossil fluid. Fossil fluid, yes, the only fossil fluid had been wasted. At that time, the soul of the Emperor of Naga mixed the fossil fluid and the Great Judgment technique together and bombarded Medusa's statue clone. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered that this was the 8th era spaceship in the imperial capital. This was the high-level state of the energy civilization. The conversion of matter and energy was completely easy. Immediately, Yang Dingtian said, Universe, do you remember a few days ago? The Emperor of Naga used the fossil fluid and the Great Judgment technique to attack Medusa's clone? Yes, the universe spaceship said. Yang Dingtian asked, then where is the fossil fluid now? It has already reacted with Medusa's avatar and transformed into another state, the cosmic spaceship Emperor Jing said. Then, Medusa ordered the fragments of the statue to be thrown out of the spaceship. It was thrown out? Yang Dingtian asked, then, is it possible to reabsorb the fragments of Medusa's statue and extract the energy of the fossil fluid? The universe spaceship was silent for a moment, then said, yes, but it will take time. Yang Dingtian asked, how many worlds will it take? The universe spaceship said, according to your concept of worlds, it will take about 3 hours. Okay, 3 hours. Please carry it out. Yang Dingtian said. Yes, the universe spaceship said. Then, dozens and hundreds of small flying objects flew out of the spaceship and retrieved the Medusa's statue in the endless void. These Medusa's statue had been shattered to the extreme. Each of them was the size of a speck of dust. A few days had passed, and they had already been distributed in the sky for thousands of miles. However, more and more small flying objects flew out of the spaceship. In the end, there were more than thousands of them. Not even a speck of dust was spared as they desperately tried to retrieve it. Yang Dingtian gasped in amazement when he saw the scene. It was too awesome. Throughout the entire process, the attack on Medusa did not stop at all. Every half a second, it was like a thunderbolt, continuously attacking. Medusa's body never recovered. And her partner who believed in her was completely exhausted. Almost an hour later, the thousands of airships outside returned to the imperial capital one after another. The first step had been completed. The powder fragments of Medusa's statue had been completely recovered. It could even be said that almost none of it was left outside. That was because there was a complete vacuum outside. Even the slightest bit of matter had been recovered. The next step was to gather the recovered fragments of Medusa's statue and place them in a special energy reaction array. The first step was to completely separate the energy of the fossil fluid from the fragments of Medusa's statue. If it was in the human kingdoms, the Empire of Darkness, or the Earth plane, this would be impossible. However, it could be done easily in the spaceship in the imperial capital. After about half of it disappeared, the energy of the fossil fluid was completely separated. Not a single bit was lost. However, the energy of the fossil fluid had already undergone a reaction. It was already in the form of sparkling specks of dust. The next step was to restore it to the energy of the fossil fluid. The energy reaction center of the energy reaction array had to be analyzed in detail first. In just 15 minutes, the analysis was completed. Next was the final step, which was to restore it to its original state. This was the most difficult step. That was because this was not a simple reversal. Most of the time, once a substance had undergone a reaction, it was irreversible. Next, the energy system of the spaceship in the imperial capital had to be analyzed. Soon, the analysis was completed. It was impossible to directly reverse the energy of the fossil fluid. However, through a series of chemical and energy reactions, the dregs of this batch of fossil fluid could be used to create a brand new fossil fluid. Of course, this would require more than a dozen brand new substances. If it were in the human kingdoms or the Earth plane, it would not even be able to gather half of the substances. However, in the imperial capital, almost all the known substances had been placed in the spaceship in the imperial capital. If there were substances that were not in the cosmos, they basically did not exist in the chaotic world. After confirming the plan, the energy reaction array's speed was incomparably fast. In less than a minute, all the reactions had been completed. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian was able to see clearly in his consciousness that a brand new fossil liquid energy was floating at the center of the energy reaction. It was green and pulsing continuously as if it was full of life. Yang Dingtian asked, "Do you have a way to inject the fossil fluid into Medusa's body?" The imperial capital of the cosmos replied, "It's a piece of cake, Sir Commander." "Then, please proceed," Yang Dingtian said. Yes. At the fastest speed, the fossil fluid energy was shuttled into the pyramid's cockpit. As it shuttled in, a powerful energy directly disintegrated the fossil fluid energy into countless powder. Each particle was smaller than a speck of dust and could not be seen with the naked eye. Then, the countless fossil fluid particles all fused into the bombardment energy of the upper section of the pyramid. This time, it was no longer a bombardment every half a second. Instead, it was a full 2 to 3 seconds later, but the bombardment still did not come down. This was because the energy of the fossil fluid had to be fully integrated into the attack light. 2 to 3 seconds was just enough for Medusa's body to recover. However, she did not have the slightest bit of joy or rejoice. Instead, she felt incomparable fear. She instinctively felt an extremely terrifying and dangerous aura. This dangerous aura was getting stronger and stronger. Soon, it reached its limit. Medusa was a top-notch spiritual-type powerhouse. In this aspect, her intuition was absolutely powerful. Therefore, she immediately felt that she would not be able to escape today. Yang Dingtian, I'm telling you very seriously, I can't die. Medusa was unprecedentedly serious. That's not up to you, Yang Dingtian said. Now, can you answer a few questions of mine? Medusa said, please ask. Yang Dingtian asked, there is also a soul-leaving palace, right? Yes, Medusa said. Yang Dingtian said, that soul-leaving palace is the real soul-leaving palace. The Naga Dugashuang was also born there, right? Yes, Medusa said. Shima Ningning was also sent by the soul-leaving palace, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, Medusa said. That soul-leaving palace, where the false gods of the chaotic world live, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Medusa said. Why do you kill countless humans? Why do you create a world-ending battle every 200 years? Yang Dingtian asked. No comment, Medusa said. If you want to know, please go to the real soul-leaving palace. Yang Dingtian asked, what cultivation method can save the soul devourer in Dongfang Bingling's body? No comment, Medusa said. If you want to save Dongfang Bingling, please go to the real soul-leaving palace. Yang Dingtian said, you can't kill me, so you want me to go to the soul-leaving palace to die, right? Yes. Medusa said, and you will definitely go, otherwise you won't be able to end the misfortune of this world, and you won't be able to solve the ultimate truth of this world. Yang Dingtian said, you don't have to provoke me. I will definitely go. Then, may I ask, where is the so-called real soul-leaving palace? No comment, Medusa said, you are so powerful, go find it yourself. Yang Dingtian said, that false god brought me and Wendian from Earth to this chaotic world. Can he send us back? Maybe, who knows? Medusa said with a smile, if you want to know, go to the real soul-leaving palace. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then, he said, then, everything about you is over. Medusa nodded. Do it. Yang Dingtian ordered. Boom. The shocking energy of the pyramid suddenly came crashing down. In an instant, Medusa completely turned into a fossilized statue from her body to her soul. This time, it was real, it was complete. The incomparably powerful Queen Medusa was completely annihilated. Note, I'm still very busy today. I'll probably stay up all night again. So, it's still this time. Sorry. This time, Yang Dingtian didn't feel that it was unreal. Of course, he didn't feel happy either. He wouldn't feel happy just because he had eliminated Medusa. He just let out a long sigh of relief and felt a sense of emptiness. This was almost his biggest enemy, and she was finally eliminated. She was eliminated in this way, and of course, she must be eliminated in this way. Otherwise, if he wanted to rely on force, it would take God knows how many years, and Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to achieve this goal. Shuang Medusa has turned into a fossil. This time it's real. Yang Dingtian said. I know. Naga Shuang said, husband, when will you be back? Soon. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief again, and then lay on the seat, motionless. Lie down and rest for a while. After lying there for half an hour to practice, Yang Dingtian suddenly said, Universe, may I drive you out of here to eliminate the next enemy? Sorry Commander, I can't, because our launch platforms have all been destroyed. The Universe ship said, the surviving life force continent can't support my flight anymore. If I want to fly into space, I have to break through the crust of the Vitality continent. This is the first damage. And if I want to break away from the energy shield of the Vitality continent and rush into space, I need a huge amount of energy. The Vitality continent can't withstand such damage at all. At least more than 10,000 miles of land will be torn apart, and the sea will become a shocking tsunami. Even the entire Vitality continent will be torn apart from the middle. Understood. Yang Dingtian said. That meant that if he went to the other so-called soul-leaving temple to face the false gods of the chaotic world, he wouldn't be able to get help from Universe and the imperial capital. He would have to completely rely on himself. Yang Dingtian asked, Medusa set up 3 huge killing arrays in the Vitality continent and turned all humans into fossils. I know. I'm the one who set up those 3 huge energy arrays, said the Cosmos Emperor capital. She ordered me to spread the dark matter to 4 or 5 corners of the Vitality continent. These 3 huge energy arrays have consumed a considerable amount of our energy and material reserves. Yang Dingtian didn't blame him, and Cosmos didn't apologize to the imperial capital either. Because it was just a tool, it did not have its own consciousness and only obeyed the orders of the highest commander. Yang Dingtian asked, You're so powerful that you can release energy that can turn humans into fossils? No. We don't have that kind of ability. Medusa used her gaze to turn humans into fossils. That's a type of spiritual energy. It's an extremely high level of energy that surpasses our energy civilization. This is a special ability of intelligent creatures. We can't achieve it. Yang Dingtian asked, then, the 3 Medusa's killing arrays that you established were merely energy amplifiers? Yes, it's Medusa's energy amplifier, said the Cosmos Emperor Capital. Yang Dingtian asked, then, can you remove these huge killing arrays now? Ever since Medusa was turned into a fossil by your attack, the Medusa killing array has lost all of its power, the Cosmic Emperor said. Now, the Vitality Continent has been completely restored. Yang Dingtian asked, won't there be any energy left? No, all the energy is transmitted in real time, said the Cosmos Emperor Capital. Yang Dingtian asked, many humans have turned into fossils. Is there any way to save them? Can they be restored? Of course, we can reverse and remove the energy of these fossils. But even so, it's useless. When we reverse the energy of the fossils, these humans die instantly. It's not that we can't do it, but humans are too weak. Yang Dingtian asked, then, do you have a way to thaw Medusa's fossil and restore it to the original Medusa? I can extract all the energy of the fossil fluid in her body, but I'm not sure if it can restore it to its original state. Yang Dingtian said, I understand. Then, in the endless years to come, unless I give the order personally, never restore Medusa. Yes, Sir Commander. The Cosmos said to the Imperial Capital, before a higher-level commander arrives, I will fully obey your orders. Yang Dingtian said, now, please completely seal and imprison Medusa, who has turned into a fossil. Make it so that no one can see, touch, or save it. Yes, sir, the Cosmos said. Whoosh 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 whoosh, then, Medusa's fossil completely disappeared into the pyramid and was locked in the depths of the cosmos. Even Yang Dingtian didn't know where she was. Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of a problem and asked, by the way, since Medusa has extended her energy tentacles to many places in the human countries, why didn't she directly send an energy signal to these places? The distance would be more than 10 times shorter. Why did she have to go through half the planet and take a detour of hundreds of thousands of miles before sending the signal to the human countries? The Cosmos said, in order to hide the existence of her ship, because the distance is too short and the energy signal is too strong, it's easy for others to capture and trace back to the source of the signal. Therefore, she traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and half the planet to send the signal to the human countries. Moreover, although the distance is 10 times shorter, the time taken to send the signal is almost exactly the same. Regarding this point, Yang Dingtian understood it. The speed of the signal ship was hundreds of thousands of miles per second. There was no difference between tens of thousands of miles and hundreds of thousands of miles. Yang Dingtian asked again, Cosmos, I'm from another plane of Earth. I'm not a human from the chaotic world. Then, may I ask, who is more compatible with the humans in the human countries? The Cosmos said, Sir Commander, I'm very sorry. There isn't a second human in the ship, so I don't know. If you want to know the answer, please send a human. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. This was an important question, and he had to figure it out. Otherwise, if another human with a higher compatibility came, they could instantly take over the highest command. When that happened, Medusa might be revived, and that would be a complete catastrophe. The Cosmos was the most loyal and would never betray the Cosmos. However, it was also the most disloyal. As long as there was a commander with higher authority, it would immediately abandon or even kill the previous commander. Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Yang Dingtian said. The Cosmos said, Goodbye, Sir Commander. Yang Dingtian left the Cosmos Palace in the Imperial Capital, melted the thick dark matter, passed through the thick crust, and finally rushed out of the 1,000-meter deep sea. He rushed out of the sea surface and returned to the human countries. The moment he rushed out of the sea surface, Yang Dingtian immediately looked to the west to see if the huge statue of Medusa was still there. It was still there, but it was constantly shrinking. Because it was too big, it would take some time for the Cosmos to retrieve it even if the Imperial Capital wanted to. But at least, these statues no longer had the power to turn people into fossils. The entire human countries had been restored to purity. Of course, Yang Dingtian still wouldn't remove the Doomsday Order. He wouldn't let humans return to the Central Continent, the West Continent, and the East Continent. Because the danger wasn't really over yet. Yang Dingtian flew directly under the Medusa statue. He could clearly see that it was constantly descending and shrinking. He reached out to touch it and feel its existence. Then, Yang Dingtian flew directly toward the Empire of Darkness. After returning to the Empire of Darkness, Yang Dingtian didn't go directly to the Cosmos Palace to see the Naga Shuang. Instead, he went to Yan Yan and the children's room. When Yan Yan and the others saw Yang Dingtian, they were overjoyed and immediately pounced on him. "Husband, is it over?" Yan Yan asked happily. She knew that if it wasn't over, Yang Dingtian wouldn't go home. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Medusa is over. Those killing formations that turn people into fossils are also over." Yan Yan's beautiful eyes lit up and said, "Does that mean that husband can stay at home with us from now on?" Yang Dingtian said, "There's one more place I need to go." Yan Yan's expression darkened and said, "Will it be dangerous?" Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, "Maybe not." Yan Yan also fell silent. She couldn't say anything to stop him. Then, Yang Dingtian said, "Yan Yan, Yao Rao, Violets, Poisa, Wu Yu, Xianxia, and baby Yang Yi, come with me." Yan Yan was stunned and then said, "Okay." Yan Yan represented the human race, Yao Rao represented the fox demon race, Violets represented the fish race, Poisa represented the snake race, Wu Yu represented the mixed race of the fox demon and the silent race, Xianxia represented the half-human race, and Yang Yi represented the demigod race of the fox demon race. Yang Dingtian took these people to the capital of the cosmos to test their compatibility. He wanted to confirm if he, Yang Dingtian, had the highest compatibility. Could he always have the highest control of the cosmos? An hour later, Yang Dingtian took 7 people and flew toward the sea of the Middle West continent. However, before that, Yang Dingtian was still very careful. He found a few prisoners to enter the range of the Medusa killing formation to ensure that it was really harmless. Yang Dingtian was selfish. Although he protected the majority of humans, he definitely loved his family more. After ensuring that there was no danger, Yang Dingtian took his family out. Even so, he still used an energy shield to envelop his family. In fact, he was indeed overthinking. At present, the Medusa killing formation that was retracting no longer had any lethality. Soon, Yang Dingtian took Yan Yan and the others to the center of the sea of the Middle West continent. He used his qi to push the seawater away and led the 7 of them to the bottom of the sea. Then, they passed through the thick crust. After passing through the thick dark matter, they entered the celestial palace of the imperial capital. Immediately, Yan Yan and the others were extremely curious. They didn't expect that there was also an empire of darkness here. That's right, they thought that this was a new empire of darkness. They didn't know that it was the cosmos. Yang Dingtian didn't intend to tell them. After arriving at the palace of the imperial capital, Yang Dingtian sat in the commander-in-chief's seat. Immediately, a beam of energy quickly scanned his body and soul. In less than half a second, his identity was confirmed. "Hello, Commander Yang Dingtian. Welcome back. May I ask what your orders are?" the Cosmos said. Yang Dingtian, "I've brought most of the races on the Vitality continent. Please test their compatibility." "Yes," the Cosmos said. Yang Dingtian, "Then, will this be dangerous for them?" "No, there's no danger at all," the Cosmos said. Yang Dingtian was immediately relieved. Then, a completely invisible energy beam swept across everyone's body one by one. The scanning speed was very fast. Only a few minutes later, the results came out. "Please give me the identities of these people," the Cosmos said. Yang Dingtian immediately said the identities of these people in his consciousness. Shiman Yan Yan, a normal human from the current human kingdom. Compatibility, 72.3%. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. The compatibility of a human from the human kingdom was so much lower than his. Yao Rao, a fox demon from the Little Western Paradise. Compatibility, 51%. Yao Rao's compatibility was even lower. Violets, a mermaid. Compatibility, 43%. Huh? This was really strange. Violet's compatibility was even lower than that of the fox demon. Poisa, a naga. Compatibility, 43%. Queen Poisa's compatibility was exactly the same as that of the mermaid Queen Violet's. Wu Yu, a mixed blood of the fox demon and the speechless clan. Compatibility, 53%. This compatibility was slightly higher than that of the fox demon, but not by much. Xianxia, a half-human, a foxman. Compatibility, 39%. This compatibility was even lower. Finally, it was Yang Dingtian and Yao Rao's son, Yang Yi, a descendant of a demigod. Yang Yi, a descendant of a human and a fox demon. He has a powerful bloodline talent. Compatibility, 79%. This compatibility was already quite high, but it was still lower than that of Yang Dingtian. It was probably equivalent to Yang Dingtian and Yao Rao's compatibility. He forgot to bring Yang Li. This was a child he had with an ordinary human. Her compatibility was about 80%. But at present, it seemed that other than Wendian, there was indeed no one with a higher compatibility than him. Immediately, Yang Dingtian relaxed. Then, he led Yan Yan and the others away from here and returned to the Empire of Darkness, in the celestial palace of the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang began to discuss their next move. There were two choices. The first choice was to find Shiman Ningning and completely solve the worries of the surviving humans in the human countries. The second choice was to find another soul-leaving palace, which was the so-called real soul-leaving palace, to meet the false gods of the chaotic world. To find the ultimate secret of this world. Note, there are many places in Jiuyang that need to be changed. These 2 days, I have been working all night to change the text, so it is still one update. But don't worry, it will definitely be finished this month. Yang Dingtian mentioned the two choices and then said, Shuang which one do you think we should choose? Now, Yang Dingtian had paid more and more attention to Dugu Shuang's judgment. Because she was a bystander. Her thinking was very similar to the master of the soul-leaving temple. Naga Shuang asked, Husband, at the last moment, did Medusa give her energy to Shiman Ningning? Yang Dingtian began to recall the situation at that time. Then he shook his head and said, I don't know, but the attack was very sudden. If Medusa needs a certain amount of time to give her energy to Shiman Ningning, I don't think she has this time. Naga Shuang nodded and then said, Husband, if you are the master of the soul-leaving temple. For you, is it more important to get rid of you or kill the remaining humans? Yang Dingtian, without a doubt, it is more important to get rid of me. Not to mention, I destroyed Medusa and cut off an arm of the soul-leaving temple. I am already irreconcilable with them. Naga Shuang nodded in agreement and then said, If the false god of the soul-leaving temple can't leave either. Then what do you think it wants the most? I'll deliver myself to their door, Yang Dingtian said. That's right. Naga Shuang said, but if Shiman Ningning is controlled at this time and comes out to kill, then will you still deliver yourself to their door? Yang Dingtian, no, I will definitely solve the matter of Shiman Ningning first. Naga Shuang said, that's right, so Shiman Ningning will definitely not appear at this time, let alone appear as a slayer. The false god of the soul-leaving temple is waiting for you. After Dugu Shuang's analysis, Yang Dingtian suddenly understood. That's right, it was true. The people of the soul-leaving temple were so rational and cold. Before getting rid of Yang Dingtian, they wouldn't do anything. In this way, everything was simple. Yang Dingtian didn't have to choose. He just had to find the real soul-leaving palace and find the fake god. In fact, there was no time limit. Half a year was fine, 2 or 3 years was fine, or even 10 years was fine. To Yang Dingtian, this period of time might be very long, but to the soul-leaving palace, it was only an instant. Husband, so you can make yourself very, very strong before going to the soul-leaving palace, Naga Shuang said, even if it takes 3 to 5 years, or 10 years, it doesn't matter. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know, I'm fine with it. But most of the humans had a lot of connections. As long as I don't solve the problem of the soul-leaving palace, the surviving humans won't be able to return home. Staying in the Empire of Darkness for a long time will have a fatal effect on these humans. Naga Shuang frowned slightly. In her opinion, it was already a great favor for Yang Dingtian to save these ants. Why would he care about their condition? However, every time it involved this problem, she would shut up. She and Yang Dingtian were already one. On some differences, they could only seek common ground. Husband, when have you decided to go to the real soul-leaving palace, to the fake god's palace? Naga Shuang asked. Yang Dingtian, in 3 days. Naga Shuang's heart trembled. So soon? In these 3 days. On the first day, Yang Dingtian accompanied his family and children. He played mahjong with Yan Yan and the others, played games with the children, and told stories to the youngest baby. On the second day, he taught the students of the Heavenly Enlightenment Academy. On the third day, he spent the entire day with Yan Yan and the others, fulfilling his duties as a husband. After 3 days, Yang Dingtian left the Empire of Darkness and went to the real soul-leaving palace to find the so-called fake god. Husband, do you know where the real soul-leaving palace is? Naga Shuang asked. Yang Dingtian, I can vaguely guess. If I'm not wrong, it should be there. Naga Shuang, then do you think that fake god will appear? Yang Dingtian, if everything is as you analyzed, then it should appear. After all, its most important task now is to kill me and restore order in the soul-leaving palace. Then, be careful. Naga Shuang said. In fact, she didn't even need to say this sentence. Because the two of them were connected, sharing life and energy. If Yang Dingtian died, she would die with him. However, she couldn't help but say it. After leaving the Empire of Darkness, Yang Dingtian quickly flew northwest. His destination was the Dongli grassland. After flying over the vast sea for more than 10,000 kilometers, he entered the Dongli grassland. It had been a few years since the destruction of the Naga Empire. At this time, the Dongli grassland showed the powerful recovery ability of nature. After the destruction of the Naga Empire, most of the half-humans here died. The remaining small number lived in the human countries. Therefore, there was almost nothing left in the Naga Empire except for wild beasts. Even if there were a few half-humans, they were in the vast forest. Therefore, the entire Dongli grassland was covered in trees and weeds. Even many cities in the Naga Empire were covered in green. After entering the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian continued north. North, his destination was the Celestial Red Sea. Yes, he felt that the real soul-leaving palace was the Celestial Red Sea. And that floating lonely temple was the real soul-leaving palace. That Tantai was not the so-called border guardian at all. Soon, Yang Dingtian flew to the sky above the Celestial Red Sea. In an instant, he lost all his celestial chi energy and fell into the sea. Previously, Yang Dingtian was extremely emotional about the power of the Celestial Red Sea. Now, he felt this even more strongly. Because he had already broken through to the demigod realm. However, the Celestial Red Sea still lost all its energy. The key was not the depths of the Celestial Red Sea, but the entire area. Therefore, it was not strange that the real soul-leaving palace was here. Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the sea and waited, but he still did not see the lonely temple floating over. According to the Naga Shuang's analysis, the soul-leaving palace should be waiting for Yang Dingtian to come to them. They should not be playing hide-and-seek with him. Yang Dingtian did not swim towards the center of the Red Sea. Instead, he sat here and waited. Because it was meaningless to take the initiative to search. Just like that, Yang Dingtian waited day after day. The lonely temple never floated over. Day after day. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, half a month, 1 month, a full 2 months passed. Yang Dingtian still did not see the temple floating over. Yang Dingtian could not help but wonder, could it be that he guessed wrong? Did the soul-leaving palace not want to come to him, or was the soul-leaving palace not here at all? Therefore, Yang Dingtian no longer sat there and waited. Instead, he dived into the middle of the sea. He kept diving, diving, diving. There was nothing special about it. It was just the water of the Red Sea, the seawater filled with dark crystals. And most importantly, Yang Dingtian dived down to 20 meters and could not go any further. The density of the Red Sea was very high, and Yang Dingtian had lost all his celestial chi and was just an ordinary person. 20 meters was his limit, and he could not go any further. Hence, Yang Dingtian started to swim towards the center of the Red Sea and continued to swim towards the north. He went deep into the Celestial Red Sea. Dozens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers. Now, Yang Dingtian was just a strong ordinary person. Half a month, 1 month, 2 months. In 2 months, Yang Dingtian swam thousands of kilometers and reached the depths of the Celestial Red Sea, but he still did not see the lonely temple or Saint Tantai. Suddenly, the Naga Shuang said, "Husband, give up. It's been half a year." Yang Dingtian said, "Shuang do you think the soul-leaving palace is unwilling to see me, or is it not here at all?" The Naga Shuang was silent, and then said, "Husband, I really don't know." Originally, the Naga Shuang was very confident in her analysis. If the soul-leaving palace was in the celestial Red Sea, then it would have taken the initiative to appear, because its first priority was to eliminate Yang Dingtian. However, it had been waiting in the celestial Red Sea, searching for half a year. The soul-leaving palace still did not appear. Did that mean? The soul-leaving palace was not here at all, the Naga Shuang said. "Husband, why do you think the soul-leaving palace is in the celestial Red Sea?" Yang Dingtian said, "Because of its special nature, it can make everyone lose their Xianxia. Furthermore, there is also that lonely temple and Saint Tantai inside. They all match the characteristics of the soul-leaving palace." The Naga Shuang said, "Husband, if the soul-leaving palace is not in the celestial Red Sea, then it is in another place. Instead, it's in another place. Where do you think it is?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "In the Dark World, the dead silent continent." The Dark World was a completely dead continent. It was a place without any vitality, energy, or light. It was the first place in the Chaos World to die, and the birthplace of the Abyss. Even if the fourth dark domain was incomparably dangerous, at least it could still move, and there were countless energy vortices. However, the Dark World was only deathly silent. Moreover, all the materials there were collapsing. Therefore, the deeper the Dark World was, the higher the density and the greater the gravity. Just like in the universe, the density and gravity of a white dwarf was hundreds of thousands of times higher than that of Earth. Of course, the Dark World was different from the white dwarf. The temperature on the white dwarf was extremely high. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying and strong magnetic field. The Dark World, on the other hand, was only dead silence. There was nothing. Originally, in Yang Dingtian's mind, that should be the last secret of this world, the place where the god of chaos was. The Dark World should be the last and deepest place of this world. If the soul-leaving palace of the fake god was not in the celestial Red Sea, then the only possibility was that it was in the Dark World. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Dingtian felt that he should leave the celestial Red Sea and head to the Dark World. Therefore, he continued to swim back. After swimming for a full month and a half, Yang Dingtian returned to the beginning of the celestial Red Sea. Then, along the 10,000-meter cliff, he climbed down and returned to the surface of the Dongli grassland. Just as he landed on the surface of the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian felt that the incomparably powerful energy and celestial qi had returned. His whole body suddenly became light and floated. He had been in the celestial Red Sea for less than 8 or 9 months. He had been without celestial qi for a full 8 or 9 months. After slightly feeling the celestial qi, Yang Dingtian immediately flew into the air and freely flew a few rounds. Flying was really a very carefree thing. That kind of feeling of freedom was incomparable to driving a car or flying a plane. After flying a few rounds, Yang Dingtian landed. "Shuang then I will go to the Dark World," Yang Dingtian said. Then, he summoned the void-splitting flame and opened a door of darkness. Behind the door was the Dark World. He gently jumped into the door of darkness and directly entered the Dark World. A few hundred times the gravity was still okay. From the lively Dongli grassland to the completely silent Dark World, he was really not used to it. The Dark World was still completely silent, without any light. At that time, Yang Dingtian had exiled countless ambitious people from the Little Western Paradise into the Dark World. At this time, there was not a single figure to be seen. It was really strange. However, Yang Dingtian was no longer in the mood to pay attention to these exiles. He walked directly towards the depths of the Dark World, looking for the fake gods and the soul-leaving palace. Because there was no light at all, the visibility here was completely zero. Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper and deeper. 2,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles. At this time, the gravity multiplier was getting higher and higher. After 20,000 miles, the gravity multiplier had reached an astonishing 10,000 times. In other words, every step Yang Dingtian took, he would have to bear more than 1,000,000 pounds of weight. Of course, this was not worth mentioning to Yang Dingtian. However, he still had to use celestial qi to provide anti-gravity to protect his body from harm. Of course, this was a little redundant. He was now a demigod, and his entire body had been energized. He continued to go deeper and deeper. The gravity multiplier increased rapidly. After 30,000 miles, the gravity multiplier had reached an astonishing 50,000 times. After 40,000 miles, the gravity multiplier had reached 120,000 times. At this time, even if Yang Dingtian was a demigod, it was still a little strenuous. More importantly, if he took another step forward, the multiplier of gravity would increase tremendously. However, after entering 40,000 miles, it was still boundless darkness and boundless deathly stillness. Yang Dingtian continued to go deeper and deeper. In the end, he had already lost consciousness. He had no idea how many times the gravity multiplier was. With his cultivation, he could no longer survive here. Now, it was completely the Naga Shuang providing him with energy. If he continued, he would exceed the Naga Shuang's limit. Both of them would die. Yes, two demigods in this dark world would still die without doing anything. However, Yang Dingtian did not give up. He continued to go deeper and deeper. And the Naga Shuang did not stop him. The two of them shared life. Naga had to bear all the consequences of her partner, and it was unconditional. Go deeper and deeper. Soon, he reached the limit of what the Naga Shuang could bear. Then, Yang Dingtian's consciousness became blurry. He could no longer see or feel anything. It was the same for the Naga Shuang. The two demigods had completely reached their limits. If he went any further, perhaps in a second, his body would collapse and become a part of the dark world, a part of the dead silent continent, and completely die. Yang Dingtian was completely mechanical, instinctively moving forward. Suddenly, he lost consciousness. His entire body suddenly fell to the ground. After collapsing, the Naga Shuang could no longer bear it and sprawled on the dark throne. And Yang Dingtian's body gradually collapsed and melted into the dark world, the dead silent continent. And at this moment, suddenly, a holy light shone in front of him. An absolutely beautiful figure walked over gracefully. She was the Saint Tantai that Yang Dingtian had seen before. She left a deep impression on him. Yang Dingtian, who was about to lose all consciousness, suddenly shook and looked at the beautiful Saint Tantai in front of him. Tantai, who was emitting holy light, approached step by step barefooted. However, she stopped when she was 2 feet away from Yang Dingtian. She stood there and looked at Yang Dingtian with a charming smile. Other than that, there was no other expression. Yang Dingtian used all of his energy to extend his hand and wanted to touch Tantai. In the end, just as his hand was about to touch her, she suddenly took a step back. Yang Dingtian used all his spirit and strength to drag his body, which had already melted into the world of darkness, forward a few inches and reached out again to touch Tantai's feet. But just as Yang Dingtian was about to touch her again, Tantai took another step back. In short, she kept leading Yang Dingtian deeper and deeper, bearing the burden of the highest gravity, but never letting Yang Dingtian touch her. Yang Dingtian, who was about to die, actually withstood it and crawled forward step by step, trying to get closer to Tantai. And Tantai continued to retreat step by step, with a charming smile on her face. Finally, Yang Dingtian could no longer take half a step forward. This was because his entire body had completely collapsed. He had completely merged with the dark world's dead silent continent. Even his hands had disappeared. Then, the rest of his head also began to collapse bit by bit. His mouth, nose, and finally his eyes. All collapsed and melted into the dark world's dead silent continent. In the end, Yang Dingtian completely disappeared without a trace and completely melted into the dark world's dead silent continent. At this moment, Tantai no longer retreated. She stood at her original spot while her beautiful face blossomed with an enchanting smile. She stared at Yang Dingtian as the world of darkness collapsed and engulfed him. She didn't have any intention to rescue him. Just like that, she watched as Yang Dingtian was destroyed and devoured alive. She even appeared because she was afraid that Yang Dingtian would not go deep enough and be killed. Now, Yang Dingtian was finally completely destroyed, but the smile on her face was still charming. When she could no longer see Yang Dingtian's trace, Tantai took a step forward and checked the place where Yang Dingtian had disappeared. She confirmed whether Yang Dingtian had completely disappeared and whether he was completely dead. In the end, she completely confirmed that Yang Dingtian had been completely destroyed. Her charming smile, bit by bit, faded. Of course, her face did not become vicious or cold. It was just plain, expressionless plain. Then, her beautiful figure disappeared bit by bit until she completely disappeared without a trace. The reason why she showed up was as if she was here to witness Yang Dingtian's death and to guide him to his death. How many times was the gravity here, he did not know, but it was an astronomical figure. The gravity had already reached the limit, and Yang Dingtian's demigod body had been completely devoured. Unlike the devouring of the dark matter, this devouring was completely due to gravity. Because of gravity, Yang Dingtian completely disappeared and melted into the dead silent continent. In an instant, he almost lost all consciousness. Without a doubt, this was the closest he had ever been to death. The closest it was to death meant that he was not dead yet. That's right, he was not dead yet, because if he died, the dark dragon in the depths of his energy reserve would be completely finished. Therefore, it had to wait until Yang Dingtian was about to die before it made a move. Of course, if it was devouring energy, then the dark dragon could not make a move. Because as long as it devoured a little more energy, its body would become even more powerful, exceeding the limit of Yang Dingtian's energy reserve. At that time, Yang Dingtian's energy reserve would directly explode, and it would still die. But this time was different. This time, it was not devouring energy, but releasing energy. The astronomical gravity here had already devoured everything about Yang Dingtian. Naga Shuang was no longer able to provide energy to Yang Dingtian. She was also on the verge of death. Therefore, it had to be the dark dragon's turn to provide energy. How much energy did the dark dragon have? How much? An astronomical figure. Especially in the end, in the fourth dark domain, the energy it devoured was completely astronomical. It was the most greedy and stingy creature. Now, to let it spit out energy to save Yang Dingtian, that was completely asking for his life. It was completely stingy with energy. However, in order to not let Yang Dingtian die, it had to pluck this hair. Therefore, it continuously provided energy to Yang Dingtian and then released it throughout his body. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's body recovered inch by inch, rising little by little from the dark world's dead silent continent. Yang Dingtian's consciousness also recovered bit by bit. And the dark dragon's energy was continuously released to provide Yang Dingtian. Human, if you don't want to die, quickly retreat, retreat, retreat. The dark dragon roared. In order to save Yang Dingtian, it had consumed so much energy. Yang Dingtian said, but Tantai is right in front. The dark dragon roared, she wants you to die, leading you step by step into the depths. Now, I'm sacrificing my energy to maintain your life. Quickly retreat, retreat. Yang Dingtian's mind was already somewhat clear at this time. Just now, when he saw Tantai, his mind had completely fallen into chaos. Originally, he had already planned to stop. If he stopped in that place, he would not die. He would only be fixed in that place until the day the Empire of Darkness's energy was exhausted. Because Naga Shuang was devouring the energy on the throne of darkness and providing it to Yang Dingtian. But at this time, Saint Tantai appeared and lured him deeper and deeper. To put it more directly, Saint Tantai was afraid that he would not die, so she appeared to lure Yang Dingtian deeper and let him really die. Yang Dingtian looked ahead. He had already gone tens of thousands of miles into the dark world. He didn't know how far and how deep it was. How far was it to the end of the dark world, so he took another step forward. You're crazy, you're crazy. The dark dragon roared. Do you know how much energy I've consumed to maintain your life? Yang Dingtian said in his heart, but your energy is all given to you by me. The dark dragon said, don't forget, I'm just an immature dragon. My energy can't defeat the entire dark world. If you go a few hundred miles further, maybe I can still hold on. If you go any deeper, even if I run out of energy, you will definitely die. Yang Dingtian said, but Tantai appeared. She's right in front. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The black dragon said, what she appeared was merely a shadow of light. In fact, it wasn't even a shadow of light. It was just an illusion. She only has one goal, to kill you. How stupid would you be to continue going deeper? At this moment, Naga Shuang said in Yang Dingtian's heart, "Husband, the dark dragon is right. She appeared to kill you. You should retreat first. We have enough time to figure everything out." Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll retreat. But dark dragon, provide more energy to resist the gravity. I have to go out quickly." The dark dragon's heart was bleeding, and he immediately increased the energy supply. Yang Dingtian immediately jumped up from the ground, turned around, and ran toward the dark door. After running 100 miles, when Yang Dingtian's energy could support it, the dark dragon stopped the energy attack for the first time. Then, he hid in the depths of Yang Dingtian's energy sea, licking the wounds in his heart and calculating how much energy he had used today. The further he went, the lower the gravity multiplier. Yang Dingtian's running speed was getting faster and faster. In the end, he was flying at lightning speed. A few days later, Yang Dingtian had returned to the starting point of the dark world. The multiplier here was almost the same as in the human countries. Yang Dingtian immediately searched for the exiled. The fox demon race of Little Western Paradise had exiled hundreds of thousands of people. But now, there was still no sign of them. Yang Dingtian searched for a moment, then went directly to the dark door, opened a spatial door, and left the dark world. Then, he passed through the Buzhou mountain domain, entered the torn space, passed through the torn space, and entered the human countries. In the human countries, he didn't enter the empire of darkness. Instead, he floated in the air and thought. He thought for a day and night. There were still 2 questions in his mind. Who was Tan Tai? Where was the soul-leaving palace? At least now, there was one more clue. Tan Tai wanted to kill him, and the soul-leaving palace also wanted to kill him. Therefore, Tan Tai was indeed from the soul-leaving palace, and Tan Tai was in the celestial Red Sea. That lonely temple was indeed the soul-leaving palace. However, when Yang Dingtian went there, Tan Tai avoided him, and that lonely temple never appeared. Tan Tai wanted to kill him, but she didn't show up in the celestial Red Sea. Instead, she wanted him to die in the dark world. Could it be in the celestial Red Sea? She couldn't kill him. Yang Dingtian had to think clearly about these things. A day and night later, Yang Dingtian went to the world of ice and snow, passed through the abyss border, entered the first dark realm, and then entered the second dark realm. He first thought about the specific location in his mind, and then quickly flew over. Even though the world had been turned upside down, the cave here had long disappeared. Yang Dingtian easily used the soul sword to dig out a cave. The deep cave was still there. Yang Dingtian went deeper, deeper, deeper. At the end of the cave, a stone man was lying there quietly. This was the stone man that Yang Dingtian had met in the second dark realm. He had promised it one thing, to help it find the reason why it was abandoned. Now, several years had passed. The stone man woke up and was slightly surprised to see Yang Dingtian. "You're here so soon?" "Soon?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. It had been a few years. However, the stone man was not human, and had a very indifferent concept of time. Not to mention a few years, even decades were just a moment to it. "Come, follow me," Yang Dingtian said. At this time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation had surpassed the stone man's, and even far surpassed it. The stone man got up and nodded. "Okay." Then, Yang Dingtian led the stone man out of the cave, left the second dark realm, left the first dark realm, and entered the human kingdom. They flew to the center of the west central continent and once again entered the celestial palace of the imperial capital. He sat on the commander's chair. "Commander Yang Dingtian, I'm glad to be at your service." "What are your orders?" the Cosmos said. Yang Dingtian said, "Please help me scan this stone man beside me. Its energy, its memories, why it's alive, and so on." "Yes," the Cosmos said. A moment later, the results were out. "Commander Yang Dingtian, it has no life. The reason why it can speak and even think, and has a certain level of strength. It's because there's a small energy reaction body in its body. This is a product of our civilization," said the cosmic spaceship Emperor Jing. "This energy reaction body was once used as a combat soldier puppet. However, before the end of the world, this combat puppet had never been activated. It was probably activated more than 10,000 years ago. Yang Dingtian said, "Why can it be activated?" The cosmos said, "Because of the law of our civilization. After more than 2,000 years without receiving an order to activate it, the law of our civilization will change. Every 1,000 years, the level of command will be lowered. After more than 10,000 years, even if it's not from our civilization, as long as the compatibility is high enough, it can still be activated and obtained control. Therefore, this combat puppet is the same as the cosmos. As long as it's a human with similar genes and exceeds a certain level of compatibility, they can obtain control and activate it." Yang Dingtian was shocked. It turned out that this stone man was a combat puppet soldier of the 8th era. Yang Dingtian said, "So now, can I obtain control of it?" "Of course." The cosmos said, "This ship has the authority to recruit any combat puppet soldier. As the supreme commander of this ship, of course, you have the highest control over it. May I ask if you want control over it?" "Of course." Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down on the stone man. A moment later, the cosmos said, "The command has been instilled. You now have the highest control over this combat puppet." Yang Dingtian said, "There's a terrifying energy field in the celestial Red Sea. Anyone who enters will lose their celestial chi, including me, a demigod. May I ask if this stone man combat puppet will lose its energy and combat power after entering the energy field of the celestial Red Sea?" The cosmos said, "Do you have a sample of the celestial Red Sea?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes." Then, he took out an energy box from his space ring. After opening it, a dark crystal floated inside. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down and shone on the dark crystal. Then, the beam of light was distorted because it was swallowed by the dark crystal. Then, the cosmos continuously released different beams of light and began to analyze the dark crystal. After a while, hundreds of beams were used, and finally, there was one that was not distorted. Then, the cosmos began to analyze it. A moment later, the cosmos said, "Sir Commander, this material can swallow most of the energy, but there's still a small portion of energy that it can't swallow. Therefore, I need to modify the combat puppet's energy reaction and change its output attribute to prevent it from being swallowed by the dark crystal." Yang Dingtian said, "I didn't know it could do that. It was amazing." "Of course," the cosmos said, "please wait a moment." Then, the stone man suddenly scattered and turned into powder. At its heart, there was a beating, transparent energy body that quietly floated in the air. Whoosh! This energy body was quickly shuttled to the depths of the cosmos and the cosmos to be modified. In less than half an hour, this energy body was sent back. Then, the stone man's powder condensed and returned to the complete combat puppet, the stone man. "The modification is complete," the cosmos said. Yang Dingtian said, "Then, can I increase its energy output to increase its power?" "Of course, but there's a limit," the stone man said. "What do you need it for?" Yang Dingtian said, "To kill Saint Tantai in the celestial Red Sea." "Saint Tantai?" A puzzled voice came from the universe spaceship in the Emperor capital. "Could it be that you know of Saint Tantai?" Yang Dingtian inquired. "Of course I don't." The universe spaceship said, "May I ask, how does this person compare to Commander Yang Dingtian?" Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, "I don't know." He really didn't know because he had never fought with Tantai. The first time he met Tantai, his cultivation level was too low. He looked up to Tantai as if she was an unfathomable mountain. The second time he met Tantai, his consciousness was completely blurred. Tantai was just an illusion at that time. Therefore, Saint Tantai's cultivation level was a complete mystery to him. The universe spaceship said, "Then let's assume that this person's cultivation level is the same as yours, or even higher." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, I think her cultivation level should not be lower than mine." The universe spaceship said, "Then there is no doubt that this stone battle puppet is no match for her." Yang Dingtian asked, "May I ask, what is the energy level of this stone puppet?" The Cosmos number 1 replied, "It's probably not even 1/20th of yours." Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. "Then it should be around the 30th level. Although it is very, very powerful, it may not be enough for Saint Tantai." Yang Dingtian said, then can you change it to an energy reactor to make it stronger? Or do you have a more powerful battle puppet in your spaceship? It would be best if it is as powerful as me. The universe spaceship said, I am very sorry, sir. First of all, during the Great Escape of Doomsday, the world was destroyed before humans could board the spaceship. Therefore, it is even more impossible for battle puppets to board the spaceship. Moreover, we are going to escape. Every spot on the spaceship is precious. We will not allow battle puppets to board the spaceship. Yang Dingtian's heart sank. That was indeed the case. The universe spaceship said, of course, the most important thing for this kind of battle puppet is its internal life energy core. With this energy core, it will obey orders. Therefore, if you want to make it stronger, you have to keep its life consciousness core and then change its energy reactor to make it very powerful. Yang Dingtian suddenly asked, its life energy core? What exactly is it? It's the human brain that has been completely cleansed. This is the main force of the Second World War. It used a special kind of energy to destroy the human soul, but it still retained the main body of consciousness. This was an absolutely transparent and flawless consciousness. Then, it was wrapped in an energy body, given an energy reactor, and finally created a body. In this way, its blank soul would become the intelligence center of the entire battle puppet, and it would obey all orders. Its energy reactor is the energy center. Yang Dingtian shuddered. This stone puppet was actually made with a human brain as its core. However, it destroyed the soul of the human brain and turned it into a soul that was like a walking corpse. This was even more evil than the future development of the robot army on Earth. However, the most important thing right now was to make this stone golem battle golem stronger. Then, can you change the energy of the stone golem battle golem into something more powerful? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. The Cosmos Emperor Jing said, I can place the reactor of my battleship on this battle puppet, but if I do that, I'll have to reshape its body. This stone-like energy body won't be able to withstand such powerful energy. A small battleship? Yang Dingtian knew that this was an incomparably huge spaceship. Once there was a battle, the capital would definitely not be able to go on it himself. There must be many battleships inside. Every battleship had a small energy reactor. Yang Dingtian asked, if I use the energy reactor of the battleship to hit this battle golem, what level will its combat power be at? Its ultimate attack should be about the same as your cultivation, the capital said. Yang Dingtian sucked in a cold breath. It was so powerful? Then what was the point of these demigods in Naga cultivating to the demigod level? They would only be about the same as a battle golem in the 8th era. However, looking at it from another perspective. In fact, such a battle golem was not a person at all, but something like a machine. Its reaction body was originally on a battleship. If converted to the form of civilization on Earth, it was probably a battleship of the interstellar era. It had antimatter abilities and the speed of interstellar travel had reached about 1% of the speed of light. In this way, it was normal for a battleship to destroy a huge meteorite with a full-force attack. Immediately, Yang Dingtian asked, then, how many battleships are there on this spaceship? More than 10,000, the capital said. Yang Dingtian gasped. If these battleships were to fly out, wouldn't they be able to easily destroy the entire world? He immediately voiced his concern. Don't worry, releasing the battleships requires the command of the highest commander of the army, and the sole signatures of all 3 commanders. Now, it's impossible. Indeed, the humans of the 8th era were all dead, not to mention the signatures of the 3 commanders. Commander Yang Dingtian, our energy reactants aren't eternal. They are constantly deteriorating. In another 100,000 years, most of the reactants will lose their effectiveness. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Commander Yang Dingtian, our energy reactants aren't eternal. Yang Dingtian could not help but tremble. This meant that the glorious civilization of the 8th era would completely disappear without a trace. After a moment of silence, Yang Dingtian said, then, please help modify this battle golem. Yes, install the battleships. Energy reactor on it as its energy core. Also, use a special energy substance to reconstruct its body, right? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, sir, the capital said. Then, the stone golem battle golem was sucked into the depths of the spaceship and disappeared without a trace. This time, Yang Dingtian waited for 3 days and 3 nights before the Cosmos ship arrived at the imperial capital. Only then did the transformation of the stone man battle puppet was completed. When the battle golem appeared in front of him, Yang Dingtian could not help but be stunned. Because this stone golem battle golem looked exactly the same as before. But then, the stone golem battle golem began to change. In an instant, it became completely transparent, as if it had completely disappeared. Then, it turned into a lush green color. Then, it turned into a pure metallic color. Finally, on the surface, it looked like a dark substance. Finally, its shape began to change. From the shape of a human, it turned into the shape of a flying snake, a flying dragon, and finally a phoenix. This stone golem battle golem is a product of the Second World War, and it's already very backward, the capital said. After my modification, it's already comparable to the ace battle golems of the Fourth World War. You can order it to change into any shape. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that it was incomparably magical. The energy civilization of the 8th era was completely amazing. I've already injected your energy rune imprint into its consciousness, so it has become your battle golem, absolutely loyal and obedient to you, the capital said. Yang Dingtian asked, then, how should I control it? Just use your consciousness, the capital said. During the World War, it was all humans with powerful mind power who controlled the battle golems to fight. Behind every battle golem, there was a mind controller. So that's how it was. Yang Dingtian immediately issued an order in his consciousness and transformed into a black dragon. Whoosh! This battle golem immediately became exactly the same as the flying dragon in his mind. It looked exactly like the Dark Owl dragon of the Empire of Darkness. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian knew where the Dark Owl dragon of the Empire of Darkness and the Dark Colossal dragon came from. These were actually battle golems created by the human civilization of the 8th era. However, the Empire of Darkness was also a product of the Second World War. Compared to the one in front of him, it was relatively backward. Universe, then I'll take my leave. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he directly flew onto the battle golem in the form of a black dragon, turned into a black lightning, and directly rushed out of the celestial palace. After a while, Yang Dingtian rode the battle golem in the form of a dark owl dragon and rushed out of the Xianxia continent's sea area. He directly flew toward the Dongli grassland. After the battle golem transformed into a dark owl dragon, its flying speed was completely extreme. It was even faster than Yang Dingtian's speed. However, this was normal. The battle golem's speed was as fast as the battleships on the universe were flying at. It was less than 40,000 miles from here to the celestial Red Sea. This battle golem in the form of a dark owl dragon flew there in less than an hour. It was completely faster than 20 times the speed of sound. After entering the Dongli grassland, Yang Dingtian could reduce his speed to the same speed as the Dark Owl dragon of the Empire of Darkness. Easily, Yang Dingtian rode the Dark Owl dragon and flew to the sky above the celestial Red Sea. In an instant, Yang Dingtian lost all his chi energy. However, the Dark Owl dragon battle golem under him already had very powerful energy. Because it had nothing to do with chi. Yang Dingtian rode the Dark Owl dragon and circled above the celestial Red Sea. He shouted loudly, "Tantai, you didn't expect that I didn't die in the Dark World, did you?" The boundless Red Sea water of the celestial Red Sea was still slightly rippling. There was no trace of the temple, nor was there any trace of Tantai. Riding the Dark Owl dragon, Yang Dingtian easily circled above the celestial Red Sea again and again. There was no trace of the Temple of Solitude. Yang Dingtian then shouted, "Tantai, didn't you want to kill me? Now, I've delivered myself to you." There was still no response from below. The temple didn't appear, nor did Tantai. Yang Dingtian was very puzzled. Since Tantai desperately wanted to kill him, why didn't she appear now that he had delivered himself to her? It roared again and again as it circled. There was still no response from below. "You don't want to come out, do you? Then I'll see how long you can endure." Yang Dingtian sneered. Then, he ordered the Dark Owl dragon battle golem to dive directly into the water of the celestial Red Sea. Sneak in, sneak in, sneak in. Since the secret of the celestial Red Sea was not in the sky or on the surface of the sea, then it must be in the depths of the sea. Before, Yang Dingtian lost all his chi energy and couldn't dive. Now, the Dark Owl Dragon could easily dive to hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, when it dived to 10,000 meters. Tantai finally couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, the entire celestial Red Sea trembled violently. Rumble, the originally calm celestial Red Sea suddenly surged with huge waves. It was as if a strong wind was blowing. The sky of the entire celestial Red Sea changed color. The huge waves were each higher than the previous one, from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters to tens of thousands of meters. Of course, these huge waves wouldn't cause any harm to Yang Dingtian and the Dark Owl Dragon Battle Golem. The Dark Owl Dragon Battle Golem continued to dive. At this moment, suddenly, the entire celestial Red Sea split from the middle. Moreover, the direction of the split was where Yang Dingtian and the Dark Owl Dragon Battle Golem were. The middle of the split was completely empty. Then, a peerlessly beautiful figure slowly flew into the air. She was the saint, Tantai. Perhaps, she was the only woman who could be compared with the Naga Xuan in terms of beauty and temperament. Tantai kept flying up and up. Yang Dingtian also controlled the Dark Owl Dragon Battle Golem to fly up. Yang Dingtian, you're very smart. You actually found a mount in the Empire of Darkness and know that it's not afraid of the special energy field of the Celestial Red Sea. Tantai smiled and said, but, you still shouldn't have come. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, if I didn't come, how would you kill me? Last time, you deliberately made me go to the Empire of Darkness and wanted me to collapse and merge into the Dark World's dead silent continent. Unfortunately, I still didn't die. How did you do it? Tantai asked. You don't need to know that. Yang Dingtian said, didn't I send myself to your door again? At this moment, Yang Dingtian and Tantai had both floated up to the surface of the sea. Then, the celestial Red Sea returned to its original state. Everything was calm again. The original shocking waves were gone. The endless whirlpools were also gone. The celestial Red Sea became quiet again. It was beautiful. Yes, you really shouldn't have come. Tantai said, your demigod cultivation will be completely blocked in the celestial Red Sea. It's useless. You'll only die if you come. You know, in order to pursue the truth, I've never been afraid of death. Yang Dingtian said, then, before you kill me, I have a few questions to ask. Go ahead, but I still won't answer anything that I shouldn't answer, Tantai said. After all, a chess piece can't know too much. Everything was so déjà vu. It was exactly the same as when he faced Medusa. Yang Dingtian said, you're not the Saint Tantai at all. You're not the border guardian, right? Tantai was stunned. Then, her beautiful face still showed a charming smile. She nodded and said, yes. In this world, there is no so-called border guardian, right? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Tantai said. Yang Dingtian, since you are not the so-called border guardian, nor the Saint Tantai, then who are you? Tantai said, no comment, you are just a chess piece, you don't need to know too much. Yang Dingtian's eyebrows twitched slightly. The lonely temple in the celestial Red Sea, is it the soul-leaving temple? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Tantai said. At this moment, the lonely temple slowly floated from the distance, exactly the same as the one Yang Dingtian saw before. Yang Dingtian asked, who is the master of the soul-leaving temple? No comment. Tantai said, a chess piece, you don't need to know too much, and you don't deserve to know too much. Yang Dingtian, I want to enter the soul-leaving temple. Tantai said, yes, defeat me, kill me, and you can go in. The soul-leaving temple kept floating and came to the back of Tantai. The very shabby temple was similar to the atmosphere of the soul-leaving temple that Yang Dingtian had seen many times in the illusion. Of course, Yang Dingtian had never seen the outside of the soul-leaving temple in the illusion. However, it was all shabby and full of ancient aura. Tantai just stood there like a feather. However, it was completely like one person guarding the pass, and 10,000 people couldn't get through. Kill me and let you in. Tantai said, this way, you can unlock the ultimate secret of this world. Yang Dingtian slowly pulled out his sword. But you can't kill me. Tantai said, "Your cultivation is very, very powerful, no less than mine, which surprised me very much. However, this is the celestial Red Sea, you have lost all your Xianxia, you are just an ordinary man with great strength." Yang Dingtian, then do you have a way to kill me? If you could do it, you would have killed me a few days ago when I came to the celestial Red Sea. You wouldn't have had to wait until the world of darkness and leave me to my death. Tantai said, "You have the body of a demigod. Your partner is on the throne of darkness, continuously supplying you with energy. You are almost immortal. However, if I want to, I can still kill you. It's just that the price will be higher." "What price?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No comment," Tantai said. "A chess piece doesn't deserve to know so much." Yang Dingtian's facial muscles twitched again. "Since you don't have anything to ask, let's do it," Tantai said. "It's not that I don't have anything to ask. It's just that you don't want to answer," Yang Dingtian said. The scene in front of him was almost exactly the same as when he was in Medusa. "Alright then, let's do it," Yang Dingtian said again. "Go." An order was given. Yang Dingtian rode on the valiant dragon puppet and shot towards Tantai like black lightning. The sharp sword in his hand was aimed at Tantai's heart. Meanwhile, Tantai had also turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Yang Dingtian. Boom, it was like a comet hitting the earth. One black and one white, two rays of light collided with each other. At the same time, the energy reactor of the valiant dragon puppet released the energy that had been condensed to the extreme. Boom, 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 the Red Sea in the sky suddenly burst into a light that was countless times brighter than the sun. It was like a nuclear bomb had exploded. Yang Dingtian's body was instantly reduced to ashes. The valiant dragon puppet did not release an attack. Instead, it detonated all the energy reactors. The energy that burst out in an instant was not something that Yang Dingtian's demigod body could withstand. He was instantly reduced to ashes. Moreover, it was not just once. It was destroyed again and again. This was because the Naga Shuang on the throne of darkness was constantly supplying energy. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could be resurrected again and again. Yang Dingtian felt that Tantai was very, very powerful. The valiant dragon puppet's all-out attack might not be enough. Therefore, it chose to let the energy reactor self-destruct. Tantai was indeed very, very powerful. She was even more powerful than Yang Dingtian had imagined. However, in this kind of terrifying reactor self-destruct, she could not withstand it. First, her beautiful and unparalleled body was reduced to ashes inch by inch. Then, boom. Inside her body, an earth-shattering light suddenly burst out. She also self-destructed and was completely reduced to ashes. Yang Dingtian was reduced to ashes again and again. After an unknown amount of time, this terrifying energy had all dissipated. The energy field of the Red Sea in the sky was indeed heaven-defying. With such a huge explosion, the Dongli grassland below would be destroyed in an instant. However, there was not a trace of energy overflowing. The Dongli grassland below the cliff was safe and sound. Even the completely mature dandelion hair did not scatter. And the entire Red Sea in the sky did not have any stormy waves again. It was still calm. It was as if all the shocking energy had been swallowed up by the Red Sea after destroying Tantai. As for Tantai, he had completely disappeared. Only a ball of purple fluorescent light was left. It seemed to be her soul light, floating in the air. Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand and held it in his palm. After looking at it for a moment, he put it into the space ring. Then, he slowly walked towards the soul-leaving temple in front of him. He gently knocked on the door. Of course, no one opened the door. Yang Dingtian pushed the door hard, but he could not open it at all. He used the Chaos Emperor Grade Soul Sword to hack. It still could not open at all. There was a wooden door at the top of this lonely temple. It was a dilapidated wooden door, and it looked like it could be opened with the slightest bit of effort. However, Yang Dingtian tried everything, but he could not open it at all. His soul sword was completely indestructible. Although all the profound chi was gone, the terrifying sharpness was still there. No matter how he hacked, these two doors were already unscathed. Yang Dingtian was completely at his wits' end. Taking a deep breath, he said, I am Yang Tian. Please let me in. The two wooden doors did not respond at all. Yang Tian said, soul leaving temple, so-called fake god, please let me in. There was still no response from inside. Yang Tian said, fake god, I already know who you are. Please let me in. In an instant, a gust of wind blew through the calm sky Red Sea. Then, the two wooden doors slowly opened. Yang Tian walked in. Suddenly, the two doors were completely closed. Back then, Yang Tian had entered the Temple of Solitude, but the scenery inside was completely different. Perhaps there were some similarities, but it was still completely different. The scene inside was exactly the same as the soul-leaving temple that Queen Poisa and Wentian had described. Here, there was no statue of Medusa, only a huge Buddha statue. In fact, there was only this Buddha statue in the entire soul-leaving temple. There was nothing else. Of course, it was just a very ordinary Buddha statue. Yang Tian did not know which Buddha or Bodhisattva it was. After all, there was no serious Buddhism in the chaos world. There were no Buddhas or Bodhisattvas. Because this statue was bald, it looked like a Buddha statue. It was about 2 feet tall, and the carving was just okay. At a glance, it was unknown whether it was carved from stone or wood. The expression of the Buddha statue could not be described as amiable or solemn, but it was still ordinary. In short, it was exactly the same as the soul-leaving temple that Queen Poisa, Dugu Shao, and Wentian had arrived at. That's right, this was the real soul-leaving temple. The entire temple was only tens of square meters. Yang Tian turned around and came to the door of the temple. At this time, the wooden door was already closed, and he could no longer see the existence of the door gap. He knew that unless the soul-leaving temple took the initiative to open it, it would never be able to open. Yang Tian stood in front of the Buddha statue and said, I'm already here. Show yourself and see me. There was no response, only silence. Yang Tian said, at this time, is there still a need to hide the head and show the tail? I already know who you are. Still, there was no response. In the illusory realm, according to Wentian's description, it was impossible to see the back of the Buddha statue in the soul-leaving temple, and it was also impossible to reach the back of the Buddha statue. No matter how you walked, the Buddha statue would always be facing you. Yang Tian could not help but walk to the back of the Buddha statue. The scene in the illusory realm did not happen, and Yang Tian easily walked to the back of the Buddha statue. There was indeed something. It was a well. Yang Tian walked over and poked his head out. At the bottom of the well, there was a flame that was quietly burning. The flame was completely colorless, and it was almost impossible to feel the existence of any energy. However, its name appeared in Yang Tian's mind almost immediately. 9 of the 10 heaven and earth mystic flames had already appeared. Only the first mystic flame had never been seen, only heard of. And at the bottom of the well was the number 1 mystic flame in the world, the chaos spirit flame, in this world, the most mysterious, most powerful, and most unseen chaos spirit flame, even though no one had told Yang Tian what the chaos spirit flame looked like. But at first glance, he knew that it was the chaos spirit flame, as if it had told him directly. Then, who was Tantai? Was she the fire spirit of the chaos spirit flame? The 10 heaven and earth mystic flames had a long and short history. For example, the million spirits demonic flame only had a history of about 10,000 years. And the demon spirit's demonic flame was about 10,000 years old. And the netherworld ghost flame was more than 10,000 years old. And the void-splitting flame was more than 100,000 years old. Then, how long did the chaos spirit flame in front of him have? He had no idea at all. In fact, he did not know how the 10 mystic flames were ranked, and who ranked them, but since they were ranked, everyone instinctively ranked them together. It was as if many people regarded 9-star 9th grade grandmasters and those close to level 15 as infinite grandmasters. They seemed to be ranked together. But in fact, the energy possessed by those close to level 15 was more than 10 times that of 9-star 9th grade grandmasters. They could not be compared at all. So, this chaos spirit flame was 1,000 times more powerful than the million spirits demonic flame? 10,000 times? 1,000 times more powerful than the netherworld ghost flame? No idea at all, but it was born in the soul-leaving palace, or maybe the soul-leaving palace was born because of it. Next, Yang Dingtian was faced with a problem. Should he devour this chaos spirit flame? He did not want to devour it at all. Because he was very close to the ultimate truth of this world. In fact, to solve this last problem, he might not even need to use force. Yang Dingtian had no desire for power or energy. So, he did not do anything. He just waited here, waiting for the person he wanted to see to appear. Waiting for the master of the soul-leaving palace to appear. He sat cross-legged in front of the Buddha statue. Day after day passed. No one appeared. Yang Dingtian took out his soul sword and began to hack at the Buddha statue. It did not move. He began to hack at the wall, but it still did not move. Even when he hacked at the paper on the window, it didn't budge at all. Without a doubt, no one would come to see him. He would never be able to get out. Now, the only way out was this well. And at the bottom of the well, the chaos spirit flame was burning. The other heaven and earth level obsidian flames had only appeared for less than an hour, and after they had fully matured, they had only existed for a few minutes. However, the chaotic spirit flame continued to burn as if it would never be extinguished. If Yang Dingtian wanted to leave the soul-leaving palace, the only way out was this well. Even if he wanted to see the person he wanted to see, the only way was this well. You want to see me, human Yang Dingtian? A figure sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. It did not have any gender or characteristics. It was just a voice, as if it came from the Buddha statue in front of him. Yes, Your Excellency, Yang Dingtian said. The voice said, then, jump down from the well, and you will be able to see me. Yang Dingtian asked, the chaos spirit flame is inside, right? Yes, the voice said. Yang Dingtian said, but who knows if this well is a trap? It is a well that fell into a trap, the voice said. A trap well is a trap. That's right, the other party had clearly placed a trap there. Yang Dingtian thought of a TV series where someone was cheated of a large sum of money and bought a huge trap. It was obviously a trap. But even if you know it is a trap, why don't you jump down, the voice said. Yang Dingtian thought of Yao Qi and Li Ming. In the dark crack, Yao Qi thought that it might be a trap set by Yongxi. But he still jumped down. Li Ming had also thought that Yang Dingtian had set up a trap behind the essence of the dark crevice passage. But he still jumped down. Not because they were brave, but because they were too stubborn and too smart. They knew it was a trap, but they still jumped down. The biggest reason they jumped down was to prove whether it was a trap or not. If it was a trap, what could it do to them? As for Yang Dingtian, maybe he was not as smart as them. But in terms of stubbornness, they were about the same. Either you are trapped here forever, or you jump down, swallow the chaos spirit flame, and come to see me, the voice said. This is a trap. Are you going to jump? Are you going to jump? Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Then, he jumped into the well that was releasing the chaos spirit flame. He was as stubborn as Yao Qi and Li Ming. Fall. What followed next was an endless fall. Tens of thousands of meters, hundreds of thousands of meters, hundreds of kilometers, thousands of kilometers, tens of thousands of kilometers. At first, there was nothing around him. However, after falling for a while, he was surrounded by endless, transparent flames. Chaos spirit flame. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that within this flame, there was an endless amount of energy, an energy that was close to eternity. He couldn't tell if this energy was evil or righteous. He couldn't tell if it was light or darkness. In fact, this energy wasn't even energy that could improve one's cultivation. There was only one word for this energy, eternal. Yang Dingtian fell into this eternal energy flame. It was as though it was boundless and endless, as though there was no end to it. He really didn't know how long he had fallen or how deep he had fallen. Finally, everything stopped. Yang Dingtian stopped falling and floated in the dark void. At this time, he should be deep in the earth's core of the chaotic world. Everything around him was dark, except for the endless transparent flame in the middle. It was more than tens of thousands of kilometers long and went straight to the ground. This was the chaos spirit flame. It was much stronger than Yang Dingtian had imagined. However, except for this flame, there was still no one here. I'm already here. Aren't you going to come out and meet me? Yang Dingtian asked. Huff, suddenly, a face. appeared at the root of the chaos spirit flame. It was so distorted that it couldn't be seen clearly. Human Yang Dingtian, the spokesperson I chose. After going through so many hardships, you finally meet me, the distorted face said slowly. Yang Dingtian, yes, Your Excellency, false god of the chaotic world. I'm finally in front of you. It's easy for you to kill me, I'm just a disobedient chess piece. False god, the face said, this word is well used. Yes, I'm a false god. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you killed Medusa and Tantai? Yang Dingtian, you should have known. Yes, I know. The false god replied, I'm just used to the opening line, because only one of us will survive today. Yang Dingtian, then I'm no match for you. The fake god didn't answer Yang Dingtian's question. Before the battle with Medusa and Tantai, did you ask a lot of questions? Yes. Yang Dingtian, and what I got was all no comment. He said that as a chess piece, I shouldn't know too much. The fake god said, then you can ask me, and of course I will also ask you. Before we decide who will survive, let's ask each other questions. You ask one question, and I ask one question. Is that all right? Sure, Yang Dingtian said, Your Excellency, false god. The fake god said, Yang Dingtian, why do you call me a fake god? Then who is the real god of chaos? Yang Dingtian said, the real god of chaos is the fallen dragon god. It has no love or hate and lives as long as heaven and earth. Therefore, it disdains to manipulate the human countries and launch a world-destroying battle every 200 years. Only fake gods will manipulate the world. Well said, the fake god said. Now, it's your turn to ask me a question. Remember, you can only ask one question. We'll take turns. Yang Dingtian thought for a while. He had a lot of questions to ask, but he had to choose the most important ones. My wife, Dongfang Bingling, has been poisoned by the soul devourer. Can you save her? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. The fake god stretched out a flaming hand with an energy body floating on it and said, use this to save Dongfang Bingling. In fact, with your understanding of the god realm, you can completely understand the soul devourer in less than 10 years and find a way to save her. Yang Dingtian put the energy body into his space ring. Of course, he had found a way to save Bingling. But at least he had to get out first. The fake god smiled and said, I didn't expect you to ask this question. This question is too unimportant. Okay, you asked the first question. Now it's my turn to ask. Yang Dingtian said, please ask. Yang Dingtian really had to cherish the opportunity because the fake god didn't have many questions to ask him. Therefore, there weren't many questions he could ask the fake god. The fake god said, if you can return to Earth, are you willing to go back? Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, if I can come back, then I'm willing to go back. But if I can't, then I won't go back unless the chaotic world is completely safe. I won't go back as long as the world-destroying crisis is not resolved. I see. The fake god said, now, it's your turn to ask the second question. Yang Dingtian pondered for a moment. This opportunity to answer the second question was indeed very precious. Is Medusa your partner? Yang Dingtian asked. The fake god was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, Medusa is my partner. Now, it's my turn to ask the third question. Please ask. Yang Dingtian. The fake god said, you must save the hundreds of millions of humans who survived? Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, yes, Your Excellency. Next, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to ask the third question. He was silent for a long time, choosing between two questions. In the end, he asked, why do you control the world-destroying battle and kill a large number of humans every 200 years? This question was the world's top secret. Previously, Yang Dingtian asked Medusa, but the answer he got was no comment. The fake god said directly, to save the world, to save the human countries, to stop the great nirvana. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Every 200 years, there would be a great massacre. Was it to save the world? Especially this time, the vast majority of humans were killed, leaving only 2 million. Was it also to save the world? Yang Dingtian's breathing suddenly became heavy. The fake god said, I'll ask the fourth question. What do you think of eternal life? Yang Dingtian was shocked again. Why did the fake god ask such a strange question? Then, the fake god said, the eternal life I'm talking about is real eternal life. It's not like demigod Naga. Although he is said to be immortal, he only has a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. What do you think of real eternal life? Yang Dingtian said, in my world, there is a saying, if the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also age. Therefore, if people have feelings, if they live forever, they are destined to be riddled with holes and in pain. Therefore, don't try to challenge the gods and replace them. The fake god was stunned for a moment, then said, good answer. Now, ask the fourth question. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. It was finally his turn to ask this question. Teacher, is that you? Yang Dingtian asked in a trembling voice, Teacher Shiwu Piayan. The fake god sighed and said, I thought you would ask the first question, but you only asked the fourth question. Yes, I am Shiwu Piayan, the ancient savior, the human who entered Naga. This answer had been hovering in Yang Dingtian's heart for a long time. Now that he had received confirmation, he was not the slightest bit surprised. At that time, Yang Dingtian learned that Queen Medusa had defected to the Naga Empire, and then learned that Medusa had left behind a daughter, Xianxia Ningning. Yang Dingtian had already guessed that Medusa's partner was Shiwu Piayan. Then, the fake god of this world was Shiwu Piayan, the former savior, Yang Dingtian's wisdom teacher in this world, his spiritual teacher. The fake god Shiwu Piayan said, okay, I'll ask the fifth question. You know who I am. If you have the chance to kill me, will you do it? Yang Dingtian thought for a while and nodded, I will. Then, Yang Dingtian said, it's my turn to ask 5 questions. Teacher Shiwu Piayan, is Naga Duguxuan your daughter? The fake god Shiwu Piayan replied, yes, she is my daughter. Of course, I only let the Naga Poisa transplant my genes into her body. I have nothing to do with her. I will be loyal to my lover and my partner for the rest of my life. This was a contradiction. Queen Medusa wasn't willing to see Naga Xuanger's appearance. She was using every possible means to kill Naga Xuanger and Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Shiwu Piayan let Poisa give birth to Naga Xuang, which went against Medusa's will. What was the secret behind it? Sixth question. The fake god Shiwu Piayan said, do you think there is a 6th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian had never heard of the 6th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. If there was one, it would be the ultimate pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian thought for a while. This was a very difficult question. Because the pig-slaying swordsmanship was created to save the world. However, it was obvious that Shiwu Piayan seemed to have found a very terrifying and strange way to save the world. Therefore, the 6th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship didn't seem to be necessary. Yes, there is a 6th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian said. Shiwu Piayan nodded. It was unknown whether he agreed with Yang Dingtian's answer. Yang Dingtian said, my 6th question is the so-called primordial evil spirit a small part of the chaos spirit flame? Yes. Shiwu Piayan said, before asking the 7th question, let me explain first. You should have been to the Skull Hall. It was created by the energy civilization of the 8th era. It is the carrier between several planes in the chaotic world. Therefore, if you go far enough in the illusion, you will find that after the 8th era's illusion, there is a permanent nothingness. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. This Skull Hall was a product of the 8th era civilization. However, it was very reasonable. It was an energy ship floating in the air, connecting the various planes and energy fields of the chaotic world. But that was not right. The first, second, and third dark realms there included the Little Western Paradise. They were all born after the destruction of the 8th era's human civilization. How could the gate of the Little Western Paradise and the second dark realm appear? Shiwu Piayan continued, this is an intelligent energy capital. It automatically recognizes different energy fields and opens the space door to that world. So that was it, Shiwu Piayan said. My 7th question is, can the development of the energy civilization of the 8th era prevent the destruction of the world? Yang Dingtian said, no. If the Naga Empire swallowed all the energy, causing the collapse of the energy field and the destruction of the world, then, the humans of the 8th era turned every inch of matter into energy. Therefore, they destroyed the body of the world. One destroyed the energy, the other destroyed the body. Both would cause the world to die. Shiwu Piaoyan nodded, indicating that he agreed with Yang Dingtian's answer. Yang Dingtian said, "My eighth question is, you control this world and hold a world-ending battle every 200 years. The evil ways in your left hand and the Tiando League in your right hand. Why do you say that the world can only be saved by killing most of the humans?" Shiwu Piaoyan said, "Do you see this chaotic spirit flame?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I see it." Shiwu Piaoyan said, "The evil spirit is just a very, very small fork of it. Then let me ask you, what do you think the essence of the chaotic spirit flame is?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while. The evil spirit itself did not have any energy, so it could not suddenly increase one's cultivation. The moment it swallowed the evil spirit, a huge black hole would appear in the body, swallowing all the energy in the surrounding space and instantly increasing one's cultivation. It was not energy itself, unlike other mystic flames, which could directly increase one's cultivation after swallowing. Yang Dingtian replied, "The essence of the chaotic spirit flame, or the evil spirit, is eternal greed. It is a kind of desire." After answering these two words, Yang Dingtian's understanding of the chaotic spirit flame suddenly became very clear. Anyone who obtained a high-level evil spirit would have a strong addiction to energy and become extremely greedy for energy. Even the highest level of the primeval evil spirit would form a spiritual black hole in the body, swallowing justice, light, and all other good things. After the master of the hidden sect, Shiwu Piaoling, demonized, she still had the will and wisdom of Shiwu Piaoling. However, she had changed from justice to absolute evil and darkness. Because the primeval evil spirit in her body had swallowed all the light. Therefore, the essence of the chaotic spirit flame was greed, lust, darkness, and eternity. Now, Yang Dingtian finally understood. Half of the primeval evil spirit in Shiwu Piaoling's body and the first-class evil spirit in Dongfang Bingling's body were all planted by the soul-departing palace and not by Wen Tian. Even Wen Tian did not know about this. Especially the first-class evil spirit in Dongfang Bingling. It was even planted by Saint Tantai in the Temple of Solitude. Therefore, the demonization of Shiwu Piaoling and Dongfang Bingling was all part of the soul-departing palace's plan. Prince Li Ming thought that he had everything under control, but in fact, he was just a chess piece among chess pieces. Shiwu Piaoyan said, "You are right. The essence of the chaotic spirit flame is eternal greed and desire. Look at this chaotic spirit flame." Yang Dingtian looked at the transparent flame that was more than tens of thousands of miles long. Shiwu Piaoyan said, "Whether it is the Naga, humans, or the demon fox clan in Little Western Paradise. In short, when they devour Xianxia energy, the chaotic world will record how much they have devoured." So how do you record it? Because every trace of energy devoured represents a trace of greed and lust. Therefore, the chaotic spirit flame in front of you is the condensation of the greed and lust of all humans, all demon foxes, and all intelligent creatures. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Shiwu Piaoyan said, "Countless humans, countless intelligent beings, devoured the Xianxia of the chaos world. Their endless greed and lust finally condensed into this chaotic spirit flame that is tens of thousands of miles long. This flame of darkness, the flame of lust, the flame of greed." Shiwu Piaoyan continued, "At that time, when the Naga Empire discovered the truth, they immediately committed mass suicide. Then, they created the confinement space of New Naga, completely limiting all the energy. All the later generations of Naga did not make any progress after their cultivation reached a certain level. Moreover, the later generations of Naga were weaker than the previous generation, completely stifling their reproduction. Therefore, the Naga Empire used such extreme means to let their civilization continue and prevent the great nirvana of their world. However, as long as there is no breakthrough in spiritual energy, the destruction of New Naga is doomed." That's right. Once there was no disappointment, decadence and war would completely destroy New Naga. Shiwu Piaoyan said, "Did you see the well in the soul-leaving temple just now?" Yang Dingtian said, "I saw it." Shiwu Piaoyan said, "Before killing most of the humans, the chaotic spirit flame there was less than 10 feet away from the well. As long as the chaotic spirit flame emerged from the well, it meant that the greed and lust of human beings for energy exceeded the limit of the chaotic world. Therefore, the great nirvana will happen, and the human kingdom will collapse and be destroyed." It is exactly the same as the Naga Empire at that time. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned, Shiwu Piaoyan said, and this celestial Red Sea is the container of the chaotic spirit flame. More than 10,000 years ago, both the celestial Red Sea and the energy space of the chaotic spirit flame were more than 100 times stronger than now. This means that the human kingdom is more than 100 times weaker than it was billions of years ago. Yang Dingtian immediately understood. If it weren't for the soul-leaving temple controlling the world and holding a world-ending battle every 200 years, the human kingdom would have suffered another great nirvana, and the chaotic world would have been destroyed long ago. Shiwu Piaoyan continued, Yang Dingtian, when you saw the chaotic spirit flame in the soul-leaving temple, did you know how far it was from the well? Yang Dingtian said, it didn't seem very far. Shiwu Piaoyan said, it was thousands of miles. Although Medusa slaughtered an astronomical number of humans and foxes. However, the elites of the major races were all protected by you. Therefore, this well of the world is still very dangerous. If this continues, the great nirvana will come again in less than 100 years. Therefore, the soul-leaving temple is doing everything possible to kill the remaining humans. Only a small number of humans are left as the fire of civilization to restart it again. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This fake god of the soul-leaving temple, who he regarded as the biggest dark boss and the most evil controller of fate, who had slaughtered countless lives, was still the savior. From more than 10,000 years ago to the present, it had never changed. More than 10,000 years ago, he persuaded the Naga Empire to destroy it collectively. Now, he couldn't persuade most humans with his words, so he used the Great Nirvana every 200 years. It was difficult and painful to restart the world again and again to continue the vitality and civilization. The purpose of such an evil act was to save the world, and he seemed to have saved most humans, but it could lead to the destruction of the world. Note, a 5,000-word chapter is here. Damn, maybe the ending won't be until tomorrow. Sorry. After a long while, Yang Dingtian asked, Tantai, who is she? Does it still matter? Shiwu Piaoyan said, she is my soul sword. She swallowed enough chaotic spirit flame, so she became what you see. She is my assistant. Is Shima Ningning the daughter of you and Medusa? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Shiwu Piaoyan said, although she was born a long time ago, she only opened her eyes and entered this world a few decades ago. So, she is not much older than you. Yang Dingtian asked, how did you pull me and Wentian from Earth to here? Shiwu Piaoyan said, it is still the principle of the greater space technique, but the energy consumption is much greater. As long as you find the target, position, and coordinates, you can pull them over. Yang Dingtian asked, does that mean that we can all go back? In theory, yes, but it requires a very, very large amount of energy. Shiwu Piaoyan said, I'm afraid that even the spaceship in the imperial capital can't reach this level of energy. Only this chaotic spirit flame can provide it. Yang Dingtian asked, why do you have to pull people from Earth? Can't you pull people from the chaotic world? No, you can't. Shiwu Piaoyan said straightforwardly, no bloodline, no thinking, and so on. You can't do anything. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, as a butcher and a chess piece, what bloodline and thinking do you need? If your martial arts are high enough and your ambition is big enough, you can go on a killing spree. It will be enough to satisfy your once-in-200-year massacre. Shiwu Piaoyan was silent for a moment and said, Yang Dingtian, I am not just looking for chess pieces. If it is just for the once-in-200-year massacre, you can find chess pieces in the chaotic world. What I am looking for is a successor. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Shiwu Piaoyan said, as a successor of the savior, bloodline, thinking, heart, and will are indispensable. Including you and Wentian, I have already found 9 people from Earth. Currently, only you and Wentian are still alive. The rest are all dead. In addition, Wentian has also failed. He cannot become the successor of savior. What about me? Yang Dingtian asked in a trembling voice. You are the perfect successor of the savior, the successor of the false god. Shiwu Piaoyan said, not only is your bloodline top-notch, but you are also open-minded and selfless. You have great love for the human race, but you are not pedantic. Although he wasn't very scheming, he had great wisdom. He was very open-minded about his greed for energy and cultivation, to the point that he no longer had any desires. His only goal was to save humanity and his family. So, you are the most perfect successor. Yang Dingtian was really stunned. He said hoarsely, but you just said that only one of us can live. Shiwu Piayan said, of course, only one can live. That person is you, and the one who will die is me. Yang Dingtian didn't know how to respond. Shiwu Piayan said, Yang Dingtian, you are very smart. There is a good saying. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will also grow old. People have feelings, so they can't become gods. Even if they force themselves to become false gods, countless years have passed, and their hearts have long been riddled with holes. And I am the one riddled with holes. In the past 10,000 years, I don't know how many people I have killed. 3 times, I almost completely destroyed the human countries, leaving only the fire of civilization. Otherwise, why do you only know less than 2,000 years of the history of the human countries, even though it has been more than 10,000 years after the Great Nirvana? Every time, I have completely ended it. I have killed countless people and done things that only gods do, so I have long exceeded the limit of my heart. I have long wanted to die. I have long wanted to find a successor to replace me as a false god, to take the most cruel and painful position. Shiwu Piayan took a deep breath and said, I have been looking for nearly 1,000 years. The first 8 failed, and I have been looking for you. In the beginning, your performance was not outstanding. Whether it was IQ or other things, you could only be regarded as above average. I didn't expect that in the end, I would find the most perfect successor. So, I can finally be free. I can die. The position of false god is yours. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked and couldn't react for a long time. When he jumped into the well, he thought that he might die, that he might beg for death, but he couldn't. However, the result was that he would become the false god. Did he not think of this possibility at all? No, he thought of it and even thought about it many times. However, it was just a thought. He didn't expect that everything would really happen. No, since you chose me as your successor, as a false god, why did you kill me before? Yang Dingtian asked. It was Medusa who wanted to kill you. It was Tantai who wanted to kill you. Shiwu Piayan said, because they didn't want me to die. Tantai was the incarnation of the soul sword, and Medusa was a demigod. They didn't have the slightest love for human civilization, so they didn't feel my pain. Just like the Naga Duga Shuang, they never understood why you wanted to save so many human beings. Yang Dingtian suddenly understood. Yes, Medusa and Tantai did everything they could to kill him. They only had one goal, which was to prevent Yang Dingtian from seeing Shiwu Piayan. They didn't want Shiwu Piayan to die, and they didn't want Yang Dingtian to replace him as the new fake god. Then, Yang Dingtian also understood the meaning of the Naga Duga Shuang's existence. You let Poisa give birth to the real Naga Duga Shuang for me, Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. Shiwu Piayan said, because only when you have the body of a demigod can you have the chaotic spirit flame and become a false god to control the whole world. Originally, I intended to let Shiman Ningning be your partner. But unfortunately, the children born in Naga were only second-generation Naga and could never break through to the demigod realm, even if they were the descendants of humans and Naga. So I had no choice but to create a real demigod Naga again. That's why Duga Shuangr was born. Yang Dingtian said, but when you gave birth to the Naga Duga Shuang, I was only a few years old and far from the chaotic world. Shiwu Piayan said, no, before you crossed over, I had been watching you for a few years. 1 year on Earth is equivalent to 10 years in the chaotic world. So, Shiman Ningning was prepared for you, and the Naga Duga Shuang was also prepared for you. Yes, it was true. Yang Dingtian was so confused at this time that he forgot that the chaotic world was not consistent with the space and time of Earth. No wonder he could make the Naga and the Demon Fox clan fall in love with him. No wonder Shiman Ningning was so close to him at first sight and tried her best to help him. All of this was indeed destined. After a while, Yang Dingtian's mind gradually recovered and he said, Master, is there a 6th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Shiwu Piayan shook his head and said, the pig-slaying swordsmanship was written to save the world. I didn't find the real way to save the world, so there is no 6th stage. Yang Dingtian said, this time, I won't take over. Can't I? You must take it. Shi Wupiayan said, I don't want to live for a second or even half a second. Coincidentally, my partner Medusa also turned into a fossil. So, I will definitely die. You must take over the chaotic spirit flame and take over the painful burden of being a fake god. Yang Dingtian asked, what will happen after taking over the burden? Will it be the same as what you did before? Shi Wupiayan said, yes, a battle of destruction every 200 years. Every 2,000 years, a great massacre. It just so happens that this time, it's the turn of the massacre. Yang Dingtian fell silent. Shi Wupiayan said, now, do you still want to let the 200 or 300 million humans survive? Do you still want to let the hundreds of thousands of the most powerful Fox clan survive? Yang Dingtian asked, Master, can I send Wendian back to Earth? Yes, although it will consume a lot of energy. Shi Wupiayan said, when you become a fake god, you will know the coordinates of Earth and directly comprehend the advanced form of the greater space technique. Shi Wupiayan said, child, you can't kill these hundreds of millions of humans. I can give it to Shima Ningning or Dugu Shuangru to do it. Husband, I will do it for you. Naga Dugu Shuang said directly in his heart. Shi Wupiayan said, child, this kind of destruction is not evil, but for the continuation of civilization, for the continuation of the chaotic world, to save the crumbling chaotic world. Dugu Shuangru said, husband, as long as you have thought it through, I will do it immediately. I will do it quickly so that they won't suffer any pain. You know that I control the throne of darkness and can turn them into ashes instantly. There won't be any pain. Yang Dingtian was still silent. Shi Wupiayan said, child, you must bear this kind of pain. Perhaps many, many years in the future, your Earth will also encounter this choice. That's because you humans on Earth are greedy for energy and material, and it has gradually exceeded the load of Earth. On your Earth, many species are extinct every day. The humans of the chaotic world are extremely greedy for energy and devour Xianxia every day. The humans of your Earth are extremely greedy for material and energy. For example, mobile phones are very useful 2 or 3 years ago, but for the sake of face and other things, they have to be replaced every year. In order to make profits, capitalists desperately squeeze the resources of the Earth. They can't wait for the people to change their mobile phones and televisions every month. It's as if all this is just to create endless garbage. Exchanging precious resources for useless banknotes. This seems to be the most stupid transaction, but you are never tired of it. Yang Dingtian was still silent. Don't worry, child. When you took over my position and swallowed the primal chaos spirit flame, or rather, when you became one with the primal chaos spirit flame, you saw through everything. Shi Wupiayan said, at least you won't be in as much pain as you are now. Naga Shuang said in her heart, husband, give the order. Let me do it. Kill the remaining 200 to 300 million humans, save the chaotic world, and restart the civilization of this world again. Remember, you are saving the world. Shi Wupiayan said, okay, child. We are going to start the inheritance. I am going to leave everything to you. Then, the chaotic spirit flame within tens of thousands of miles all turned into Shi Wupiayan's face. Countless tentacles stretched toward Yang Dingtian. Immediately, the inheritance would be carried out. The chaotic spirit flame and the position of the false god would be passed to Yang Dingtian. The tentacles were getting closer and closer. Then, they wrapped around Yang Dingtian. They could easily enter Yang Dingtian's body. No. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian roared. No, no. Yang Dingtian roared at Shi Wupiayan and Naga Shuang. Then, Yang Dingtian stared at Shi Wupiayan and said, Teacher, by doing this, we have indeed maintained the civilization of the chaotic world and prevented the destruction of the world. But, as a civilization, what is the most important thing? Freedom and development. If a civilization is manipulated like a chess game, then there is no need for this civilization to survive. The sooner it dies, the sooner it gets out. Freedom? Yang Dingtian, with your wisdom, you should know that absolute freedom leads to destruction and stupidity, Shi Wupiayan said. Yang Dingtian said, I know, so it is limited freedom. However, not everyone was like a chess piece that could be completely controlled. That kind of life is better than death. Then, Yang Dingtian said, as a human, an intelligent life, what is the most important thing for them? In the unknown future, they can develop by themselves and decide their own fate. Of course, this kind of development can be guided, but they must have the right to choose. This is limited freedom. But like us, every 200 years, a small massacre, every 2,000 years, a massacre to restart the civilization. If this goes on, what is the difference between them and the Walking Dead? In this way, there is repetition and reincarnation again and again. The entire civilization has no development, and everything is meaningless. Yang Dingtian said again, Teacher, you just said that on Earth, human beings are desperately squeezing the resources of Earth. Obviously, the phones from 2 years ago can be used, but for the sake of face, they still have to change to new ones. And the merchants can't wait to change to new ones every month. This is indeed a huge waste, and even wrong. However, to completely deny it is also a kind of narrow-mindedness. At least, there is something valuable in it. That is, the improvement of technology, aesthetics, mentality, and so on. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said, honestly, I can accept your position as the savior. But, what to do next, I have the final say. I will use my own way to save this world. No, no, no. Shiwu Piayan said, Yang Dingtian, there is nothing you can do. I know what you are trying to do. You are vigorously developing the crystal energy civilization, wanting to replace the current martial arts civilization. But, what is the difference between this and the human civilization of the 8th era? Don't forget, the human civilization of the 8th era was still destroyed, and it was destroyed even more thoroughly. Yang Dingtian said, however, the human civilization of the 8th era isolated at least half of the chaotic world and didn't destroy it, although it may be that they didn't need those materials. They built 99 huge spaceships in the imperial capital. I don't know why they didn't escape from the chaotic world in the end. But I know that if these 99 spaceships had really taken off at that time, the remaining chaotic world would have been directly torn apart. No matter what the reason was, in the end, they preserved a pure land for the later civilizations. And the greediest Naga race, at the last moment, would rather sacrifice their entire race to preserve the fire of their civilization. So, they are definitely not useless. Yang Dingtian said, how to save this chaotic world that is heading toward destruction? Follow the crystal civilization? Follow the scientific and technological civilization? Follow the spiritual power civilization? Or understand the energy essence of the chaotic world, and then transform it to let the energy enter a virtuous cycle? For example, in the ancient Sea Serpent Empire, when those powerhouses were old, they would choose to bury themselves in the sea and return their energy to this world. Yang Dingtian continued, I know why the chaotic world is destroyed. Because when we devour the energy, we will not be able to devour it. Battle chi will also return to this world because of the release of battle. However, the profound energy used to raise one's cultivation would forever enter our energy sea and construct our energy sea world. The more we devour, the less the chaotic world will be. Because our energy sea world is a completely different space, a spatial world independent of the chaotic world. Even after death, this energy still hasn't been returned to the chaotic world. There was once a novel that said that when science and technology developed to a certain extent, many people could create independent cosmic spaces. So, they stole the matter and space of the universe to create their own small universe. In the end, the universe didn't have enough energy and matter to be reborn in the Big Bang, and they would die completely. And the martial arts civilization of the chaotic world is the same. Monsters also devour chi, but why doesn't it have a destructive effect on this world? Because most monsters don't have energy C, they only have monster cores. And the monster cores are not independent spatial worlds, they are still in this world, so this energy is still in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian said, so, this is also a breakthrough direction to save the world in the future. Yang Dingtian said, I can try many paths, such as the crystal civilization, the energy C return system, the spiritual energy civilization, and so on. Shiwu Piayan said, I have thought about all these paths of yours, and more than once, 10 times, or even more than 100 times. It won't work, it will fail. Yang Dingtian said, if you don't try, how do you know the result? Besides, even if I fail, so what? I have already said that I will do my best and leave the rest to fate. Instead of living like a walking corpse, it is better to walk with vigor once, even if the end is complete death. Shiwu Piaoyan said, I am afraid that before you start to walk these paths, the world will be destroyed. According to the current progress, if you don't kill these 200 or 300 million people who survived, in less than 100 years, the great nirvana will come, and the chaotic world will be destroyed. Yang Dingtian said, before I find a new path, I will fully implement the martial arts ban. I know this path is difficult, but with my strength and prestige, I can give it a try. Then, Yang Dingtian said resolutely, Teacher, I am willing to take over your class, I am willing to become the new savior. However, it was not as a high and mighty god. Instead, it was still among that group of people, working hard together with them to forge a new path together. Instead of being a fake god who manipulates their fates from high above. In the end, Yang Dingtian stared at Shiwu Piaoyan and said, Teacher, you have finished writing the first 5 steps of the pig-killing swordsmanship, but you did not write the 6th step in the end. Then, leave the 6th step to me. But the 6th step I write may not be a martial arts scroll, or even an energy scroll. I don't know what it is. But, either you accept my way, or you kill me and find someone better. Shiwu Piaoyan was silent for a long time. Then, all of a sudden, his face turned into ashes in the chaotic spirit flame and vanished into thin air. Then I will do as you say, according to your way, my savior. Then, the fake god Shiwu Piaoyan was completely turned to ashes and died. He had been waiting for this moment for many, many years. Yang Dingtian knelt in the void and said, Teacher, rest in peace. Then, looking at Shiwu Piaoyan's energy, it completely disappeared. Note, there is one more chapter, I will update it tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, I'm sorry, big bosses. I now have to use the rest of the day to revise the previous chapters of this book. Not paragraph by paragraph, but sentence by sentence, word by word. So, it's not that I don't write more every day, but in any case, tomorrow's ending is certain. In fact, there wouldn't even be a lot of words for tomorrow's grand finale. Note, because the previous chapter has been reviewed, it can't be opened. So for the finale, I will upload it again. Readers who have subscribed and read it don't need to subscribe again. Thank you, everyone. The Chaos Spirit Flame was extremely powerful. It could allow Yang Dingtian to advance to the pseudo-god realm and completely control the entire world. However, he abandoned it like a worn-out shoe and turned to leave the well of Chaos Spirit Flame. He returned to the soul-leaving palace. At this time, the door of the soul-leaving palace was still tightly shut. But when Yang Dingtian walked to the door of the soul-leaving palace opened automatically. Yang Dingtian walked out of the soul-leaving palace and left the celestial Red Sea. And the soul-leaving palace disappeared. However, Yang Dingtian knew that the door of the soul-leaving palace would open for him at any time. Because even though he didn't devour the Chaos Spirit Flame, he had already become the new master of the soul-leaving palace. A few days later, all the race representatives of the chaotic world gathered in the celestial palace. The High Priest Association, the Speechless Race, the Fox Race, the Mermaid Race, the Half-Human Race, the Naga Race, the X Association, and the Council of Light all gathered. These were originally members of the Doomsday Council. But not only these people, there was also the new Naga race representative led by Queen Lan Qi. There was also the saint-level Shura who represented the Underworld Empire. In short, this resolution covered all the races currently known in the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian chose to hold this resolution in the Celestial Palace. However, he didn't sit on the throne of darkness. Instead, he placed a chair on the huge steps. Below, there were hundreds of people from various races densely packed together. Yang Dingtian, first of all, I announce that the crisis of the soul-leaving palace, the crisis of the doomsday, is officially resolved. As soon as these words came out, the hundreds of people below suddenly became excited. Long live, people of different races hugged each other and celebrated this great moment. This terrifying darkness was finally going to pass. Yang Dingtian, Queen Medusa, who slaughtered the world, has been eliminated. And the mastermind behind the crisis of the doomsday, the pseudo-god of the soul-leaving palace, is also dead. Everyone fell silent, waiting for Yang Dingtian to continue. This apocalyptic crisis, as well as the previous apocalyptic wars that happened every 200 years, were all under the control of the soul-departing palace, Yang Dingtian said. The soul-departing palace controlled the Tiando League with their left hand and evil ways with their right hand. Every 200 years, there would be an apocalyptic war. Every 2,000 years, there will be a complete massacre to restart the civilization. Below, it was still silent. Although this answer was very shocking, Yang Dingtian had discussed this idea more than once before. Yang Dingtian continued, the master of the soul-leaving temple, the controller of the entire world, the false god of the chaotic world, is my mentor, the author of the pig-killing swordsmanship, His Excellency Shiwu Piaoyan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was completely shocked, as if they had been struck by lightning. Especially the demonic fox clan, Lan Qi, and the others. For many people, Shiwu Piaoyan was a saint, a savior. Now, he had become the mastermind behind the massacre of the entire world. He was the world's greatest demon, a false god who controlled the fate of the entire world. Almost everyone couldn't accept it. Yang Dingtian continued, but he never changed. Everything he did was to save the world. As soon as these words came out, everyone was even more shocked. Yang Dingtian said, yes, he did it to save the world. Because for tens of thousands of years, the martial arts civilization has become our absolute mainstream. Every day, countless humans and demonic foxes are cultivating martial arts and devouring mystic qi. And every time they devour a wisp of mystic qi, they release a wisp of greedy desire. In the end, this greed condenses into the flame of the world. Of course, the so-called flame of the world was actually the chaotic spirit flame. Yang Dingtian deliberately downplayed this name. Yang Dingtian's palm suddenly swiped. Suddenly, a huge image appeared on the wall of the celestial palace. Tens of thousands of miles of flame of the world were deep in the well of the world. The terrifying flame of the world was only a few thousand miles away from the mouth of the well. Moreover, it was constantly moving and spreading, and could emerge from the mouth of the well at any time. Yang Dingtian said, once the flame of the world emerges from the mouth of the well, it means that our devouring of the energy of the chaotic world has exceeded the limit. Then, the great nirvana will erupt. The expressions of all the races present changed. Yang Dingtian said, at present, the flame of the world is only 3,800 miles away from the mouth of the well. At this speed, the great nirvana will arrive in 100 years. In order to save the world, His Excellency Shiwu Piaoyan had to have a world-destroying war every 200 years. Every 2,000 years, a great massacre would take place in exchange for the survival of this world. Therefore, no matter how cruel his methods are, he is a great savior. At this time, no one could make any sound. The final truth of this world was so heavy and cold that it made people unable to breathe. Yang Dingtian said, where does the energy of our chaotic world come from? It all comes from the sun. At this time, a high priest of Nunaga said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, energy is divided into yin and yang. The sun can only provide yang energy, so where does the yin energy come from? It still comes from the sun. Yang Dingtian said, yin is just the opposite of yang. Yang Dingtian continued, however, the energy of the sun will gradually decline. As the chaotic world continues to be destroyed, the energy of the sun that can be absorbed and transformed will become smaller and smaller. Therefore, when the energy that humans devour every day exceeds the daily supply of the sun and the daily conversion of the chaotic world, it will exceed the load of the chaotic world, and the flame of the world will continue to rise. Therefore, Shiwu Piaoyan, the savior, is necessary to have a world-destroying battle every 200 years and a great massacre every 2,000 years. It is to reduce the number of humans devouring energy, and to give the chaotic world a chance to breathe. The entire celestial hall was completely silent. The previous cheers of victory disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian said, before Medusa launched the massacre, the flame of the world was only a few meters away from the mouth of the well. Perhaps in 3 to 5 days, the great calamity would break out. Therefore, Medusa went on a killing spree and slaughtered most of the people in this world. Yang Dingtian continued, but later, I saved more than 300 million people, and all the essence of martial arts was among the 300 million people who survived. Therefore, the well of the world is still about to overflow. Then, I went to kill Medusa and entered the soul-leaving palace, trying to have a final battle with His Excellency Shiwu Piayan. At this moment, the demon fox high priest said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, in that case. Why did His Excellency Shiwu Piayan die? Her meaning was very clear. Yang Dingtian should be far from his match, and although Shiwu Piayan's methods were terrible, he was righteous. Yang Dingtian said, His Excellency Shiwu Piayan, the savior, committed suicide. Because for the past 10,000 years, in order to let the world survive, he had to control the world every 200 years and raise the butcher's knife. However, he was not a god, but a human. Therefore, his heart was riddled with holes, and he had long wanted to die and be free. Therefore, for the past 1,000 years, he had been looking for a successor to the savior. Before His Excellency Wendian and I, he looked for 7 others. But they all failed, and they all died. His Excellency Wendian also failed. And I became the only person who met the savior, His Excellency Shiwu Piayan. I inherited his mantle and his will. Everyone was stunned. Then, the first person took the lead, and everyone knelt down. Greetings, Your Majesty the Savior. Yang Dingtian did not stop them. Instead, he still sat on the chair and said, His Excellency Shiwu Piayan let me inherit the position of the savior and the fake god, and gave me power close to that of a god, so that I could control the entire world. I need to inherit his will, continue to save this world, and prevent the Great Nirvana from happening. He wants me to continue the Great Nirvana war every 200 years, and a great massacre every 2,000 years to restart the civilization. At this time, the various races kneeling on the ground were already sobbing. Yang Dingtian said, however, the first thing he wants me to do is to kill the 300 million people who survived. Including the vast majority of the races, only 2 million survived and became the fire seed of the restart of the civilization. Only in this way will the position of the world's flame continue to decline and stay away from the well. At this time, more and more leaders cowed out on the ground, indicating that they were willing to commit suicide. Among them, a considerable number of the fox demon race and the upper echelons of the Council of Light were willing to commit suicide. Yang Dingtian believed that this was true, especially Dongfang Minmi, the fox demon high priest, and even the dark wanderers led by Mizhu. They were all pure and did not fear death. They were willing to take the lead in sacrificing themselves to help the chaos civilization continue. Yang Dingtian looked at the crowd and said, I agreed to His Excellency Shiwu Piayan's request, and I inherited his position. However, I rejected the position of a fake god, and I rejected the energy that was close to that of a god. I rejected the will to slaughter the remaining 300 million people. I said that I can become the new savior, but everything will be done according to my way. With such a turn of events, the various races below raised their heads and looked at Yang Dingtian in shock and confusion. Yang Dingtian said, I don't want to become that god high above and control all of your fates, even if it's to stop the end of the world. I'm willing to do everything I can to save the chaos world with you. Yang Dingtian stood up and said slowly, Savior, what a great word. However, I don't like it, because it's unequal and high above. In this world, there has never been a savior. We have to rely on ourselves for everything. If there is a savior, then all of us are saviors, and all the creatures in the chaos world are saviors. Yang Dingtian walked down the steps and walked into the crowd. Everyone, please rise. Hundreds of leaders of various races stood up. I don't want to use a massacre to forcefully restart civilization and force the chaos world to survive. I don't want to control all of your fates. I'm only willing to be with you, at most, to lead you to find a new path that can allow the civilization of the entire world to continue and prevent the destruction of the world. What path? What way? I don't know, I'm also confused. Maybe it's the study of spiritual energy, maybe it's the energy civilization, or maybe it's the return of the energy sea to the chaos world. Or maybe it's other paths, etc. I'm a person with limited talent, only perseverance and will are considered good. It may take us hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years to complete this path. The possibility of failure is very, very high. But, so what? At least, those paths are chosen by us. Even if we fail, even if we die, it's our own choice. I'll die with everyone. Then, may I ask everyone, Are you willing to walk a path that none of the previous civilizations have walked, a path that none of them have walked before? The demigod Naga race didn't walk it. The 8th era human civilization, which is more powerful than the Naga race, also didn't walk it. Whether it's wisdom or energy cultivation, we are worlds apart from them. Can we walk it? Only God knows. Everyone, are you willing to follow me on this most difficult path of civilization survival? Yang Dingtian roared loudly. Immediately, all the representatives of the races present knelt down one by one. We obey your order, Your Majesty the Savior, long live the Savior, Yang Dingtian said. I announce that the Doomsday Council will be changed to the Savior Council, and there will be new Naga races, the Undead race, and the Shura race. When His Excellency the Ghost Emperor can show himself, he will also become one of the leaders of my council. We obey your order. Ghost Emperor Wendian used the mouth of the saint-level Shura to kneel down and accept the order. Yang Dingtian said, then I issue the first order of the Savior Council. Before we find a new path, implement a comprehensive ban on martial arts. All martial arts secret manuals and mystical skill scrolls are to be collected and sealed. All martial arts members are not allowed to use mystical skill to increase their cultivation unless they have the permission of the Savior Council. We obey your order. Yang Dingtian sighed. From now on, the world will be different. From now on, martial arts will no longer be the mainstream of society. Construction, development, invention, and exploration are the core of this world's civilization. Then, from today onwards, it will be called the first year of salvation. This day was regarded as the greatest day in the history of the Chaos world. It was known as the Celestial Hall Resolution, after the Celestial Hall Resolution was opened. After spending more than 100 days, the Savior Council finally drafted the Chaos World Salvation Act of more than 100,000 words. It clearly stated what could be done and what could not be done. It clearly stated the division of the Chaos World's territory, as well as the theme of construction, development, invention, and exploration. Then, the hundreds of millions of humans who survived returned to the human countries to live. The Empire of Darkness existed as the headquarters of the Savior Council. The first thing the Savior Council did was to identify and select the books in the Scripture Depository, the High Priest Association, and the X Association one by one. Then, they divided them into categories and established the Energy Civilization, Spiritual Force Study, Crystal Stone Civilization, Sea of Chi Space Study, Chaos Essence Study, and so on. All kinds of subject knowledge spread out in an instant, instantly becoming a prairie fire of knowledge. Countless schools were built like bamboo shoots after the rain. The number of subjects in the schools increased year by year. The martial arts discipline still existed. But the core was only the internal exploration of the Sea of Chi space. It was not to cultivate martial arts every day. At first, Yang Dingtian wanted to completely ban martial arts. But later, he felt that although the martial arts civilization led to the destruction of the Chaos world, it could not be stopped. After all, it was also a kind of civilization. Therefore, when he really found the way to save the world, especially when the secret of the Sea of Chi space was completely grasped and comprehended, it allowed the warrior Sea of Chi to be connected to the Chaos world and become a part of the Chaos world's energy cycle. At that time, the martial arts civilization might be reopened. However, before a new path was found, the mystic breathing technique was an absolute taboo. Once discovered, it would be immediately executed. It would not be tolerated. In the year after the Celestial Palace's resolution, Yang Dingtian saved Dongfang Bingling. After that, Dongfang Bingling did not leave the house at all. She stayed at home every day, learning the zither, calligraphy, and painting. Otherwise, she would accompany her parents and Yang Dingtian. Moreover, she gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters for Yang Dingtian. In the same year, with the consent of Huan Yu and Yun Zhenu, he used the soul transfer technique to let the 2 of them return to their original identities. Du Gufengwu appeared completely in front of Yang Dingtian once again. She was still Yang Dingtian's wife. But most of the time, she lived with her father, Du Gushao. She and Yang Dingtian had a son and a daughter. All of her love was poured into her children and she could not bear to give birth to another child. On the other hand, Yun Zhenu moved into the Valley of Cloud Heaven City and lived with Yang Dingtian. The next year, she gave birth to a daughter. The next year, she gave birth to another daughter. Lingwu also lived in the Valley of Cloud Heaven City. However, she did not get married. She was just like a householder. Although she would occasionally cross the line with Yang Dingtian, they did not give birth to any offspring. Dishi Bian was the same. She didn't step out of her room either. Although she did not get married, she lived with Yang Dingtian almost all the time. However, because of her physique, she did not have any offspring. The most amazing one was Dugu Shuang'er. After understanding the ultimate secret of the world, she seemed to have lost interest in energy devouring. She did not devour any energy anymore. Instead, she forcefully turned to the research of spiritual energy. On the 9th day after the resolution in the Sky Dome Hall, Shima Ningning officially paid a visit to the Empire of Darkness. After that, she lived with Yang Dingtian. After that, she became Dugu Shuang'er's enlightenment teacher in the spiritual energy civilization. Furthermore, she became one of the leaders in the research of spiritual energy. However, because of her physique, she and Yang Dingtian did not give birth to any offspring. Vulture had the body of Ashura and could not give birth to any offspring in the early years. However, the problem was successfully solved in the end. She gave birth to a son and a daughter for Yang Dingtian. The former spirit rabbit, because of Wu Daozi's death, bid farewell to Yang Dingtian. From then on, there was no trace of her. Time passed year by year. The entire human countries were becoming more and more prosperous. Countless bustling cities and beautiful villages were springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain. After more than 10 years, construction and exploration had become the mainstream of the chaotic world. The entire chaotic world ushered in the first explosion of knowledge. The Salvation Parliament had finally solved the problem of intermarriage between the Demon Fox clan and humans and giving birth to offspring. They had solved the problem of how the Demon Fox clan could survive in the energy field of the human countries. Moreover, the offspring that were born were only ordinary descendants, not the descendants of demigods. Next, the second problem to be solved was the almost terrifying lifespan of the Mermaid clan and the Demon Fox clan. This was because the Salvation Parliament felt that apart from the new Naga Empire, the terrifying lifespans of these two races would pose a great threat to the chaotic world. Moreover, after not cultivating martial arts, thousands of years would become painful and torturous. As time passed, the explosion of knowledge became more and more intense. The problems of the world were also solved one after another. This world finally showed a more advanced side than the 8th era's humans. That was, all rivers ran into the sea. Although it was the same language, various disciplines developed in parallel. Unlike the 8th era's human civilization, the energy civilization dominated the world. In the new chaotic world, spiritual energy, crystal civilization, and the nature of the world were the three mainstream disciplines. Especially the crystal civilization, which had completely become the foundation of the entire world. Crystal trains, crystal spaceships, and so on were endless. Illumination, communication, calculation, and so on were all inseparable from crystals. Of course, the entire world wasn't all beautiful. Because, in addition to the first 20 years, Yang Dingtian and his Salvation Parliament often appeared and governed the entire world. 20 years later, Yang Dingtian and his companions gradually faded out and gradually entered a state of semi-seclusion. They allowed the world to operate on its own, secretly grasping the general direction so that the track of development wouldn't deviate. 30 years, 40 years later, Yang Dingtian's elders, Dongfang Minmi, Qin Wanzhou, and the others, passed away one after another. The Salvation Parliament still existed. But it had become a very detached and sacred organization. It would no longer directly participate in the governance of the entire world. The rulers of the entire world had become the various empires and kingdoms. The West continent had become 3 countries. Qin Huaiyu's son, Qin Jing, ruled most of the West continent and established the Qin Empire. It could be considered as fulfilling his grandfather's ambition decades ago. Yang Dingtian's daughter, Yang Ning, didn't disappoint. In the southwest continent, she established the Heavenly Wind Kingdom and became the first queen. Yang Dingtian's adopted son, Yang Yichen, ruled the old land of Cloud Heaven City and the land of chaos. But he didn't establish a country and still called it Cloud Heaven City. As for the middle continent, it was divided into 7 or 8 countries. Yang Dingtian and Vulture's son, Yang Chong, with the support of his mother, Vulture, unified the southern barbarian continent and southern middle continent, establishing the Black Vulture Empire. Wu Maji, this woman, didn't want to fall behind. She let her son, Yang Yan, rule the land of extreme south, Ning clan, and Snow clan, establishing the Great Southern Empire. Yang Dingtian's eldest son, Yang Li, had always been by his parents' side. But in the end, Du Gufengwu saw that Vulture's son, Wu Maji's son, and Ming Rower's daughter all went out to rule a region. She didn't want to be left out. After asking for the permission of Dongfang Bingling, she sent Yang Li to the East Continent and started to build up his reputation. When the other regions established their own countries, Yang Li finally established the Great Sun Empire under the encouragement of his mother, Du Gufengwu. The reason why he chose this title was simple. He wanted to announce to the world that he was Yang Dingtian's eldest son and that he could inherit his father's legacy. Among all the women, Jia was probably the most power-hungry one. Currently, although she wasn't the chairman of the Little Western Paradise United Parliament, she was in charge most of the time. Not only that, but with her help, most of the new Fox clan members had already entered the Dongli grassland. Her son, Yang Ning, had already become the leader of this region. She knew that when the time was right, the Dongli Empire would be established. In just a few decades, the human population had once again broken through 2 billion. It had already surpassed the peak before the Doomsday War. The entire world had been divided into dozens of empires and kingdoms of various sizes. 6 of them were ruled by Yang Dingtian's children. These dozens of countries all worshipped the same spiritual totem, which was Yang Dingtian. Almost every country's currency, emblem, and so on had Yang Dingtian's portrait. However, this didn't stop these countries from fighting, frictions, and even wars. In the beginning, they were very careful, and the wars between the countries were just small skirmishes. They were afraid that Yang Dingtian and the World Salvation Parliament would be angered and interfere. However, they later realized that the savior, Yang Dingtian, and the World Salvation Parliament didn't care about the conflicts between the countries. Therefore, the countries started to fight. The fighting became more and more intense. However, as long as they crossed the line, they would definitely find the World Salvation Parliament and deal a heavy blow. Moreover, the heavy blow from Yang Dingtian was something that no country or emperor in the world could withstand. It was a disaster. Moreover, the first one to suffer a heavy blow was Yang Dingtian's eldest son, Yang Li. He relied on the fact that he was Yang Dingtian's eldest son. After unifying the entire East Continent and part of the world of ice and snow, he still wasn't satisfied. He led an army to invade Zhu Mingyu's Daxian Empire in the North Middle Continent. Because he was Yang Dingtian's eldest son, the emperors of the countries that were invaded generally didn't dare to use too fierce methods against him. Therefore, Yang Li was completely unstoppable. He didn't dare to let his army break through the taboo and cultivate Xianxia martial arts. However, when he invaded North Middle Continent, his army slaughtered more than hundreds of thousands of innocent people. Under the fury of the World Salvation Parliament, Yang Li was removed from his throne and spat out most of the territory that he had annexed. His son, Yang Yun, became the second emperor of the Deyang Empire. If it wasn't for Yang Li's wife, Yang Dingtian's adopted daughter, Yang Qin, who pleaded for mercy, Yang Li might even be imprisoned in the Empire of Darkness for the rest of his life. Other than the rulers of the 6 countries, Yang Dingtian's remaining children were all engaged in various jobs. Some of them were teachers, some of them were researchers, and some of them were just manor lords. The one who had always been by Yang Dingtian's side was his son, Yang Yi, descendant of a demigod. He didn't even have a family and was always by his father's side, becoming Yang Dingtian's only emissary. After the Heaven Dome Great Hall's decision, Yang Dingtian didn't appear in public for 30 years. Every time there was a major event, Yang Yi would appear in his place. Yang Dingtian definitely wasn't acting cool. It was so that he could dilute his existence and allow this world to develop freely. He and the World Salvation Parliament were only in charge of the highest direction. Back then, when Wu Maji, Vulture, Du Gufengwu, and the others sent their sons out to establish empires and become rulers, he could have stopped them with a single sentence. If he was the kind of person who fished for fame, he would definitely have stopped them. In fact, he wasn't too willing to see his children become emperors or kings. However, he didn't stop them in the end and allowed them to develop naturally. Even though his children might kill each other a few generations later because of conflicts and disputes between countries. Moreover, Yang Yi didn't cultivate martial arts his entire life. However, he had the strongest martial arts force under his command. It was formed by the original demon fox race's saint-level experts, dark wanderers, mermaid warriors, snakemen warriors, and others. All of them had the cultivation of great grandmaster and above. The name of this army was called the Dark Patrol. This team of less than 1,000 people was the strongest force in the chaotic world. Their only mission was to kill any martial artists who cultivated the martial arts. Anyone who dared to break the ban and cultivate martial arts, no matter where they were, no matter who they were, they would all be killed. The indifferent Yang Yi became the most suitable commander of this team. 50 years after the Heaven Dome Great Hall's decision, which was also 50 years after the New Era, the entire World Salvation Parliament's affairs were actually handled by Yang Yi. Yang Yi had become the highest secret manager of dozens of countries in the chaotic world. Moreover, he did a very good job, even better than Yang Dingtian. Among his many children, his personality was the most similar to Yang Dingtian's, but he was smarter than Yang Dingtian. In addition, Zhu Qingzhu, who had been missing for decades, was still nowhere to be found. 80 years after the Heaven Dome Great Hall's decision, which was also the 80th year of the New Era, Yang Dingtian had comprehended the high-level greater space technique. He didn't use the chaos spirit flame, but used the cosmos to create a high-level space gate that directly led to the coordinates of Earth. Then, he successfully sent Wen Tian back to Earth. However, it was Wen Tian who had lost all his Xianxia. This was because if Wen Tian was at his peak, the energy required to send him back to Earth would be more than 10,000 times more. The cosmos wouldn't be able to withstand it. Furthermore, there was one more important matter, and that was the huge dark dragon in Yang Dingtian's Qi. After the start of the New Era, Yang Dingtian didn't cultivate anymore. He didn't even use martial arts anymore. And this dark dragon would forever sleep in the abyss of Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi. Decades, centuries, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years were just a concept to the dark dragon. Moreover, as Yang Dingtian's research on the world and the god of chaos and the fallen divine dragon deepened, he realized that although the dark dragon was synonymous with greed, and once it fully matured, it was very likely to become the new god of chaos and the new fallen divine dragon. However, this wasn't completely a disaster. Instead, it was more like the rebirth of the world. Of course, this was something even more complicated. Yang Dingtian had only studied 1.5 limbs, Earth AD, September 13, 2014, it was the 9th year after Yang Dingtian transmigrated to the chaotic world, and the 33rd year after Wen Tian transmigrated to the chaotic world. Wen Tian, oh no, he should be called Li Lian now, suddenly appeared in the dense forest of Beijing University. This was the place where he had disappeared. I'm back. It's been over 30 years. I'm finally back. First, his face was covered in tears. Then, he kept kissing the ground. Wen Tian started walking around Beijing University's campus. In the end, he discovered that Beijing University's campus didn't seem to have changed much compared to 30 years ago. The house was still the same house. The dense forest was still the same, and the unnamed lake was still the same. His heart instantly turned cold. Could it be that more than 30 years had passed, but our country still hadn't developed much? After losing all his cultivation, the most simple patriotic feeling instantly surged in his heart. But very soon, he was at ease. Because after leaving the dense forest, he came to the main road of the school. Immediately, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. The number of cars here was more than 100 times more than 30 years ago. After leaving the school, Wen Tian was even more stunned. There were so many tall buildings and so prosperous. Didn't China catch up with the United States and the United States? Soon after Wen Tian walked on the street for a while, he saw a police station. He knew that this was the place where people were in charge. He immediately went in. The people and police inside warmly received him. Comrade, can you check where Su Xiaoying and Li Bijuan live? Wen Tian asked. Yes, but there will be many people with the same name. I need you to identify them. May I know who they are to you? The police officer asked. My name is Li Lian. I'm their husband and father. Wen Tian said, previously, there was a problem with my brain, so I got lost. Now that I've regained my consciousness, I can't remember where my home is. The police officer glanced at Wen Tian and immediately went to brew a cup of hot tea. He said, Old sir, please wait a moment. I'll help you check. More than 10 minutes later, the police officer said, Sir, do you think this is your wife and daughter? On the computer screen, Wen Tian saw the photo of his old wife and his beautiful daughter. Instantly, tears streamed down his face. He nodded desperately and almost couldn't stand. Sir, don't be agitated. Don't be agitated. I'll immediately inform your wife and daughter and ask them to come and pick you up. The police officer hurriedly helped Wen Tian sit down. Then, he immediately made a call. Coincidentally, Su Xiaoying's household registration was in the area under the police station's jurisdiction. The call was quickly connected. A pleasant female voice came from the other side. She was about 30 years old. Hello, may I ask if you are Madame Li Bijuan? The police officer asked. Yes, I am. Li Bijuan said, May I ask who you are? What's the matter? Yang Li, you're not allowed to watch TV. Watch TV after you finish your homework. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm from the police station. May I ask if Li Lian is your father? He's lost. Please bring him home. The police officer said. He was slightly puzzled in his heart. Why was Li Lian's name not on this family's household register? Li Lian? My father. On the other side, Li Bijuan was stunned. The coffee in her hand fell to the ground. On the other side of the phone, the voice of a middle-aged woman came. She said, Bijuan, if you want to watch TV, just watch TV. Why are you so angry? You even threw a cup. Hello, Madam Li. Are you listening? The police officer asked. Li Bijuan on the other side of the phone immediately cried out. Then, she said with a trembling voice, I'll come over immediately. Half an hour later, an Audi TT stopped in front of the police station. The beautiful Li Bijuan and a white-haired woman got out of the car. The first thing she saw was Wen Tian. The 60-year-old Su Xiaoying's body trembled. She swayed and almost fainted. Wen Tian immediately rushed over and hugged her tightly in his arms. Brother, I'm not dreaming, right? I'm not dreaming, right? Su Xiaoying said with a trembling voice. She called for her husband and her brother. It's not a dream. I'm back. I'll never be separated from you again. Wen Tian's heart felt as if it was about to explode. He completely let go of the happiness in his heart. Although the wife in his arms was old, her hair was white and her beauty was no longer there. In his eyes, she was even more beautiful than the peerless Piaoling father. Li Bijuan said with a trembling voice because she had never seen her father before. She had only seen him in black and white photos. Wen Tian immediately hugged Li Bijuan in his arms. At this moment, Min came over and said, It's good that you're reunited. Bring the old mister home now. Of course, if you're free. Tomorrow, please come to the police station to make a record. Wen Tian returned home. Li Bijuan didn't enter the house. Instead, she entered the elevator. Wen Tian asked, Daughter, what's wrong? Li Bijuan said, Your grandson, Yang Li, is still at his grandparents' house. I'll go fetch him. Father, you go home first. Grandson? Yang Li? Wen Tian trembled. Could it be the son of Bijuan and Yang Dingtian? 10 minutes later. When Wen Tian saw his grandson, he immediately concluded that this was Yang Dingtian's son. His appearance was very similar to Yang Dingtian's. He didn't know if he was angry or happy. This bastard, the first time he went out with his daughter, he actually fell for her. His entire body was burning as he transmigrated, and he even got his daughter pregnant. Now, Wen Tian somewhat understood why Li Bijuan didn't find another partner. It was because she had a child with Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's parents also came along. After Yang Dingtian completely disappeared, the two elders were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. However, the child in Li Bijuan's stomach became their new hope. As a result, the two elders sold all their belongings and moved to the capital. Hence, after Yangli was born, he became the darling of the two families. He was spoiled by the three elders to the point that Li Bijuan couldn't control him. Of course, despite having a child, the two elders were still very open-minded. They kept persuading Li Bijuan to find another partner. Li Bijuan had always been perfunctory and nonchalant in her responses, but she was still alone. It wasn't completely because her relationship with Yang Dingtian was so deep. Rather, it was because she was originally an unruly person. If not, she wouldn't have dated a student. Since she had a child, she might as well live alone. She taught, translated, played games, and took care of the child. She lived a very enjoyable life and didn't seem to need a man. Moreover, after her father disappeared, her mother also lived alone for half of her life. Thus, she had been living alone all these years. Wendian hugged his grandson in his arms. His heart ached again and again. Yang Dingtian's parents, Su Xiuying and Li Bijuan, only chatted casually. They didn't dare to ask him where he went all these years. Wendian suddenly raised his head and said to Yang Dingtian's parents, "My two in-laws, Xiaojun, Yang Dingtian didn't die." The moment these words came out, Yang Dingtian's parents were completely stunned. After a long while, they regained their senses. Their bodies started to tremble. Big brotherly, is this true?" Father Yang asked in a trembling voice. Li Bijuan's tears immediately flowed out. Wendian nodded, "Yes, he didn't die. We have been together all these years." Father Yang asked, Then why didn't he come back?" "You have already returned, why didn't he come back?" Wendian said, "He still has very, very important things to do over there. Hence, he still needs some time to come back." Mother Yang asked, "Little Tian, can he really come back?" "Yes, definitely," Wendian said. At night, Wendian, his old wife, and his grandson slept on the same bed. Before going to bed, he passed by Li Bijuan's room and discovered that she was playing a game. "Xiaojun, it's very late. Sleep early," Wendian said. Li Bijuan said. This was the online game that she and Yang Dingtian fell in love with. Now, it was almost out of service. She was playing a private server. Suddenly, Li Bijuan said, "Dad, is Yang Dingtian powerful in the alternate world?" Wendian was stunned. Li Bijuan said, "The two of you suddenly disappeared without a trace. This completely broke our current understanding. Hence, we can only use the word transmigration to describe it." Wendian was so old that he felt that his daughter was very amazing. Then, Wendian nodded and said, "Yang Dingtian is very powerful, much more powerful than your father. That's why he can't leave. He is the leader of the world." Li Bijuan said, "That's good. Our love wasn't in vain. Sigh, if that alternate world can't leave him, when our son grows up, he can actually bring me to that world. This way, we can still be together." Wendian was completely stunned. His daughter's imagination was really wild. Li Bijuan pursed her lips and smiled. Then, she continued to play the game and reminisced about the good times she had with Yang Dingtian. The end of the book. Note, the ending is finally here. More than 10,000 words have been written until now. This ending is still quite good. Thank you everyone. There is also a postscript regarding the new book and the insights I have gained from this book. I will post it in a few days. Thank you everyone. Epilogue. Happy Chinese New Year. This is a long overdue epilogue. Of course, the most important thing is about the new book. Speaking of new books, I started writing a new book in December 2014, and then I kept discarding manuscripts. The first edition, the second edition, the third edition. By the time I reached the 7th edition, I no longer counted how many manuscripts I had discarded or how many words I had written. I don't want to say that it took me a few years to sharpen my sword, but it was really hard to write a new book. It was only at the end of January 2016 that I finally decided to write the manuscript. I don't dare to say that it was written very well, but the amount of effort I put into it was really incomparable. I had already discarded hundreds of thousands of words. This should be the 8th or 9th edition. If nothing unexpected happens, the new book should be released in the middle of this month. Today was New Year's Eve. My father and I drank a little wine and felt a little dizzy. We didn't have any thoughts and just wrote whatever we wanted to write. Here, I wish you a fruitful love, a successful career, and a healthy family. Nine Sun Sword Saint had been finished for half a year and the new book was finally released. Actually, the new book was only finalized recently and only released today. I was really speechless. I don't know if I had discarded the manuscript 7 or 8 times. Because Xuanhuan was too difficult to write, I couldn't do it anymore. From beginning to end, he had spent an entire year and wasted nearly 1,000,000 words on the manuscript. The pain, anxiety, and choices he had to make were simply indescribable. I also encountered many other things along the way. Thus, these few months could be said to be mentally and physically exhausted. Now that the new book was finally released, I let out a long sigh of relief. The title of the book was World-Destroying Demon Emperor. The Nine Sun Sword Saint talked about saving the world. Then, the new book talked about destroying the world. New book summary: a third-year male student, Lan Ling, was hit by a meteor and traveled to a different world. In the other world, he was saved by a female warrior from the Sua family. As if it was fate, he looked very similar to Sky Water City's young lord Sua Luan. That wastrel Sua Luan had died an unnatural death. In order to repay the debt of saving his life, the main character agreed to impersonate young Lord Sua Luan and go to the royal city to inherit the title of Count and Sky Water City's lord. Thus, he was faced with a family that was on the verge of extinction and was swaying in the wind and rain. A beautiful widow sister, an astronomical sum of money for prostitution and gambling debts, and close to 3 digits of girlfriends and lovers. Lan Ling felt immense pressure. With the demon star in his body, he could actually directly devour other people's dragon power to increase his cultivation. Thus, Lan Ling began her heaven-defying path. From the lord of Tianshui City, to the husband of the queen, to the overlord of the desolate wilderness, to the world exterminator demon monarch, to the emperor of the world. It had been about half a year since the Nine Sun Sword Saint had finished the book. Thank you, brothers, for your collection. Thank you, brothers, for your recommendation tickets. Thank you for your support and your genuine subscription. Thank you. Authentic reading is the lifeblood of every author. It's the foundation of every author's survival. I'm begging everyone. Finally, I wish everyone a happy new year, all the best, and prosperity. New book summary: third-year male student Lan Ling was hit by a meteor and transmigrated to another world. In another world, he was saved by a female warrior from the Sua family. As if it was fate, he looked very similar to Sky Water City's young lord Sua Luan, and the prodigal Sua Luan had died an unnatural death. In order to repay him for saving his life, the main character agreed to impersonate Sua Luan and go to King City to inherit the position of Count and Sky Water City's lord. Thus, he faced a family that was on the verge of destruction. A beautiful widow sister, an astronomical amount of money for prostitution and gambling debts, and close to 3 digits of girlfriends and lovers. Lan Ling felt a huge pressure. He who had the demon star could actually directly devour other people's dragon power to increase his cultivation. Thus, Lan Ling began his heaven-defying journey. From Sky Water City's lord, to the queen's husband, to the desolate barbarian overlord, to the world exterminator demon monarch, to the world emperor. Below is the content of the first chapter of the new book World Exterminator Demon Emperor. When Lan Ling woke up again, he was already in a foreign world. This was still the mountain, but it was definitely not the mountain where he shot the meteor shower. Moreover, there were many plants here that Lan Ling did not recognize. The most important thing was that at night, he saw 2 moons, one big and one small. At first, he thought that he was seeing things. After rubbing his eyes, there were still 2 moons in the sky. At this time, he thought that this was a unique astronomical phenomenon. But during the day, he saw a type of animal that completely dispelled his wishful thinking. Because he saw a gigantic griffin flying high in the sky. This type of animal did not exist on Earth and only existed in legends. Following that, he saw a beautiful and timid animal, a unicorn. Thus, he was completely sure that he had transmigrated. That meteor had hit him and brought him to this strange world. At this moment, Lan Ling could not accept the fact that he had transmigrated, and his entire person almost collapsed. He desperately searched around the mountain, trying to find the teleportation door back to Earth. Because on Earth, there was still the person he loved the most. He still wanted to propose to his sister, take care of her for a lifetime, and have 2 or 3 children with her. There was also that rich second generation. He wanted to kill him. Damned God. Damned God. Get me back. Get me back. Lan Ling frantically searched for the teleportation portal that did not exist before cursing the heavens. After 10 days of madness, he gradually understood that it was probably impossible for him to go back. He would never be able to go back. He became despondent, found a cave, and lay there motionless. She missed her elder sister every moment of the day. He missed every look in her eyes, every expression, and every word she said to him. Every scene was like a movie, playing in his mind. In this kind of memory, she was completely sure that her sister loved her. That kind of gaze and that kind of tone were all revealed. It was just that he had been too ignorant to understand it before. Moreover, there was one time when he secretly kissed her and touched her while she was sleeping. Her face had even turned red. However, he deceived himself into thinking that she was asleep at that time and didn't know what he had done. Recalling these scenes, Lan Ling's heart was filled with both sweetness and pain. In the midst of such painful and sweet memories, Lan Ling, who was extremely exhausted, finally fell into a deep sleep. It was as if this pain could only be alleviated in sleep. Perhaps, he could even have a good dream. The story has ended. Thank you for following this series. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.